Chapter 1258, Past Feelings, One Grave and One Person in a Hushed World. The wind was gently blowing like a gentle hand caressing every inch of the flesh. A warm sensation accompanied its coolness, inducing a drowsy desire. Wuxia lied there and whispered intimately. No one knows if he was simply expressing himself or letting go of all burdens. The reason I didn't want to go back was not because I couldn't forget the past. That's all it is, the past. Wuxia said with a trace of helplessness, whenever I come to Rainbow City, I can't help but recall your unforgettable words. A prolonged silence ensued as Wuxia became quite sentimental. He eventually lifted his head to look at the tombstone. I came back in order to say goodbye. My journey this time will be full of the unknown. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I'm not afraid of the god-fiends, emperors, or deities, not even the geezers from the Qian clan. Sooner or later, I will trample on them all. I will massacre all those who try to stop me and even annihilate their clans completely. Wuxia claimed while looking at the horizon. However, his mood soured once more. The only uncertainty is the great war at the end of the world. No one knows what will come of this world. Perhaps my era will be everlasting, or it will be utterly destroyed. But someone needs to take this final step. I won't stop no matter what the final outcome might be. No, I can't be stopped and I won't make compromises either. You told me that the heavens is too unreachable and that there is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world. He mournfully said, but I will not be an ant. I can't handle being an ant. Whether it be the immortal demon grotto or the end of the world, I will continue even if the path is endless. Just like back then when you asked me if I wanted to stay. My answer will always be, never. His eyes became determined. In years past, some have broken my bones, some have exposed me to all kinds of suffering, some completely sealed my world and some mocked and reviled me. Then there were the many who loved me, whom I loved, and those who were loyal to me. They slowly disappeared in the river of time. But whether it's my enemies, friends, or even lovers, none of them can stop me from reaching the end. I will either become eternal or mere ashes. These are the only 2 possible outcomes for me. When you asked why I didn't indulge myself and became a happy and satisfied mortal, this is my answer. I refuse to compromise with anyone. He became silent after stating this. This might be our final farewell. As for Hong Tian, it will be up to her. I don't blame her, but if she blames me, I can't do anything about it. Farewell, Wenxin, the one who understood me and my ambition the most. Eventually, he gave the tombstone a deep look before leaving without turning back. Jian Wenxin was an indelible name that would forever stay in his heart. In that distant yet brilliant era, Empress Hong Tian had yet to ascend to her throne. There existed many apex geniuses and incredible characters. 3 particular girls reigned supreme for the whole of this era. Many men were completely overshadowed by them. There was a widespread phrase during that period to describe the 3 ladies: Hong Tian, the ill-starred conqueror; Jian Wenxin, the ocean's wisdom; Mu Yueli, the immortal's legacy. Jian Wenxin had augured the mysteries of the heaven and earth and spied into its secrets in order to concoct the plan. Because of this, she wasted too much energy and arrived at her deathbed. Even with this turn of events, she wanted to have a peaceful end with the dark crow next to her. After her departure from this world, Wuxia buried her in this incredibly beautiful place. He then left to a faraway place and began his slumber. From then on, he never stepped foot into the Jian clan again. It was not because he blamed her for that particular event, but because he always remembered that one phrase from her. It was because she knew him and his thoughts the best that it was difficult for him to forget those words. He finally returned in this generation and visited her grave because it might be their final farewell. He sighed after leaving the cemetery. However, he also felt relieved for finally returning after so long. At last, he was able to say goodbye one last time. Jian Xiaotai, who was standing guard outside of the old courtyard, immediately stood up after seeing Wuxia coming out. He didn't dare to believe his eyes and had no words to describe his feelings. This was because he had heard of a legend in their clan. He didn't know whether it was real or not, but he felt that he was seeing a ghost instead of Wuxia. Wuxia looked at him and asked, "Is something wrong?" Jian Shaotai was startled and quickly regained his mind to say, "Brotherly, there is a problem. Miss Hong and Daoist Zhang have been captured by Shengguan Fian. Didn't I tell you to take good care of them?" Wuxia frowned in response. Jian Shaotai wryly smiled and explained, "Brotherly, Fian was crazy as she searched for you. Since she couldn't find you, she captured Miss Hong and Daoist Zhang instead. I could only do my best and stopped her from hurting them in the slightest. She said that as long as you go meet her, she will let them go." Jian Shaotai was a bit ashamed as he continued on, "I have consulted the ancestors about this. If Fian doesn't release them, they will force her to do so." Chapter 1259, Gathering of Heroes. So it turned out that after Wuxia killed Shengguan Feilong, his sister became furious and wanted to kill Wuxia as an offering for her brother. After she came running, Wuxia could no longer be found, so she directed her anger towards the disciples from the lake instead. Luckily, Jian Shaotai was there to stop her. Nevertheless, she didn't concede and took away Baitu and Yujiao while declaring that Wuxia had to come and accept his death. Otherwise, she would kill these two instead. After hearing this, Wuxia's eyes turned cold as he flatly said, "When it is time for blood to flow, there is no stopping it. If those girls wished to die, I'll gladly help them." With that, he turned and left. Though those words were casually spoken, the cold flash in his eyes left Jian Shaotai quivering. He felt that he was looking at a death god that was about to kill. A garden in the Jian clan was being used to entertain the respected guests. At this time, there were many people here, including some of the most exceptional talents of the younger generation. There were a few experts from the previous generations as well. Some of them were even virtuous paragons. Shengguan Fian and Gongsun Meiyu definitely stood out in this place. They were moons surrounded by stars. Shengguan Fian was only second to the Sea Shield Prince among the geniuses at the Roaring Conch. Gongsun Meiyu was extremely famous as well, and her fame only rose after marrying the profound monarch. At this feast, the elegant and enchanting Meiyu had an irresistible style. Each of her smiles and grimaces was able to sway souls. Nevertheless, no one dared to have any devious thoughts. It was suicidal to compete for the profound monarch's woman. As for Fian, she stood here in an arrogant and chilling manner. Naturally, her mood was quite foul after her brother was killed. This was an occasion meant for the youths. They happily came together to talk about all kinds of events in the world. "My queen, I heard the monarch has come out of his isolated cultivation. When will we be graced with his presence?" Someone couldn't help but bring up the monarch. Many youths and even characters from the previous generation became excited after hearing this name. They all directed their attention towards Meiyu. The profound monarch's fame was not empty. His title was slightly approved of by the older god monarchs as well. It would be a mistake if someone were to think that he was old. In fact, he was not that much older than Gongsun Meiyu. His talents and constitution could easily be imagined due to his early accomplishments. He came from the profound Sea dynasty, one of the 4 branches of immortal Emperor Gu Chun. This was the first emperor in this world, and his 4 branches were formed during the Desolate Era. From this, one could see how old and strong these branches were among the charming spirits. They had produced 3 immortal emperors and 1 grand completion immortal physique. This allowed them to have an unshakable status in heaven spirit. The monarch had been extremely gifted since his youth. After becoming a monarch, he came into control of the profound dynasty. After hearing the question, the charming to the bones Meiyu chuckled. This slight smile made others tremble uncontrollably. She answered, "The monarch has returned to the origin. He is opening up his territory to create a kingdom in order to receive the tributes of his people." Everyone here quivered after hearing this. The youths were full of envy and admiration. To become a true monarch at such a young age was incredibly awe-inspiring. There were 5 levels to god monarchs. In the mind of the older generation, only those at the true monarch level and above were considered god monarchs. For example, Xian was an intermediate monarch. However, in the eyes of the strong, she was not much at all. She was still a bit lacking before she deserved the title of god monarch. Furthermore, there was a great gap between an intermediate monarch and a true monarch. After reaching the true level, this monarch would have their own citizens and be able to receive tributes from them that would strengthen their blood energy. Thus, these monarchs had an innate advantage that intermediate monarchs couldn't make up for. Right now, the profound monarch had opened up his kingdom to receive power from this new source. What a pity! An older paragon gently sighed. If the monarch chose the path of the heavens, he could probably have become an immortal emperor to become a ruler alongside the Sea Shield Prince. Many people gently nodded in agreement. Only Meiyu smiled and proudly declared, "Even if the monarch can't become an immortal emperor, he will definitely become something quite close to one." No one would refute this claim because they believed the profound monarch was worthy of this high evaluation. That's right, the charming spirits have the profound monarch and the sea demons have the Sea Shield Prince. Who else can compare to them in the contemporary? A cultivator wanted to please Meiyu with flattery. An old paragon nodded and praised, "Yes. The Sea Shield Prince has pretty much received the recognition of the trident. After doing so, he will be able to reach the peak and become a sea god. From then on, he won't need to fear even an immortal emperor any longer." Many people grew excited when they heard this, especially the sea demons. Their blood began to surge after the trident was brought up. This was an inevitable reaction for those of their race. It was the ultimate artifact of their race and completely invincible in this world. It was even better than an immortal emperor true treasure, so it became the sea demons' pride. In their eyes, even if they couldn't shoulder the heavens' will, they could still fight an immortal emperor as long as the wielder could handle the trident. A demon sect master commented emotionally, "Ever since the Lithodides sea god, the trident has not appeared. Its appearance this time will herald a new supreme." The Roaring Conch was one of the strongest sea demon lineages in this region. They had produced 2 sea gods in the past. However, there was another behemoth around, the 7 Martial Pavilion. It was even stronger since it had given rise to 3 sea gods before. The Sea Shield Prince was considered the strongest prodigy among the sea demons, but the 7 Seas goddess was just as excellent. There was even a rumor stating that she had learned all 7 grand styles from the pavilion. Meiyu only smiled after hearing this. "The prince is a supreme genius, I'm sure he will become the next sea god." Xian also coldly responded, "My senior brother can compete with any other genius in this generation. The trident shall be his alone no matter who the other competitors might be." Xian's cold expression slightly melted after talking about her brother. People were taken aback after hearing her evaluation. After all, she was still a monarch, yet she held him in such high regard. This was indicative of his strength. In fact, some had heard that Xian gave up on the path of the heavens because she knew she was not as strong as her brother. Because of this, she trod the path of the Grand Era instead. The normally aloof girl couldn't help but comment more on her senior brother. He will not only become a sea god but also a user of a grand completion immortal physique. Others will only be wasting time trying to compete against him for the trident. Her demeanor unavoidably became one of yearning and adoration. Another sea demon flattered, "The prince's void physique has been famous for a long time now. Even if the 7 Seas goddess knows all 7 styles of the pavilion, she still might not be able to contend against him." Despite the glorified praise, many people exchanged glances filled with respect. This was because the Sea Shield Prince was rumored to have a half-completion immortal physique. Fian's statement today only made these rumors even more credible. We have many talents in the heaven spirit world right now. Even though no one has come out among the Treants, just our profound monarch and Sea Shield Prince are enough to not be afraid of any other genius in the 9 worlds when they become connected again. A young cultivator laughed after stating this. That's right. This will be the era of our charming spirits and sea demons. As for the human race, they aren't worth mentioning. Another echoed the sentiment. I heard that a human named Wuxia has come out recently. He is quite strong as well. A reckless boy couldn't help but comment. Chapter 1260, Divine Reflection. Seductive gaze. Many people were astounded after hearing this reckless kid. Everyone knew about the enmity between Wuxia and Gongsun Meiyu since he killed her maid. And recently, he killed Fian's little brother as well. Someone next to him gently gave him a nudge. However, this kid was too honest and continued on without realizing the situation. Why are you pushing me? I'm just telling the truth. Rumor has it that back at the Jade Sea, Wuxia refined billions of teeming fish, something that no one in history has ever dared to do before. The Treants in that region are saying that he is as ferocious as a butcher. Everyone is afraid of him there. The people standing next to him felt helpless and wanted to make some distance between him and them. They looked away as if to say that they didn't know this crazy fella. Fian, who was sitting there coldly, scowled after hearing this, but she didn't act up. Nevertheless, many still noticed her displeasure and immediately spoke. I have heard about the blood sacrifice as well, but that's only a rumor. The real mastermind was the peacock tree. Wuxia was only an errand boy carrying out instructions. But it was still refining an entire army of teeming fish. The young boy was unrelenting, he still dared to stand before so many of them. This speaks volume of his great courage. If it was me, I would have pissed my pants already. Courage at times is only blind ignorance and arrogance. Fian coldly stated, cultivators rely on power, ignorance will only lead to death. Shut up, no more from you. The senior of the reckless boy noticed Fian becoming angry and quickly slapped him. The youth felt wronged after being scolded by his senior, but he couldn't do anything besides silently smolder with indignation. He's only a human, nothing much. The heaven spirit world belongs to us sea demons and charming spirits. A human alone can't create any winds or waves. This senior laughed in order to smooth things out. Gongsun Meiyu snickered and said, he's just a junior, that's all. There is nothing to talk about. He has been presumptuous for too long and has now provoked me, so it is time for him to die. Of course, of course. Someone immediately echoed the sentiment, a human is nothing in our heaven spirit world. So what if he is a tree controller? He can't amount to much. If these humans dare to oppose us sea demons, we'll just wipe them out completely. A bunch of ants daring to be so impudent before us dragons, bam. A slap came before this sea demon could finish speaking. It sent him flying and made him vomit blood alongside some of his teeth. I want to see who would dare to destroy my human race. A leisured voice came about. At this time, Wuxia stepped into the garden and swept through the crowd with his belittling gaze. Wuxia. Many charming spirits and sea demons immediately stood up to look at him. After seeing him, Fian's eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Meiyu turned cold as well as she stared intensely at him. Wuxia gave them dismissive glances and nonchalantly said, hand over Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao. Fian's god monarch halos began to pulsate. She no longer hid her power as her aura ran rampant like a soaring dragon. These halos seemed to have the trajectory of stars as they shut out this area completely. The whole world turned cold before her bloodthirst. At this time, she was showing off her strongest state, so those with shallow cultivations felt their legs trembling and had to stumble several steps back. Even though they all knew she was a god monarch, it was still frightening when she emitted her god monarch's might. The sea demon that was slapped by Li Qiye immediately shouted after seeing Fian channeling her energy, "Goddess Shengwan, kill him. Crush this human ant into meat paste, show him no mercy for opposing our race." His expression became twisted after being slapped flying by Li Qiye in front of everyone, causing him to lose all face. Boom! Li Qiye kicked him down again, creating a deep pit with blood dyeing the paved slate. Li Qiye demanded, "Let them go, this is your last chance." Fian's bloodthirst surged even more, causing everyone to shiver. Her murderous intent came sweeping by, seemingly flaying the flesh off of everyone standing nearby. Fian mercilessly exclaimed, "I can let them go if you kneel and kowtow to profess your crime, then commit suicide. I will use your skull as an offering to my brother in heaven and let those two go. Otherwise, not only will you suffer a fate worse than death, those around you will suffer the same way. It seems that you still don't know life from death." Li Qiye chuckled. "Come and accept your death." The entire world was flipped upside down when Fian stepped forward. Her aura suppressed the entire garden so others couldn't even move half a step. Some even felt the impulse to kneel. Her aura rendered people out of breath before she even attacked. This made people exchange glances while feeling chills. Her fame as a god monarch was not baseless at all. When a god monarch is around, virtuous paragons are nothing. Even an ordinary paragon from the previous generation had to murmur after feeling the pressure. "Sister Shengwan, there's no need to kill him so fast. Torture him first, let him taste the agony of betrayal and watch his friends die." Gongsun Meiyu suddenly interjected right as Fian was about to attack. With a buzz, a bright mirror emerged behind her head. Profound runes appeared right on the mirror, everything became as bright as scintillating snow, nothing could hide before its light. Celestial reflection. A few people who knew about her looked at each other then quietly retreated to make some distance. Celestial reflection was something that only charming spirits could do. People also called it divine reflection. It was extremely heaven-defying since it could solve the mysteries of the Tao and understand the void as well as examine the changes of nature and sense the heaven and earth. She had cultivated this mirror-form constitution to a very high level, resulting in a technique that frightened the courage out of others. At this time, two people walked out from a pavilion. It was Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao who were captured earlier. They looked sluggish as if they were puppets as they stood behind Gongsun Meiyu. "Here are the ones you're looking for. Unfortunately, they are my slaves now." Meiyu's smile was bewitching. The bright mirror behind her was even more influential as it robbed others of their will. She viciously chuckled and continued, "Since you have killed my maid, your friends will be my new slaves. I will torture them until they choose the sweet release of death." Many charming spirits shuddered after seeing the two in a trance. A big shot murmured, "The seductive gaze of the divine reflection." The seductive gaze was Gongsun Meiyu's terrifying art. She was born with a natural aptitude to be an enchantress and cultivated her mirror into this type of gaze. She was able to bewitch and control people to freely use as her puppets. Li Qiye grimaced after seeing the two standing behind her and coldly uttered, "You're courting death." "Oh? Is that so?" Meiyu smiled in response, "If you fall into my hands, I will show you a fate worse than death." With that, she smiled ominously and ordered, "You two, go kill him." Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao immediately rushed out after hearing her command. They ferociously lunged for Li Qiye. Even though they weren't particularly strong, especially Zhang Baitu who was quite weak, they used everything they had in order to kill Li Qiye. However, Li Qiye simply lowered both of his hands and immobilized the two on the spot. In the blink of an eye, his eyes shot out two rays of laws that struck their foreheads. With the sound of something unlocking, the two of them seemed to be struck by lightning and took several steps back. Young noble. Both of them woke up right away with a clear pair of eyes. Wuxia was able to dispel their confusion without a doubt. Wuxia then started walking towards Gongsun Meiyu. Oh. You are unexpectedly capable. Meiyu was actually startled from this, but she maintained a confident appearance and revealed a seductive smile. Chapter 1261, Crushing Your Head, Buzz. Gongsun Meiyu's divine mirror became dazzling and illuminated the entire garden. The whole scene turned as white as snow, the spectators had a hard time keeping their eyes open. An eye emerged from her mirror. This extremely beautiful and spirited eye turned seductive in an instant. Its extraordinary splendor would cause people to instantly lose their way. Watch out! Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao both shouted in horror. They had suffered under her technique before and knew just how terrifying it was. However, Jian Xiaotai quickly dragged them away from the fight. Young noble, do you really want to hit me? Meiyu's voice was seductive to the bones. It caused others to feel weak and caused their souls to leave their bodies. Her beautiful eyes emitted strange yet enchanting glows like the limpid autumn water. Wuxia stopped and stared obsessively at her. In a short period of time, her eyes became even more charming. It sent waves right into Wuxia's eyes in order to captivate him completely. You are so beautiful. The confused Wuxia murmured to himself while standing there motionlessly. So frightening. Many people gasped before this scene. She could control the enemy without the need to fight at all. Meiyu sneered after seeing Wuxia falling under her control and voiced her disdain, and here I thought that you were actually strong. You can't even handle a single blow, such a Dao heart is not worth mentioning. Fian coldly glared at him. Wuxia was a dead man in her eyes, she could do whatever she wanted to him. Sister Shengwan, you can torture him however you want now. Meiyu revealed her faint, enchanting smile again. However, this charming smile seemed very scary to the spectators. The seductive gaze in her divine reflection was too much. Once her opponent lost their mind, she could manipulate them to her whim. Come over here. She gently beckoned him over. Wuxia seemed incredibly sluggish while being completely under her control. After hearing her order, he slowly walked towards her. Both Baitu and Yujiao were pale from fear as they cried out, "Young noble." However, Jian Xiaotai prevented them from trying to help him. In the blink of an eye, Wuxia stood before her. She looked at her puppet and felt quite pleased with herself before smiling to say, even if you could dispel the charm, your body itself won't be able to resist the seduction. This is the most primal power, you can't withstand it at all. She was completely confident in her seductive gaze. As long as one was fixated, it wouldn't matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to control their mind. Their heart would start wavering until they fell completely under her control. She contemptuously ordered, "Okay, kneel and bow your head to apologize to Miss Shengwan until you crush your skull completely." Whoosh! Suddenly, a hand grabbed her by the hair. This sudden development was completely unexpected. She couldn't react in time because she was standing too close to him. Bam! This hand that gripped her hair slammed her head into a stone pillar until blood spattered. Bang! Another crash could be heard. Her head was swung into the pillar again. Her face was mangled completely beyond recognition. Her initially supreme features were smashed to a pulp and now looked quite scary. Wuxia was the culprit. He easily slammed her into the pillar mercilessly. Stop! Meiyu screamed as her blood energy erupted in order to escape his clutches. However, he shifted his grip to her neck. Under his hell-suppressing fist, she couldn't move at all. Bang! Her head slammed into a different pillar until it collapsed along with her skull. Blood and brain matter gushed out in the midst of this horrifying carnage. Die! Fian shouted and swiftly took action. She intertwined her 10 fingers to form a phoenix mudra. A phoenix roar echoed in the sky, it came killing with the aura of a god monarch. Its sweeping momentum could shatter the cosmos and sweep through both gods and devils alike. A god monarch's attack was incomparable. It could reverse the stars and flip the world over. She aimed to suppress Wuxia with this one move in order to regain control of the situation. However, Wuxia didn't bother looking at her phoenix mudra. He casually unleashed the Sky Destroyer fist, a fist capable of shattering myriad Dao and the vault of the sky with a sharp and overwhelming might. Screech, the phoenix cried miserably as it was split into 2 in an instant. After defeating the mudra, Wuxia's fist didn't stop and kept flying towards Fian at an extreme speed. It was too fast and sharp. Fian was aghast. Her halos came together to form a shield to block this attack. However, the shield couldn't stop this sharp strike. With a bang, the fist pierced through her chest. She was blown outside while her body shattered several pavilions in her path. Meanwhile, Wuxia didn't pause. He slammed Meiyu into a different pillar. Pieces of her flesh continued to fly as her head was completely mashed. Such a bloody scene scared everyone out of their minds. Some couldn't even bear to watch. Meiyu used to be an irresistible temptress, but now her head had been deformed beyond recognition. The contrast was too great. Bam! At this time, Meiyu's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. Wuxia was forced several steps back from the explosion. Little animal, you have angered me. An endless radiance blossomed from the bloody mist. Meiyu once again appeared before everyone. Her aura turned even more brilliant and her charm was amplified. Each inch of her skin became even whiter and more perfect. She intentionally revealed herself to the crowd. The spectators felt their blood boiling after seeing her cleavage. Her sweet fragrance assaulted and mesmerized them as well. This was the ultimate form of her seductive gaze. With her true fate at work, she was able to exert her seductive gaze to its limit. Her divine reflection projected itself on the sky and turned into a gigantic mirror. It poured down an incomparable light that was concentrated on Wuxia. At this moment, many cultivators in the garden felt their manhoods rise. They were immediately seduced by her sweet scent. Little animal, die. Meiyu's eyes were sparkling. Her temptation manifested into a physical form like a heavenly worm spitting out its strings to wrap around Wuxia. Insignificant trick. Li Kai didn't even lift a brow. With a buzz, his inner physique emerged. Universal laws began to suppress the heavens. When the hell-suppressing godly physique came out, Wuxia seemed to turn into an oppressive god. Bang! He mercilessly stomped down on Meiyu. Activate! Meiyu responded with a cry. The mirror in the sky shifted and illuminated Wuxia even more. Boom! It didn't matter how strong her mirror was since it was useless before Wuxia's physique. She was instantly trampled beneath his foot. Wuxia coldly uttered, "You shouldn't have schemed against my people." Meiyu screamed and wiggled back and forth in order to escape. Alas, she couldn't move at all due to the weight of the immortal physique. Little friend, show mercy. An old man suddenly appeared in the garden. He reached out towards Wuxia in order to save Meiyu. Wuxia spread out his palm and a black hole emerged and instantly engulfed this man. Under the Heaven Devourer evil fist, even this old man could do nothing but accept his banishment. Ancestor. Jian Shaotai was shocked to see the banishment. Wuxia insipidly said, "No one can save you." The hell-suppressing physique activated and came crashing down, obliterating Meiyu. No! She screamed before her death. Her true fate was shattered and turned into bright particles that slowly dispersed. There was not the slightest trace of her left in the aftermath. Chapter 1262, The Person in the Coffin. The entire scene was eerily quiet after Meiyu's particles dispersed. The crowd could hear each other breathing. There was no other sound because people had yet to return from their shock. Fian, on the other hand, noticed that the situation was quite dire after her chest was penetrated. She immediately ran for dear life without pausing at all. At this moment, she didn't give a damn about maintaining the appearance of a god monarch. Eventually, people calmed down and noticed the messy garden. They stared in a daze at this astonishing event. They all knew about Meiyu's cultivation, and her seductive gaze was even more terrifying. As for Shengguan Fian, despite being an intermediate monarch, she was still not a match for Wuxia and was suppressed after a single exchange. One could say that she was being careless and didn't use her weapons. Nevertheless, she was strong enough that her bare hands could still slay ordinary paragons. Thus, it was surprising that she suffered against Wuxia and was forced to flee. Zhang Baitu and Hong Yujiao were slack-jawed and couldn't react in a long time. They knew that Wuxia was very strong, but not to this level. He crushed Meiyu like an ant. Earlier, they were worried that he might be manipulated by her seductive gaze. It looked like their anxiety was needless since Wuxia was only pretending earlier. Whoosh! When everyone was still stunned, the void opened and an old man walked out. It was the person Wuxia banished right before finishing off Meiyu. He was able to escape from deep space without suffering any damage in a leisurely manner. This was indicative of his great power. Despite his gray hair, his complexion was still good, for he was in high spirits and had a youthful vigor. Despite restraining his terrifying aura, just his eyes alone could shatter stars and create a grand Tao. His gaze alone was enough to instill cold chills into others. An old paragon recognized him and murmured, "The Jian grandfather." He was the current master of the Jian clan, the reason for this celebration, Jian Longwei. "Friend, you have crossed the line." Jian Longwei couldn't help but shake his head. "This is stirring the hornet's nest, a great catastrophe. I'm afraid no one in the human race can protect you when it has escalated to this level." Jian Longwei had no hostility against Wuxia. In fact, he even liked the guy for being so gifted. Unfortunately, he had killed Meiyu and gravely wounded Fian. This was offending two great powers in the heaven spirit world. Even Jian Longwei would have a difficult time protecting him after this major event. Wuxia smiled and replied, "Only the roaring conch, it can't be considered a catastrophe." Jian Longwei didn't know how to respond after seeing Wuxia's relaxed demeanor. He assumed that this was a case of a calf not being afraid of a tiger and said, "The roaring conch can command 100 tribes, to oppose them is to seek death. Longwei, leave." Before he could finish, a feeble voice sounded in his mind. This voice was not loud and only Jian Longwei could hear it. However, he seemed to have been struck by lightning after hearing this voice. He even thought that he had misheard and found it completely unbelievable. This matter actually alerted their progenitor. Wuxia casually pointed forward and a portal appeared, then he disappeared inside it right away. Many couldn't react in time after the portal went away, so they just stood there looking silly. So strong. Eventually, a person murmured after their mind returned, "No wonder why he dared to help the peacock tree refine a billion teeming fish. This is a mass murderer, a death god. No, we have to call him the fiercest." Fiercest. Someone carefully thought over this title and found that it was very fitting. Gongsun Meiyu was the profound monarch's favorite concubine, but Wuxia killed her without a care. Just how decisive and ruthless was he? Such a person was indeed worthy of being called fiercest. Jian Longwei regained his composure as well and told Jian Xiaotai, "Xiaotai, take care of the guests." In the depths of the Jian clan was a forbidden ground. A pond was sealed in this place, but it was more apt to call it a coffin made out of water. This coffin was in the center and emitted a flashing amber hue. Each ray of light seemed tangible. This liquid amber coffin was so strong that even the seal couldn't contain it completely. People could still feel the faint immortal fragrance of a dragon's saliva. After catching a whiff, they would feel their bloodline become several times stronger, as if they were about to turn into a true dragon. They would feel that dragons were surging through the blood in their veins. An old man dressed in a simple style was sleeping inside this coffin. Despite his humble robes, he had the image of a stately emperor. It was as if he had once soared above the 9 heavens, rising above the world. He was a natural-born leader. Buzz! A portal appeared and Wuxia came out of it. He went in front of the water coffin to look at the old man before slowly sitting down and giving a gentle sigh after a while. Splash! The sound of water splashing came about. The old man submerged in this coffin floated above its surface and opened his eyes, revealing his devastating power. He wanted to sit up, but Wuxia gently waved his sleeve and said, "Jian, there's no need for formalities. If you climb out, it will be problematic to reseal you, so just lie there." He rested his head down and emotionally looked at Wuxia. "Your Excellency, it really is you. You have regained your real body." Wuxia sat there in a carefree manner and nodded. "It is thanks to Lil Blackie. He paid a great price." The old man in the coffin gently sighed in response. "Your Excellency, everything Blackie had was thanks to you. You gave him life, gave him invincibility. What he did was simply to repay you." Wuxia sat there and watched his friend who had grown old. He had seen this kind of thing too many times already. Time is merciless. Even the old man's dragon saliva cannot seal you much longer. Wuxia lamented, "You are now old, no longer as mighty as before." The old man smiled in response, "I'm quite satisfied after living for so long. It is all due to the blessings of your Excellency and Master." Wuxia agreed, "That old man indeed treated you as his own. It looks like I was right to leave you and your sister to him." The old man chuckled. Even a powerful existence like him still smiled like a child before Wuxia. It was as if he had returned to the past. Back then, they were vagabonds without a home. Their days were filled with anxiety and fear, running from one place to another until they met a certain crow. That was the day that they found peace and understood what the word happiness meant. "Your Excellency, have you visited Big Sis?" The old man showed a pure smile like a little boy. Wuxia was quiet for a while before nodding his head, "Yes. I didn't want to return after all these years, but I still had to bid her a final farewell." The old man pondered as well before replying. Big Sis had no regrets. She only lamented the fact that she couldn't surpass her final Tao test in her heart in order to accompany you to the very end. She wanted to apologize to you for being an obstacle to your eternal path. Wuxia gently sighed, "Just let the past go, I don't blame her either. I have forgotten about such distant matters. If I took everything to heart, I would never be at peace." The old man happily added, "I have always thought that your Excellency would never return and that I wouldn't be able to see you again. I'm quite content now to see you one last time." Wuxia nodded but stayed quiet. Eventually, the old man softly asked, "Your Excellency, are you here to say goodbye?" "You can say that." Wuxia affirmed, "It might be for good this time. Seeing you one last time will fulfill one of my wishes." He asked with a very strange and complicated expression, "Are you going up there now?" It is a world where gods and emperors coexist. Chapter 1263, Jian Wendy. Wuxia smiled after seeing the old man's dazed appearance and casually commented, "You said that your big sis couldn't cross the final hurdle, but isn't it the same for you?" "Your Excellency, you are right about that. It is the same for me, please don't laugh." The old man regained his composure and smiled wryly. "It's nothing." Wuxia waved his sleeve in response, "If you wish to know, I can tell you." No, the old man shook his head with a firm demeanor. I don't want to know, nor do I want to ask a single thing. He is he and I am I. Even if he was an immortal emperor admired by the masses, he is but a stranger in my mind. He resolutely declared, even though his blood runs through my veins, in my eyes, I have severed all ties with him, and so have my sister and mother. The moment we had to flee for dear life that day was the moment we were no longer related to him. My surname is Jian, my sister's surname is Jian, and so is our mother's. Wuxia sighed after seeing his expression. Just let it go. Everything will be buried in the river of time. Yes, it is over already, who will still remember or know about it? The dazed old man quietly whispered, but my big sis was haunted by this shadow her whole life. She was born to be extraordinary, destined to be great, yet she chose to live a mundane life. It was all because she had a father who wanted to kill his own daughter. Jian Wendy was the name of this old man. He was also the progenitor of the Jian clan and Jian Wenxin's younger brother. The origin of the Jian clan had always been a secret in the heaven spirit world. No one knew where they came from. In fact, this matter hid a great secret that those who knew about would rather keep silent. The Jian clan came from the mortal emperor world, and Jian Wendy and Jian Wenxin were the children of an immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they couldn't enjoy their lives as a prince and princess. This emperor used murder to prove his Tao. The moment he reached the top, an inner demon appeared that he failed to defeat. Due to his murderous Tao, he was doomed to a path of ruthless killing. Before his ascension, he already had a wife and children. Because of this, he couldn't reach the ultimate state of emotionlessness and ruthlessness. In order to do this, he had to remove his restraints. Thus, before the Grand Tao, he wanted to sever all emotions by killing his own blood in order to prove his Tao. Alas, he failed at first. His followers were able to save his family and take them away from him. However, he was only half a step away from becoming an emperor at this point, so he was completely unbeatable. Those who protected his family couldn't escape his wrath. From then on, Jian Wendy's mother fled with her 2 children all across the 9 worlds. Later on, they met a crow who gave them the idea of faking their own deaths in order to escape. Their father truly thought that they had died, so he finally defeated his inner demon to prove his Tao and became an invincible immortal emperor. After becoming an emperor, he became even more powerful. He was able to calculate his own bloodline and realized that his son and daughter were still alive. The consequences were easy to imagine. All of the seniors that protected his wife and children died in the battle. The Dark Crow had to appear once again to rescue them from his clutches. Because their father was an emperor, he was invincible in that generation with nobody capable of stopping him. At the same time, the bloodline of their father ran through their bodies, so they couldn't escape his vision no matter where they went. Ultimately, in order to escape the hunt, their mother committed suicide while their bloodline was sealed by the Dark Crow. He then entrusted the children to another extremely powerful being that eventually hid them away. Because their bloodline had been sealed and their bodies disappeared into the most secretive dimension in this world, even the emperor couldn't calculate where they were hiding via their bloodline. In the end, the emperor gave up. The sister and brother finally managed to escape this calamity. As more generations went by, their sealed bloodline was eventually unlocked. They were able to appear in this world once more. The invincible existence that had protected them all this time took them in as disciples. Because of this, these 2 were able to start the Jian clan. It's over, everything is now gone. Jian Wendy eventually shook his head and said, I am a member of the Jian clan, the past no longer has anything to do with me. Ever since the start of their escape, the 2 had decided to take their mother's surname in order to cut off all relations with their father. Wuxia felt a bit sorrowful while looking at Jian Wendy. Even though the 2 of them were able to escape, the whole experience still cast an indelible shadow that hung over their hearts for the rest of their lives. Her sister was born to be extraordinary, and extraordinary she was. Alas, she ultimately pursued the peaceful life of a mortal. Because of this, she gave up competing for the heaven's will and a chance to become an emperor. Nevertheless, due to her great wisdom, she couldn't truly experience this peaceful lifestyle. Luckily, Jian Wendi handled it much better. Even though he couldn't surpass the Dao block in his heart, the Jian clan, under his leadership, still prospered and became an inheritance that lasted to this day. After a good while, Jian Wendi commented with regret, "It is a pity that I cannot follow you, Your Excellency, to serve you during your journey." Li Qiye waved his sleeve and flatly said, "It is enough for you to stay here and protect the Jian clan. As for paying me back, your sister has done plenty. You don't owe me anything." Jian Wendi disagreed, "No, Your Excellency. In my mind, you are my second parent. Without you, my sister and I wouldn't have survived and my Jian clan definitely wouldn't be what it is today. I only hate the fact that I don't wish to go further, I can't face it." Li Qiye sighed, "I'm also very happy to see the current Jian clan. This place can be considered my home as well." Jian Wendi smiled innocently like a child in front of Li Qiye. It was thanks to Li Qiye that the two of them were able to have the courage to live on. Jian Wendi issued a command, "Tell Longwei and Xiaotai to come here." Jian Longwei eventually entered with Jian Xiaotai behind him. The two were quite startled to see Li Qiye casually sitting there. Jian Longwei was 8,000 years old now, but the times he had met the progenitor could be counted on one's hand. Outside of earth-shattering events, the progenitor normally wouldn't summon him. As for Jian Xiaotai, he had only met the progenitor once. It was during his coming of age. From then on, he wasn't summoned again. In fact, not many members of any clan would be able to see their progenitors. This included the ancestors as well. Jian Wendi ordered the two, "Kneel before His Excellency." Even though the two didn't know the reason, they didn't dare to disobey their progenitor, so they respectfully kneeled before Li Qiye. Jian Wendi slowly said, "Longwei is the current clan master while Xiaotai is the next, so you two should know some things about our clan. His Excellency before you is our benefactor and the master of our clan. Our clan was able to exist because of his protection. Remember our eternal creed, His Excellency is our Lord and His commands are my commands." The two of them were inevitably shocked to hear this. This was especially true for Longwei since he had been the clan master for a long time, so he was privy to a few secrets. He knew that there was a great and mysterious character that helped create the Jian clan. He didn't expect that he would be able to see this legendary existence in his lifetime. "This disciple greets Your Excellency." He calmed down and bowed his head towards Li Qiye. Each bow was very sincere as his head touched the ground. Each knock seemingly came from his heart. "Your Excellency," Jian Xiaotai also did the same. He didn't know as much as Longwei, but as the successor, he had still heard of a few things about this legend. He didn't expect to see a mythical being that could even ambush immortal emperors. Moreover, this existence had been right beside him for the last several days. "Rise." Li Qiye accepted the grand gesture from these two and gently waved his hand. After these two stood up, Jian Wendi ordered, "Take your leave, I will talk to His Excellency now." They motioned a respectful gesture before quietly retreating. "The children are filial and gifted at both fighting and scheming, so I am not worried about the Jian clan at all." Li Qiye nodded. As long as the old geezer is still there, the Jian clan just needs to do its own thing, nothing will be able to cause trouble for the clan as it continues to stand strong. Chapter 1264, Garden in the Sky. Li Qiye sat together with Jian Wendi. The two of them chatted about different matters and the Jian clan. Unwittingly, the two of them returned to the past when Jian Wendi was still a child while Li Qiye was still the same as ever. "Your Excellency, are you really going up again?" Jian Wendi knew the answer, but he still had to ask again. Li Qiye smiled, "Yes, what must come shall come. I have to face it after all. You should know that no one can stop my journey to the very end. I am destined to do so because someone must. Jian Wendi knew that nothing could change this. The truth was that he knew what the answer was long ago. In the past, his sister had tried to stop him as well, but like Li Qie said, no one was able to stop his destiny. An age of gods and emperors together, Jian Wendi sighed and didn't know what to say. Perhaps he should wish Li Qie luck. Li Qie looked at him and smiled. It is a brilliant era that makes the blood boil. At the same time, it is also a cruel place. The greater the momentum, the more merciless it is. I know, it is a shame that I won't be able to see the scene of dragons competing against tigers with my own eyes. Jian Wendi nodded softly. Li Qie replied, you had the chance back then, you could have avoided Hong Tian's generation and came out a few years later to become an emperor. Then you would have been able to see this brilliant era. After hearing this, Jian Wendi revealed a smile that encompassed many different emotions. There was a mix of inexplicable bitterness yet acceptance as he answered, Immortal Emperor, so what? Invincibility, so what? It is only an ephemeral firework blossoming above the river of time. I am very content with how many descendants I have now. There's nothing else I would ask for. Li Qie felt sentimental while looking at Jian Wendi. Neither of the brother and sister could overcome the void in their hearts. Their father had left an unsurpassable shadow in their minds. It caused them to prefer a mundane life untempted by invincibility. Both were apprehensive about becoming an existence like their father. Jian Wendi regretfully said, I do wish that I could follow your excellency to the end of the world like Immortal Emperor Min Ren and the others. I'm very happy about what you have today. Your Jian clan is prosperous and stronger than anything. Li Qie happily smiled, plus, even if you become an immortal emperor, I wouldn't want you to follow me to the end of the world. Like Immortal Emperor Min Ren and Empress Hong Tian, they have their own paths as well. Li Qie flatly explained, the ultimate war is my personal ambition and desire. It has nothing to do with others, so I don't want to tie them to my war chariot. Jian Wendi quietly nodded. There were too many things beyond his reach since someone as extraordinary as him was still trapped by his fate. After a while, Li Qie smiled and asked, has the old man run out again? Jian Wendi smiled back and replied, it's only natural that after being still for so long, Master would want to take a break and play outside. All of them gave off this sense of familiarity, a déjà vu of sorts. Li Qie appeared in this garden that was forbidden to outsiders without express permission from its master. Regardless of how powerful or heaven-defying one might be, they wouldn't be able to enter this place. Li Qie had a beaming smile on his face while looking at the busy old men in this garden. He didn't greet them and only headed straight for the wooden house. The old men ignored Li Qie as well and continued with their tasks as if they didn't see his arrival. In front of this cabin was a tea table with 2 wooden chairs. On one side was an old man fanning a fire to boil his tea. All of his attention was on this task. His eyes seemed to be jumping along with the fire while he was unaware of Li Qie. Li Qie didn't break the old man's focus and only smiled as he sat down. The wooden chair was so comfortable that it made people want to close their eyes to sleep. It was as if it was specifically tailored for Li Qie. It fit his body perfectly. Just a bit longer would be too big while an inch less would make it too narrow. There was no room for criticism. He slowly closed his eyes as if to sleep. Meanwhile, the old man making his tea still didn't notice Li Qie. All of his focus was on making his tea. Eventually, the old man finally finished and added the tea leaves. A sweet fragrance came out as he poured himself a cup and one for Li Qie as well. The steam that rose from the hot tea actually condensed above the cups to form dragons. One could even faintly hear the wondrous cries of these dragons. Chapter 1265, old man Wuxia seemed to wake up as he accepted the teacup. He gently took a sip, letting the tea seep into his belly. There was an indescribable comfort that stemmed from the perfect temperature. Dragon cries resounded from his belly as if he had just swallowed a gigantic dragon. Wuxia couldn't help but praise, "A great tea like this dragon tea can only be found in this place." The aftertaste was incredible as well. He finally opened his eyes fully and found the garden to be at peace. The old men that were gardening earlier had all disappeared, only Wuxia and the old tea maker were left. At this time, the old man seated himself in the other chair and slowly savored the taste of his tea in a natural and leisurely manner. It was as if he was drinking a tea of immortals. In fact, his tea was not far from being an immortal tea. Even immortal emperors wouldn't necessarily be able to drink his dragon tea. After finishing his cup, Wuxia sighed with great satisfaction. The old man finished as well. Wuxia smiled and teased, "Old man, it seems that you can't stand the loneliness again. Is that why you are playing around like this?" The old man lied down comfortably in his chair and chuckled, "Being in bed for too long makes my arms and legs numb, so I had to get up to do some work. Toiling is unavoidable in life after all. Being hard at work is good. I was actually afraid you would panic from having nothing to do." Wuxia smiled back. The old man happily looked at the countless strange flowers in the garden and said in a carefree manner, "What can I do with these old bones of mine? Don't worry about that, Crow. Plus, I can't leave the giant dragon mountain either way, so I'm just running around and playing the merchant, just some coolie's works." Wuxia laughed. He was truly enjoying the carefree atmosphere at the garden. This was a conversation with someone at the same level as him, yet they weren't enemies. It was a very enjoyable matter. "I thought you would continue to plot and hide behind the scenes until all the old men take action. I didn't expect you to come out in this generation." The old man stated, "It is quite surprising that you were able to resist the supreme artifact in the immortal demon grotto as well. I actually thought that you would return there and try to seize it. Am I really that kind of person?" Wuxia couldn't help but smile. "I have always been upright, I'm not the type to scheme like that." "Upright?" The old man burst out in laughter. "If a crow like you claims to be upright, then even the high heavens would start tearing up from laughing." Wuxia was amused as well. Eventually, he replied, "After I left, that existence in the grotto still figured out some way to make my situation very unstable. Lil Blackie was too anxious. In a fit of rage, he recklessly charged in there." He sighed softly at this point. "That brat always treated you as a father." The old man dismissively said, "Outside of that little girl, nothing else is as important to him as you, so of course he did what he did." Wuxia replied with remorse, "Back then when I took him to the mortal emperor world, I only hoped for him to be able to soar to the 9 heavens like an eagle. Unfortunately, he couldn't let go of a few things and decided to stay in the mortal emperor world. Because of that, well, you know what happened to him afterward. His decision also made you lose the opportunity to seize the grotto. Haven't you always been scheming for that item? Unfortunately, you failed." The old man stood up and chuckled. "It is true that I want the item, but only if it doesn't risk many people's lives. I can only say that I got very close to doing so. I guess certain things were doomed from the start." Wuxia gently shook his head. This is fine too. If it wasn't for Lil Blackie getting you out of there and, by chance, if you actually obtained that item, the old heavens would turn blind. If you could obtain all the supreme items that you wanted, how could others bear such injustice? Even the villainous heavens wouldn't want to live on in such an unfair world." The old man cheerfully gloated at Wuxia's misfortune. "Just let the past go. I've grown tired of living after such a long life anyway." Wuxia smiled, "Since Lil the Blackie has saved me, I'll just live freely through this generation and go all out. I'll finish what must be done, there's no need to worry about life and death afterward. But being able to give up is really nice, Wuxia lamented. By letting things go, everything else will feel acceptable in life. Or rather, many other things are insignificant compared to just being alive. As long as you don't care, things that used to be important will no longer matter. Like the drifting clouds, they won't be worth mentioning. Damned crow, it is not the same for you. The old man smiled and replied, I have lost completely. This made me realize that I have other things to protect in life, such as my children. If you give up, you would be wasting your immortality. The old man reflected, if possible, you should gamble everything just once. If you win, you will have everything. If you lose, at least lose everything as well after utilizing everything at your disposal. After suffering an utter defeat, you might be able to see through it and let go. With that, he smiled, when you don't have anything left to bet with, you will have no choice but to give up. Maybe. Wuxia had a somber expression as he responded, if I'm able to put everything on the table, then I might as well gamble it all away just once. When Wenxin asked me why I can't stop, the truth is that I didn't know back then either. Perhaps it is because I haven't tasted true defeat, being left with nothing but empty hands. Maybe this defeat will even end with my death. Regardless of victory or defeat or even death, there is nothing to be afraid of. The old man said, your life has been quite productive. For many generations, who has led a more brilliant life than you? You have experienced and done everything possible. Even if you stay as an ant, it would still have been a good life. An ant trapped between the heaven and earth, Wuxia eventually shook his head and smiled before putting on a determined look, even as an ant, I still don't want to hide. One day, I will stand above all else. My destiny is my own, the heavens will not decide my fate. That's what I want to hear. The old man laughed in agreement, even as an ant, you would still rather be an extraordinary ant than an insignificant one. Well said. Wuxia chuckled, yes, I want to be an extraordinary ant. Chapter 1266, A Joke for the Ages. Wuxia and the old man were quite pleased with their statements. They glanced at each other and laughed heartily, tears even came out. They had experienced countless years and hardships. Once upon a time, they were the rulers at the peak of this world. Very rarely would they be able to laugh this sincerely. In the eyes of outsiders, they were either unfathomable or too stern and stately. Others seldom spotted them laughing like this to the point their stomachs hurt. They finally stopped after a long while. An ant between the heaven and earth, eh? It took quite some time before the old man stopped grinning. Wuxia cheerfully added with a boisterous chuckle, the villainous heavens is just a wretch. The two of them became tired from their own ruckus and sat back down to rest again with their eyes closed. It seemed that this kind of indulgence felt quite good for them. In fact, this burst of laughter was very precious. As overlords, they rarely expressed their true feelings before others, they could only reveal their true selves before someone of the same level. The old man smiled and spoke after resting for a bit, Crow, in these long and boring years, it is a great joy in life to have met you. The gentle breeze blew by. Its gentle coolness was quite comforting, as if it was blowing all worldly troubles away. Geezer, I agree that there are fewer than few people who I can sit down and have a talk with. Wuxia still had his eyes closed as he happily replied, life is less boring from knowing you. The years were too long. For both the old man and the dark crow, there weren't too many people that they could talk and laugh so freely with. The world might be vast, but how many were actually qualified to become their friends? The old man didn't respond, he seemed to have fallen asleep in his wooden chair. Wuxia did the same while basking in the sea breeze. After a long time, Wuxia commented, Geezer, how come I don't see as many clouds and mists in your mountain range this time? Are all of your kids staying at home obediently? A wicked person just arrived. What if those little monkeys run wild and choose to be blind? You would then teach them a lesson by peeling their skin. I would lose all face if that were to happen, so I told them to play nice at home. The old man answered with a smile. Wuxia chuckled and leisurely said, "Don't worry, with our friendship, I would show you some consideration. Even if I peeled their dragon scales, I would still spare their lives." The old man smiled in response. A bit later, he flatly asked, "Crow, you didn't come here just to visit this old man, right?" Wuxia cheerfully replied, "Forget it, there's no need to crawl out, your appearance is too terrifying." "Hey, don't be so sure. Maybe one day, you will look even more horrifying than me. The villainous heavens won't let you off so easily given your plans." The old man laughed back. Wuxia continued, "We'll talk again when that day comes. After all, the heavens has never forgiven anyone, so I don't need it to show me any mercy either." The two of them paused their conversation again and enjoyed the serenity. Even though the outside world was endless, there was no need to worry about it in this place. "Crow, what do you want?" After a long time, the old man finally spoke in a calm and plain manner. It was as if this was just an idle conversation between old friends. Wuxia opened his eyes to look at the drifting clouds up in the blue sky. He didn't answer right away. The immortal dragon rune, a weapon, or maybe my lifeguarding artifacts? The old man leisurely listed a couple items. This plain manner of speaking made it seem like the topic was insignificant, but if others were to find out that he was referring to supreme treasures, they would be scared silly. "Don't worry, you can keep your little items. I would be too greedy if I tried to take them away from you." Wuxia only smiled. The old man smiled as well and didn't seem to care too much. "Geezer." Eventually, Wuxia got to the point. "Back then, that brat Wuxia came to ask you for help, correct?" It was the old man's turn to be quiet. Wuxia chuckled before continuing, "I don't know what that brat was playing with or how he shattered. I don't care what plans he left behind either, I only want to know about one thing. Yes, it's as you guessed, I have been to the Bone Sea." The old man didn't try to conceal this at all. Wuxia went on, "I knew it. When his skeletal horse disappeared here, I understood some matters right away. That brat was still thinking about those things." The old man smiled. "Wuxia's foresight was not bad, but it is quite limited compared to yours. He was fixated on becoming immortal. However, all of this led back to one thing, it must be traced back to the source. Immortal Emperor Wuxia had died many times just to revive again. He was a reason for awe during his generation, but in the mouth of these two, he was only a junior." Wuxia eventually spoke, "Old man, I want you to open it for me." "Huh, Crow, that's easy for you to say." The old man responded, "I have spent painstaking efforts on it already. Even though I'm not using it, who knows if I will need it in the future or not." "I know." Wuxia smiled, "You aren't sure if that day will come either, but since you aren't using it right now, lend it to me." "Crow, what are you thinking?" The old man was still hesitant. "Don't tell me you are looking at the trident? It won't be that easy." "Heh, old geezer, you are underestimating me too much." Wuxia answered, "The trident might be nice, but I have never thought about obtaining it. I have more than enough treasures in this generation, so possessing it doesn't matter. There's no need to suffer in the Bone Sea just for the trident." "The Bone Sea, eh?" The old man sighed after hearing this. That day will come to Heaven's Spirit after all. Many things are simply inevitable. The Bone Sea was one of the 12 burial grounds and the most dangerous place in the Heaven Spirit world. It was full of mysteries, a land where countless have fallen, but this didn't deter people from going there. "That place isn't pleasant at all." Wuxia chuckled, "But I do have to admit that it isn't a bad location. It is worthy of making so many people drool with greed." "Greed?" The old man chortled, "It's the same for all 12 burial grounds, but in those devilish places, only the living can enjoy the spoils. It doesn't matter since I'm not trying to find a nest or anything. Wuxia smiled, however, there is something I need over there. Old man, you have been there many times before, so I need you to open it for me. This is the only way for me to get things done. The old man didn't answer, it was as if he was sleeping in his chair. Wuxia didn't rush him either. It seemed as if he had forgotten about his own question while enjoying the breeze. Crow. The old man took a long time before answering, we might be friends. After all, I took in those two as my disciples since I needed to pass down my lineage. The brat married my daughter and this was perfect to make up for my lacking bloodline. However, I know, there is no free lunch. Wuxia replied, Geezer, tell me what you want. As long as I can get it, I will seriously consider. The old man lied there as if he was contemplating the issue. Eventually, he opened his mouth, Crow, I am now old. I don't know how much longer this old body of mine can last. I have already obtained pretty much everything I've ever wanted. As for treasures, they are just worldly possessions, I have no need for them. Old man, don't tell me you want to betroth another daughter somewhere to me. Wuxia joked, if that's the case, then forget it. The old man smiled and shook his head, come on, Crow, others don't know who you are, but I do. If I betroth a daughter to you, she'll just live a life of suffering. I don't want my little girl to wash her face with tears every day. My little girls aren't worthy to climb up your high branch. The old man half-jokingly smiled and said, I only want them to be safe and live happily. Chapter 1267, Bidding Farewell. Wuxia didn't mind the rejection from the old man, evident by his smile. The old man eventually continued, like I said, Crow, I don't have any more pursuits, and this is the case for that item too. If you want it, then I shall perform the opening. I understand. Wuxia amused it through and said, after all is said and done, old man, you want me to owe you a favor. Yes, you will owe me a favor. The old man happily replied, Crow, if you lose, then consider the item as a gift. But if you win, then regardless of what happens in the future, in the new world and era, just don't forget that you owe me a favor. He leisurely went on, it doesn't matter to me how much longer I have to live, I just hope that you can remember this favor and take care of my descendants. What do you think, Crow? Old man, in the end you just want me to babysit your descendants. Wuxia laughed it up and replied, everyone says that those who manage to grow old are all wily. You are quite calculating nowadays. Old people are sentimental as well. The old man only smiled, even though I don't have that many children, their very being is a treasure. If I actually die one day, perhaps they will become other people's prey. Dragons, huh? Wuxia smiled and said, if that day actually comes, dragon blood will indeed be very tempting. After all, who doesn't want a piece of such a nice meal? The old man cheerfully replied, I do want the little monkeys to turn into true dragons one day, but even if that day comes, it will be a calamity as well. The gods and emperors will all want them. After a long time, Wuxia gave a carefree smile and declared, why not? If I can win the final war, then nothing else will matter. I'll just be a babysitter then, old man, you have my promise. The old man only gave a plain smile. This was within his expectations, so he wasn't overly surprised or lost in jubilation. The conversation stopped for a while before the old man spoke again, about little Jian. I'm sorry, even as her master, I was powerless to help her. There was a doleful look on Wuxia's face. He eventually sighed and said, old man, you were a good master and did all you could for both the brat and the girl. There are a few uncrossable ridges in life. Not everyone can always be strong. He helplessly lamented, she was nearly flawless. It is a shame that she couldn't escape the shadow of her past. The atmosphere became solemn. There were a few things that couldn't be changed by even the most heaven-defying of people. The old man eased up and smiled. Well, I don't think she had any regrets even in her last moments. In fact, you might be the only one who feels remorse. It was her choice back then. Wuxia faintly smiled. She wanted to die due to her pursuit of normality. She was a good girl and has done many things for me. Just dismiss the past from your mind. The old man added, you have always been the most important person in the girl's heart, and she believed that she lived a fulfilling life. Despite not being able to overcome her shadow, you brought light to her world. Amidst the hues of carnage and shades of despair, you gave them life. When they were at their most vulnerable, you gave them the courage to live on. Thus, consign the past to oblivion. The old man nonchalantly declared, the brat once said, the light you have given them is brighter than the darkness of the past. But the light cannot shine to every corner of the world. Wuxia had a profound expression as he stared at the sky. It was as if he was peering through everything. After a while, he flatly replied, there is no savior in this world. Everyone needs to rely on themselves. The old man laughed in response, a savior? Those types of people should go to hell. Everyone wants a savior, but such beliefs will turn this savior into a devil. They would only breed inactivity and stagnation. People should be their own saviors. If they can't save or change their own lives, how can a savior do anything? Makes sense. Wuxia bemoaned, I saved the lives of those two, but could not save them from their fate. Damn it. In the end, the old man playfully cursed, Crow, our combined age is older than just about anyone, why are we bewailing like two old women? To hell with this melancholic conversation. Well, old people tend to blabber on and on. Wuxia grinned. The two ended up quietly looking at the sky as if it was the most beautiful scene in the world. This moment of solace was undisturbable. It was a time true overlords like them could find peace. After a long time, the old man spoke again, Crow, I will not see you off. Return from whence you came. Wuxia quipped, fine, it would be too scary if you climbed out of the nest. I know the way. Just like that, Wuxia stood up and looked at the old man to say, Geezer, this is farewell. Perhaps this will be our last meeting. Take care, damned crow. The old man responded with a smile. Wuxia nodded and turned around without saying anything else. Crow. He didn't get far before the old man cried out. Wuxia paused his steps. The old man sat up straight and put on a solemn expression to say, there are some legends that you have probably heard about. Once you cross that line and reach a certain threshold, destruction is imminent. It's not a legend. Wuxia became quite austere as well, it is the truth and I'll face it even when I have to cross that juncture. The old man slowly asked, are you prepared? I shall be fearless and fight to the very end when that day comes. As long as I don't fall, nothing will happen. His voice resounded in the clouds. The old man softly sighed and murmured, the inevitable will come after all. I'm afraid no one will be able to escape. I believe you can. Wuxia joked, old man, be ready for when it does come. I know you have the power to do so. He left after saying this. The old man sat there in silence. After a very long time, he muttered to himself, either the start of a new age or the withering of all. He ended with a woeful sigh and disappeared. The garden became extremely quiet. This was an eerie silence. If it wasn't for the odd flowers and other vegetation here and there, people would mistake this place for a dead zone. Wuxia finally returned to the Jian mansion and was immediately greeted by Jian Longwei and Jian Xiaotai. They bowed before him and said, Your Excellency. No need for formalities. Wuxia waved his hand, act as before. I won't be staying here for too long, I will be leaving after finishing some matters. After hearing this, the two couldn't do anything except bow their heads again. They hoped that Wuxia could stay and teach them a thing or two. In their eyes, if they could be taught by the legendary teacher of immortal emperors, they would gain lifelong benefits from it. Jian Shaotai busily told Wuxia, "Your Excellency, a few things have happened at Dongting Lake, so Master Hong wishes to see you." Wuxia ordered, "Tell him to come and see me. Dongting Lake has ties with me, so I shall help them." A bit later, Hong Tianzhou came running in. He quickly bowed his head after seeing Wuxia. "Young noble, things aren't looking too good. Wyvern and the Bloodshark village demand an answer from us, or else they'll send in their troops." Wuxia had killed Shengguan Feilong and the Bloodshark scion. This enraged these two powers, prompting them to demand that the lake hand Wuxia over. Otherwise, they would crush the lake. Send in their troops? Wuxia smiled, "Let them come so that their blood can dye the blue ocean red. This shall be a baptism for the sea demons to understand the strength of the human race." Hong Tianzhou was shocked after hearing this. He couldn't help but recall the events at the Peacock Land and how terrifying it must have been when 1 billion fish were sacrificed. Wyvern and the Bloodshark village are nothing. Jian Shaotai was stirred. He said, "Give the order, Your Excellency. Our disciples shall trample both of them with haste." Hong Tianzhou was stunned after hearing this. Even the Jian clan was working for Wuxia. This was simply inconceivable to him. He calmed down and shuddered before hesitantly speaking, "I heard the Bloodshark sovereign is a sea god, just a false god." Jian Longwei replied nonchalantly, "Does he really think he is a sea god after being recognized by the trident? If he dares to show himself, I'll behead him in front of Dongting Lake." Jian Longwei declared this in a matter-of-fact manner. This was enough to show the strength of their clan. Chapter 1268, Besieged. Hong Tianzhou was astonished after hearing this. If an existence like the Bloodshark sovereign was regarded with such disdain, then just how fierce and domineering was this Jian Longwei? At the same time, he felt his blood boiling because his lake would definitely be able to overcome this crisis with the Jian clan's help. "I'll do it myself." Wuxia voiced his refusal with a gesture and flatly said, "It is time for the sea demons to open their eyes to the proud human race. Let them know that even at the Dragon Demon Sea, humans can still suppress the heavens." Jian Longwei didn't dare to compete against Wuxia for this merit. They understood that this person was a supreme overlord. Even if a sea god came along, they would be annihilated. Wuxia was someone who had killed immortal emperors after all. Wuxia told Hong Tianzhou, "If the enemies come sieging, then we shall fight and bury them beneath the sea." Hong Tianzhou opened his mouth, but no words came out due to some hesitation. Wuxia glanced at him and said, "No need for scruples, say what you want." Hong Tianzhou took a deep breath and made up his mind. The ancestors, they want to negotiate for peace and are willing to accept the demands from Wyvern and the village. Negotiate for peace? Wuxia laughed and coldly uttered, "Since when did Dongting Lake become so weak? Would your ancestors ever negotiate with their enemies? When they were still around, surrender would not cross their minds even if they were whittled down to the very last man on the battlefield. Their bones were cast from iron and their hot blood could erect the strongest citadel in this world." Wuxia angrily scolded Hong Tianzhou, "In those years, god-kings and imperial lineages were nothing in your ancestors' eyes. The banners of your clan symbolized a will made of steel and the most invincible corp that annihilated their enemies and crushed all cities in their way. But look at their descendants now. Even ants like Wyvern and the Bloodshark village can walk all over you, subjecting you to servility. Have you no shame in letting down their supreme, hard-earned prestige?" Tianzhou felt his face and blood getting hotter. He recalled the glory days of his ancestors when Dongting Lake could look at the rest of the world with disdain. It was just as Wuxia had said, his ancestors were invincible with nerves of steel. When they were alive, they proudly trod through the 9 worlds and swept through all of their enemies. Hong Tianzhou was ignited. If they were to kneel before these great powers today, it would be a great letdown to their ancestors. Hong Tianzhou threw caution to the wind and clenched his teeth before declaring, "Young noble, if you are willing to help me, I am ready to lead our disciples to battle instead of negotiating for peace, even if the elders do not agree. It is good that you have this determination." Li Qie looked at him and nodded. "Return to Dongting Lake and observe how Wyvern and the Blood Shark village, these ants, shall be trampled by your ancestors. Let the descendants of the lake remember their invincibility once more so that they will never dishonor their ancestors' prestige again. We shall fight alongside you, young noble." Hong Tianzhou's blood was boiling in this moment as he clenched his fists. Jian Longwei nodded his head approvingly after seeing this. He knew that Hong Tianzhou's momentary burst of heroism had won Li Qie's favor. This will change the fate of the lake as well as his own. If he had faltered earlier and wanted to negotiate, Li Qie would drop this matter right then and there. From then on, the lake would never rise again after falling into the hands of its enemies. Both Wyvern and the Blood Shark village were furious at the murderer, Li Qie. Shengguan Fian, who had suffered defeat to him, vowed to kill him as well. In just one night, these two powers mustered a 100,000-strong army. They quickly mobilized to Dongting Lake and released a message about their intent to destroy it. This commotion excited this marine region. Many cultivators and sects eagerly awaited the show. Some sea demons were quietly gathering in the dark as well. Dongting Lake was coveted by many due to its rich nature. So now, when the lake was about to fall, everyone would want to share a cup of the soup. This was especially true for the sea demon sects close to Dongting Lake. They were secretly waiting for this battle to end. If the lake were to lose, then they would divide it. If the other two powers were to lose, then that would signal an eventually decline, meaning that there would be more promising territories up for grabs. Dongting Lake, listen up. Hand over the human brat, Li Qie, and put down your weapons in surrender. We may forgive you then. Otherwise, your lake shall be crushed. The village master and king of Wyvern personally led this expedition. Before the grand army had even arrived, they already sent out this demand to the lake. With the siege looming over their heads, everyone in the lake became quite nervous. The ancestors here held a meeting throughout the entire night. The Su, Lin, and Hong clans were very unhappy with Hong Tianzhou for contributing to this trouble. It could even be said that they were furious. In their eyes, he was inviting a disaster to the lake. Originally, they wanted to form a marriage pact with Wyvern and the Blood Shark village. This development would be mutually beneficial since they could bolster their own status and authority. However, there were no longer any marriages, only enmity. Rumble. On this day, this sea region was full of monstrous waves. Two great armies came from both sides of the lake in a pincer maneuver. On the left was Wyvern and on the right was the Blood Shark village. This was a premeditated military deployment. Wyvern's army consisted of many gigantic serpents soaring above the surface. This was a sea demon lineage that claimed to be descended from true dragons. The blood of true dragons flowed inside them. Of course, this was only them exaggerating their own worth. A more credible explanation was that their ancestor was a gigantic sea serpent. The dragon blood inside them was very thin. As for what type of dragon it was, this was still up for debate. Therefore, the disciples from Wyvern were born as sea serpents. After becoming powerful enough, they would finally gain a humanoid form. Having a humanoid form at birth meant that their bloodline was extremely noble. If I knew this beforehand, I probably wouldn't have chosen Wyvern. Maybe Hydra or Drake would have been a better fit, or Hornless Dragon Country to play it really safe. Of course, the masters of this country were willing to maintain their true forms because it had a greater battle prowess. This, however, was very unfavorable for passing down their bloodline. At this time, a very long sea serpent resembling a gigantic dragon swam closer with a ferocious momentum. It looked like 100,000 dragons were dancing in the sky. At the same time, blood sharks were cutting through the towering waves. Each of them was quite large, so surging tides were generated with each sweep of their tails. They had long and sharp white teeth. When they opened their jaws, these teeth looked just like swords. Their cold glints instilled fear into the spectators. Old men were standing on some of them. These were all elders with soaring blood energies that made it seem as if they wanted to tear the world apart. Dongting Lake, we give you 1 day to hand over Wuxia and surrender or face the consequences. Shangguan Fian finally showed herself in this great army with her divine halos. She fled the Jian clan after suffering a complete defeat and was able to stay alive. This time, she came back with help. She didn't only want revenge but also to take this opportunity to turn Dongting Lake into her own. She came prepared this time and had great confidence in herself. Even if Wuxia and the lake were stronger than expected, they would still die. The encirclement around the lake left the crowd with varying emotions. Some were happy, some were shocked, and some had ulterior motives. Of course, there were some spectators that were watching purely for entertainment. Someone murmured while watching Dongting Lake under siege, Shangguan Fian wants to wash away the humiliation from the Jian clan. Wuxia was really vicious then. He is indeed very ruthless, he even dared to kill the concubine of the profound monarch. It looks like he doesn't give a damn about anything. A sea demon sect master said, but he might have difficulty escaping unscathed this time, even with Dongting Lake's protection. I heard Shangguan Fian didn't only come prepared, she also brought a weapon of a sea god. More importantly, I heard some rumors that she has been able to convince the Blood Shark Sovereign to come and personally destroy the lake. The Blood Shark Sovereign. Both humans and sea demons were shivering after hearing this name. Wow, a legendary sea god. When he comes out, who will be able to contend against him? A newly debuted cultivator was full of awe. Chapter 1269, Foreign Aggression and Internal Turmoil. The Blood Shark Sovereign's reputation spread far and wide. Many people were startled to hear this name. This was especially true for the youth who had just made their debut. They thought of the sovereign as an untouchable existence. It really is a bit too much to call him a sea god, but he is powerful without a doubt. A paragon who knew about what happened back then shook his head. Yes, I can't deny that he is strong, but he didn't become a sea god back then. The trident ultimately abandoned him. Even if he isn't a sea god, if a real one doesn't show up, who can stop him? A youth said, once the sovereign is here, Dongting Lake will be destroyed and Wuxia will die. This is fine, the humans will know the consequences of opposing sea demons in this region. Some humans were quite annoyed at this rhetoric. Another couldn't help but retort, generations are always changing. So what if the Blood Shark Sovereign is strong? Wuxia is the strongest genius of the human race. He has sacrificed billions of teeming fish, defeated Fian with one hand and stomped Meiyu to death. He will be invincible in the younger generation. The humans had been weak in this world for very long, but they had high hopes in Wuxia, the rising star of the younger generation. If, say, a human could become an immortal emperor in this generation, then the human race would have a greater status. They could even suppress the sea demons in this world. Humph, don't flatter him too much. An unhappy young sea demon replied, everyone in the world knows that it was the peacock tree who performed the sacrifice, Wuxia was only the errand boy. As for him hurting Miss Shangguan, it was only because he is a despicable wretch and ambushed her when she wasn't paying attention. Otherwise, how could he hurt a god monarch like her? Oh. Then what about Gongsun Meiyu? He killed her with one stomp. Humph, in my eyes, he will surely become the next immortal emperor. The human cultivator didn't back down. Maybe you sea demons are afraid of him becoming an emperor and suppressing you all, before one knew it, small quarrels broke out among the youths before the battle had even started. The humans and sea demons were unrelenting. The young sea demons were certain of Wyvern and Bloodshark Village's victory, while the young humans had absolute confidence in Wuxia killing Fian and crushing Wyvern. Meanwhile, the older generation was quiet, especially the ones with sex closest to Dongting Lake. Regardless of the victor, this war might spread to them as well. Dongting Lake, huh? A charming spirit imperial lineage heard this news. An ancestor smiled and gently shook his head. It has been too long, the sea demons have probably forgotten how the lake was established. Back then, in the entire Dragon Demon Sea, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. But now, when the lake is in decline, those ants actually want a piece of the cake. Fine then, let them take the lead. I want to see if the lake is still as strong as before or not. The 100,000-strong army surrounded the lake in a short period of time. Alarms rang everywhere across the lake. It didn't matter if the disciples were willing to fight or not, they had to prepare for war. Hong Tianzhu brought Hong Yujiao back to the lake overnight. Of course, Li Qie was with them as well. The lake had entered a state of alert. All locations were heavily guarded with checkpoints scattered across the 18 docks full of patrolling disciples. The 18 docks were the largest foundations of the lake as well as their most fortified strongholds. The great clans all had their businesses in these docks. According to the iron laws of the lake, these docks and mountains belonged to the lake itself and couldn't become private properties. For a long time, the clans obeyed these creeds and ruled the lake together. However, the ancestors later on abandoned the iron laws in order to gain more power. They divided the 18 docks and the nearby mountains into their own properties. With that, the division of power became chaotic and messy. Changes of power were frequent, resulting in the lake being lost in chaos. From then on, the clans became even more disunified and followed their own whims. By only worrying about themselves, many past covenants and pacts with other powers could no longer be carried out. After Hong Tianzhu returned, he saw many disciples along the way. However, the disciples looked at them with strange stares. Some even avoided the group like a plague. After seeing this situation, Tianzhu felt quite negative and knew that something big had happened. He knew that the situation was not favorable. Even juniors like Hong Yujiao and Miss Lin could feel that something was amiss. They became quite nervous as well. Only Li Qie was smiling without a care while leisurely walking through the lake. A disciple quickly told Miss Lin along the way, "Senior Sister Lin, Senior Uncle has called for you." With that, Miss Lin stopped to look at Li Qie and Hong Tianzhu. In fact, this didn't only happen to her. Several other disciples had the same happen to them. "Brother Su, the ancestor wants you to come back right now." Previously, many disciples didn't know how to start this conversation, but after the Lin disciple took the initiative, they all came up and opened their mouths. The group consisted of many excellent disciples from the different clans. They came with Hong Tianzhu to the Jian clan in order to befriend them. These disciples glanced at Hong Tianzhu at this time. They weren't stupid and knew that something was wrong. In their minds, Hong Tianzhu was a good clan master. He was ambitious with great vision, so they were willing to follow him. "You all should go back." Tianzhu gently sighed. He knew exactly what was going on, but he didn't explicitly reveal it. These disciples were silent for a moment. Miss Lin bit her lips and secretly glanced over at Li Qie. In the end, she gathered courage out of nowhere and said, "Junior brother, you go back, I won't be returning just yet." Miss Lin and Hong Yujiao were good friends. They grew up as sisters, so their bond was quite deep. In this key moment, she chose to weather the storm together with Hong Yujiao. "Yes, I'm willing to follow the sect master as well." A different senior brother said, "Go back and tell that ancestor this. If the lake has made any decision, it should be publicly announced." Don't treat us as pawns for those ancestors' benefits. That's right, senior sisters aren't objects, the ancestors can't betroth them to whoever they want. One day, it might be us next. A male disciple stated his displeasure as well. Some of the disciples felt cheated after finding out that the ancestors from several clans had privately decided the marriage of the two girls. They weren't stupid. Today, it was these two, tomorrow, it could be them. Such arbitrary decisions had made them very unhappy. Moreover, Hong Tianzhu was vigorously opposing these marriages. This was something as clear as day to them. At the very least, their current master was willing to fight for their sake. But as for those ancestors, they treated marriages as a means for their own gains. It inevitably led to some aversion in the minds of these brilliant disciples. Yes, we are willing to follow clan master through the turmoil. Everything should be transparent instead of being decided in secret meetings. We are not cattle. All the other disciples were quite unhappy. After seeing the revolt, Li Qiye smiled and commented, "Not returning is fine." The group's eyes darted towards Li Qiye. Even though they hadn't known him for too long, he gave them great confidence. His invincibility and decisiveness had conquered their hearts. Yes, we have decided. The fate of Dongting Lake should be decided by everyone together, not a few ancestors. One more disciple concurred. Hong Tianzhu gently sighed after seeing this. He didn't know whether to be happy or hapless. He was glad because at least the younger generation was opposing the old. What made him feel sad was that a disaster was befalling the lake, yet these ancestors were still vying for their own benefits. "Master!" A male disciple rushed over. He immediately whispered after seeing Hong Tianzhu, "Master, you need to run now. The ancestors have decided to depose you and want to keep you under house arrest. I heard them privately say that they want to hand you over to Wyvern as a token of apology." Hong Tianzhu's expression sank. He understood why those disciples from before looked at him as if he was a plague. Being deposed was something he had expected, but being handed over to Wyvern never crossed his mind. Chapter 1270, Glory of the Ancestors. After hearing this, the disciples accompanying Hong Tianzhu were infuriated. This had completely exceeded their imaginations. Hong Yujiao indignantly asked, "The ancestors are going too far. Do our Hong ancestors share the same opinion?" The messenger nodded. "Our ancestors have passed this proposal as well after discussing things." Hong Yujiao angrily stated, "Do they have no shame? My father has toiled for the clan even if he didn't perform any meritorious deeds. If a great power sends off their own sect master to another power as a token of apology, how will we ever show our face in heaven's spirit again? This is an affront to the reputation of the human race. Not to mention that our enemy is Wyvern, even if it was a sea god's lineage like the Roaring Conch, we still can't do such a thing. This is the epitome of humiliation that will stop us from ever raising our heads again. Yes, why can't we resist their oppression?" These excellent disciples chimed in, "Our lake is not weaker than Wyvern, so we might as well go all out against them. As one of the three great human powers in heaven's spirit, if we surrender even though we have the ability to fight, we'll live a life subservient to the sea demons from this day onward." One more disciple angrily exclaimed, "The ancestors are taking things too far this time. Even human vagabonds have more backbone than this. Why should we, a great power, kneel and lick our enemies' boots? At worst, we'll fight to the death so that they can see our determination." Hong Tianzhu sighed and cast a glance at Li Qiye to ask, "Young noble, what should we do now?" Li Qiye said, "Go to the meeting chamber. Summon all the ancestors, protectors, elders, and supervisors of the lake." "Okay, we'll go to the chamber." Hong Tianzhu firmly made his decision. For him right now, this was inevitable. There was no path of return, so he might as well risk it all for the lake's final chance. The meeting chamber was used for deliberations and meetings for the lake. Many of their past decisions were negotiated and decided here. Later on, as the competition for power intensified, the chamber was used less and less often. The ancestors rather negotiated privately and made decisions by themselves instead of deliberating publicly. The chamber had a rustic feel, making it seem as if it was built next to Dongting Lake. One could see the entire lake while sitting in the lobby. A plaque was hung in the main lobby with the phrase, "Seeing clearly the downy feather of autumn." These simple words were majestic and all-deterrenting. Wuxia looked at the banner and flatly said, "The indomitable battalion of the Silver Fox Legion was renowned for being cunning with many illustrious merits. They are definitely among the top of all the famous battalions in existence. This banner represents your ancestors' supreme prestige. Under this symbol, they fought all over the 9 worlds and fought crusades against true gods and other immortal emperors' legions. Even the ominous grounds couldn't repel their advance. They fought against imperial legions?" The youths became wide-eyed and were startled after hearing this. Yes, they fought against imperial legions. Wuxia nonchalantly continued, "In the distant years, one particular imperial legion considered themselves to be untouchable and provoked the supreme prestige since they thought they could fight against the Silver Fox Legion. Your ancestors personally volunteered to fight. After 10 victories, they conquered the imperial city and forced the imperial cavalry to leave Heaven Spirit. In the end, even this immortal emperor personally admitted that the prestige of the Silver Fox was not to be provoked. In the 9 worlds, who still knows about the indomitable battalion and their cunning? Winning victories despite being fewer in numbers, they're experts at lightning-speed ambushes." Wuxia ended with a sigh. 10 victories and conquering an imperial city, Hong Yujiao was at a loss for words. In their minds, immortal emperors were invincible. Meanwhile, their legions were an extension of their peerless will. Wherever they went, they would sweep through in an unbeatable manner. But today, they found out that their old ancestors had once defeated an imperial legion. Just imagining the style and indomitable spirit of their ancestors roused them with heroism and pride. They could envision the scene of their ancestors riding their cavalries through the majestic lands. They never knew of this prestige and glory that belonged to their ancestors who once deterred the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chapter 1271, Forced Abdication. With the banner before him, Wuxia spoke forlornly, "An imperial legion was nothing. They were mercilessly killed after provoking the supreme prestige. Back in those years, the Zhang, Hong, Su, and Lin ancestors decided to retire from the indomitable battalion, so he personally gave them this banner. Their descendants were allowed to hold on to this banner, the symbol of his will. Unfortunately, after they passed away, their offspring declined one generation after another. This banner was never again raised in Heaven Spirit, it was just left in this corner as a rotting piece of tribute." The youths felt their blood churn while clenching their fists. They wondered when their lake would be able to relive their old might and glory. What a shame, this banner can't shake Heaven Spirit with its gallant dance on the battlefield anymore. Wuxia gently sighed. Hong Yujiao's group became dejected as well after comparing the old prestige to the dysfunctional power-grabbing situation in the present. One day, our ancestors' war banner will flutter again. Hong Yujiao clenched her fist after making this claim. Wuxia only smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly sat down on the big chair in the middle, situated higher than the rest of the chamber. For some odd reason, the others didn't feel that this was out of place at all. It seemed as if the chair was created just for him. Him sitting there was a natural occurrence. Squeak. At this time, the door to the chamber was opened. Some elders walked in, followed by protectors and supervisors. After entering, this group darted their eyes at Hong Tianzhu and then Wuxia, who was sitting in the main chair. They quickly exchanged glances. They went and sat down in their own seats. One elder looked at Tianzhu and spoke after a short contemplation, "Sect Master, why have you dragged an outsider to this place?" "Drag?" Tianzhu took a deep breath and coldly answered, "Even if young noble Li is an outsider, what about Yu Jiao and the others? How did the ancestors treat them? Their most important life decision was decided in secrecy. It is one thing to betroth them to humans, but why are we sending off our most excellent bloodlines to be used as incubators for the sea demons? Wyvern and the Bloodshark village have always harbored malicious intentions towards us. They are hungry tigers and bloodthirsty sharks that prowl our lake. Sooner or later, they will try to divide us. Marrying our own blood to them is simply inviting wolves to our home." Hong Tianzhu harshly scolded the elders and the others. For him, today was the day that he would break all pretenses with them. He abandoned caution and chose to go all out, even if the situation was unfavorable. Everything in Dongting is decided by us old men. We have our own reasons. A cold voice sounded at this time. Powerful auras came in one by one, gray-haired old men filed inside. Despite their old age, their eyes flashed with shudder-inducing glints. The lower-tiered members didn't dare to say anything after these old men arrived since they were only juniors in the hierarchy. The old men were all ancestors of the lake from the great clans, aside from the Zhang who had left in the past. The ancestors here were at the paragon level. Their power was enough to suppress all the juniors here, so they had complete control of Dongting Lake. Because of this, even if the juniors disagreed with them, there was nothing they could do to resist. The ancestors' flashing gazes swept by the crowd. When they saw Li Chia in the high chair, they scowled. One of them coldly said, "It is good that you are here." They knew who Li Chia was without a doubt. "Tianzhu, since you want a trial, we shall give you a trial." A Su ancestor began, "You colluded with an outsider and indiscriminately killed the innocent, leading to creating powerful enemies for our lake and causing a great disaster for us all. On the basis of these crimes, we hereby remove you from your position as the sect master." Tianzhu powerfully retorted against these accusations, "Ancestor, even if we assume that I am colluding with an outsider, at the very least, he is still a human. Ancestors, ask yourselves, are you not inviting wolves to our home? Against the wishes of your own disciples, you all chose to betroth them to the sea demons, our most excellent bloodlines at that. What kind of crime is this compared to mine? Ancestors, it is better to be direct and frank from the start, so I'll speak." Hong Tianzhu sneered, "The disciples of the lake aren't properties of the clans. They are the resources of our lake. Each of them belongs to the lake, not any individual clan. They follow the laws of the lake and not the will of any ancestor who wants to influence the fate of the lake. I am not the one violating the iron creeds of our lake, it is all of you ancestors." He continued on, "So the first to be removed from your positions should be you, not me. If the lake wants to oust me, fine, I have no problems with this. As long as everyone follows our creeds, remove the ancestors first, then remove me as well." Tianzhu had decisively and completely sided against the ancestors since he had made up his mind prior to this. An ancestor shouted, "How impudent, you unfilial brat! Tianzhu, you have crossed the line." Even an ancestor of the Hong clan deepened his tone, "Marrying Yu Jiao to Wyvern is for the sake of an alliance. Is there a better union than this? It will give us another ally." Tianzhu responded with a deep breath, "Ancestor, you are my senior, so I should respect you. However, what you have done in this matter leaves the hearts of myself and that of our disciples cold. Don't be bringing up the lake with such cliché excuses. If you want to berate me, then take out the agreements that you have with Wyvern and Shengguan Fian. Show it to all of us disciples." Tianzhu gazed at his own clan's ancestor and said, "Ancestor, don't think that I don't know about your selfish motives for these unions. Don't tell me that you ancestors didn't ask for longevity pills from the Roaring Conch with Fian as the middleman. This so-called union for allies is only a guise for your own sake, for the pills from the roaring conch. In order to live longer, you don't give a damn about the lives of your disciples. They are only objects to trade, mere cattle in your eyes. The Hong ancestor's embarrassment turned into fury as he cried out, "Enough, Tianzhu, this is not only disrespectful, you are also betraying your ancestors. It is a capital offense. I agree that I am being disrespectful, but as for betrayal? I, Hong Tianzhu, can use my true fate to swear that if I am betraying my ancestors, lightning shall condemn me to eternal damnation." Tianzhu angrily shouted back, "There, now, dear ancestors, do you all dare to pat your chests proudly and swear that you haven't betrayed your ancestors? Who are the ones who have abandoned our laws and creeds? Who betrayed the ancestral teachings? I was not the one to do so. Take a moment to reflect on who the real traitors are." Hong Tianzhu's rage was at its limit. He had thoroughly lost all vestiges of faith in these ancestors after he found out that they wanted to hand him over to Wyvern. They were only working for their own benefits with wanton regard for the lives of their disciples. Several ancestors were tongue-tied and unwilling to face this topic. Meanwhile, the elders, protectors, and supervisors didn't dare to interject. "Tianzhu, as long as you recognize your mistakes and apologize to us and ask for forgiveness from Wyvern and Bloodshark Village, I'm certain they will forgive your misdeeds." An even older ancestor from the Hong clan with a higher position spoke austerely. "Ask for forgiveness?" Tianzhu snorted, "Ancestors, I'm already standing here today, there is no chance I would beg the enemies for mercy. I can accept being tried and admit my mistakes and incompetence to the old forefathers, but don't even think about making me apologize to the enemies. I was born in Dongting Lake and I shall die a ghost in Dongting Lake. Behead me if I was wrong, I shall die without uttering a single complaint. But if you ancestors must act so servile towards those two powers, then go ahead, take my head and hand it to them." Chapter 1272, Drawn Swords and Bent Bows. His speech silenced the entire chamber. None of the members here wanted to talk. As for the ancestors themselves, they didn't think Tianzhu would suddenly act so tough and openly revolt against them by challenging their authority. "You traitorous disciple, daring to bluster like this!" A Lin ancestor shouted, "Go, tie this traitor up and punish him." No one moved after this command came out. All the elders, protectors, and supervisors remained still. "First elder, what are you waiting for? Go capture this traitor." The ancestor raised his voice. Among the section for elders, one elder looked at the Lin ancestor and Tianzhu before answering with apprehension, "Ancestor, about this, in fact, no one wanted to take action in this matter." Capturing Hong Tianzhu was one thing, but handing his head over to Wyvern was something no one wanted to do. Not to mention that cutting off the head of their sect master and giving it to their enemies was an act that would cause their lake to never be able to lift its head again. None of the members here wanted to bear this infamy. Whoever cut off Tianzhu's head would be recorded in the annals of history. Strictly speaking, Tianzhu didn't quite violate any laws from the lake. Under such circumstances, the one who decapitates him would be remembered and reviled by the future generations for an eternity. Thus, who would be willing to carry out the order of these ancestors? The members here weren't fools. The ancestors were willing to kill Tianzhu for their own gains. This meant that no matter who became the next sect master, their head could fall if they went against the interests of the ancestors in the future as well. These ancestors were in control at this moment, so they used the lake's resources as their own. The members needed someone who could contain the ancestors so that they wouldn't be able to do as they please, so that they can't sacrifice the lake for personal gain. Tianzhu's upheaval was a good beginning. If he could accomplish his goals today, then the juniors from the lake could stop the ancestors from their dictatorial nature later on. However, if Tianzhu were to be killed today, the lake would completely belong to the ancestors and they would become mere pawns. The regulations and laws of the lake wouldn't be able to stop these ancestors any longer. All of you want to rebel as well? The Lin ancestor shouted after seeing the first elder staying still. Wuxia commented out of nowhere at this time, at least Dongting Lake can still be saved with some people who can see the big picture. They understand that the lake doesn't belong to you. The Lin ancestor furiously shouted, "Shut up, Junior, we'll deal with you in a second." In a flash, Wuxia disappeared. Before the ancestor could finish his words, he was sent flying from Wuxia's punch while spurting blood. He didn't even have the chance to stand before Wuxia had him by the neck. "Junior, don't be crazy." A different ancestor from the Lin clan instantly stood up and screamed, but he didn't dare to do anything while his peer was in Wuxia's grasp. The ancestor in his clasp cried out, "Junior, if you even dare to hurt half a hair of mine, don't even think about leaving the lake alive. I could have spared your life out of consideration for your ancestors. Unfortunately, you are too stupid." Wuxia glared at this ancestor. Crack. He easily crushed his neck, then threw the corpse to the side like trash. All this happened incredibly quickly. The other ancestors could only watch the death of their fellow ancestor. When their minds returned, Wuxia was already back in the high chair. In an instant, all the ancestors from the clans surrounded him. A Hong ancestor sternly stated, "Junior, you think you can do whatever you want just because we want to capture you alive?" A Su ancestor exclaimed, "Capture and hand him over to Miss Shengwan." Wuxia glared at these ancestors and spoke with contempt, "Just a bunch of virtuous paragons, yet you dare to bluster in front of me? Are you all too stupid to gather information? Shengwan Fian is a god monarch, yet I took her down with one fist. What can any of you do?" The ancestors shuddered after hearing this. They exchanged glances and immediately took out their best weapons. The group was still eager to try with an imposing momentum. A Lin ancestor retorted, "Junior, even if you are powerful, don't forget that this is Dongting Lake. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." They weren't willing to back down at this moment since their lake still had an ace up its sleeve. Their great formation was still dormant. Once they activated it, they would be able to trap a powerful god monarch like Wuxia. Wuxia coldly declared, "If you had half this courage when facing the enemies outside, your Dongting Lake wouldn't have been reduced to this pathetic state of bending over and scraping for favors. Only a bunch of idiots who can only bully their own nest. Very well, I will massacre all of you today and eradicate your ancestors' unfilial descendants in their stead." Hong Tianzhu's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. He quickly interjected, "Young noble Li, please show mercy." Even though he was going against the ancestors, he never thought about killing all of them. After all, they were still his seniors. It would be a huge sin if he was part of the reason why they were all killed. Wuxia dismissively countered, "They're just a group of fools, leaving them behind will only cause more trouble for the lake." His eyes revealed a murderous glint. The ancestors' hearts jumped after seeing the terrifying murderous glint in Wuxia's eyes. They received a wake-up call of just who they were dealing with and immediately cried, "We beseech the virtuous ancestors." Such arrogant words. A heartless voice emerged. It had a hint of stateliness that prevented others from resisting. At this time, 4 old men were carried inside. They were sitting on big chairs with tiger fur linings. They were extremely hoary and gave off the feeling of death. Their eyes were half closed. It was as if the moment they closed them completely, they would bid farewell to this world. Moreover, their blood energies were essentially non-existent. Nevertheless, their half-closed eyes still emitted flashes as sharp as swords capable of tearing through all things. Virtuous ancestors. Hong Tianzhu was completely shocked after seeing the 4 ancestors and had to take a step back to calm himself. The other members were astonished as well and bowed their heads. These 4 were the strongest ancestors that currently presided over Dongting Lake and had been living reclusively. They were also the ones behind the old Reformation that abandoned the old creeds and unions. In the end, they forced the Zhang clan away and divided all the properties of the lake. Even though they rarely showed themselves, the direction of the lake was entirely under their control. All of the ancestors here were either their disciples or direct descendants. It could even be said that in order to prolong their lives, they kept a vast amount of resources from the lake for themselves. The ancestors made way for the four old men. They quickly formed a formation to surround Wuxia. At this moment, no one dared to say anything. The elders and protectors dared to challenge the other ancestors, but they lost their courage in front of these four virtuous ancestors. Some of the elders who were privy to past information were even more fearful of these four ancestors. They were aware of the four's cruelty. Any disobedience would result in either banishment or house arrest. Nothing good would come from opposing them. Hong Tianzhu's face paled. He secretly winked at Wuxia to let him know how bad the situation had become. First, capture that traitor Tianzhu. The four ancestors didn't bother glancing at Tianzhu. They had absolute power and controlled the life and death of the lake's disciples. A younger ancestor immediately came closer to capture him. At this time, Hong Tianzhu could only stand there with an austere demeanor. He knew that resistance would be futile due to his lack of strength. Chapter 1273, Spirits of the Ancestors. An ancestor shouted at Hong Tianzhu, "Traitor, surrender now." Tianzhu instinctively stumbled back and shouted as well, "Young noble Li, go." He became desperate the moment the four virtuous ancestors showed up. There were no chips he could use to bargain against them. "Get down." Wuxia's eyes focused as he chanted an oppressive mantra. Boom! The ancestor that wanted to capture Tianzhu lost control of his body. He was struck by Wuxia's spell and was forced several steps back. The four virtuous ancestors turned serious after seeing the mantra Wuxia chanted. They immediately opened their eyes completely. The sharpness of their vision painfully scraped others' skin. "Junior, you are indeed strong." One of them coldly uttered, "But you are wrong about one thing. Our Dongting Lake might be willing to negotiate for peace with others, but this does not mean we are weak." "I understand." Wuxia chuckled. "You want to use Wyvern to suck up to the roaring conch like a dog in order to obtain longevity pills from them. This is throwing away all the face of your ancestors. No, you descendants are spitting on your ancestors' faces. Little animal, you can keep running your mouth." A different ancestor sneered, "We'll sever your limbs and muscles before handing you over to Miss Shengwan." With that, all four took out their weapons. Their expressions became quite solemn and ruthless afterward. These four weapons were quite old. Their spots and scars spoke volumes of the many battles they had seen. The ancestors' battle intents surged with the appearance of the weapons, like a battle horn riling up the mighty cavalry. In a short amount of time, a ferocious bloodthirst filled the entire chamber like a true dragon entering the sea, a thirsty tiger leaving the mountain or a dire wolf leaving its cage. The four weapons' will to kill was unstoppable. They could destroy everything standing in their way. The forefathers' weapons. The members here were dazed at the sight of these ancient weapons and retreated. There was a sense of reverence in their eyes. "Junior, accept your defeat." The four ancestors revealed menacing smiles. They shouted at the same time and attacked with their weapons. It was the start of a great formation. They had confidence that the moment this formation was formed, they could even stop a god king, let alone a young junior. Whoosh! However, before the four weapons could suppress Wuxia, he slammed both hands down on his chair and an order writ came flying towards the banner on the wall. The fox on it seemed to be coming back to life. In this split second, the four weapons continued to fly towards Wuxia, but not to attack him. They jumped to him as if they had just seen a family member. An incredible thing happened. The weapons floated above his head in a very happy manner, like singing skylarks. The four ancestors were aghast before this scene. These weapons had always been in their possession. After abandoning the Iron Creeds, they had gained full control of the weapons until today. Return. The four recalled the weapons in unison. However, there was no reaction. The weapons continued to float above Wuxia. Start. The four didn't give up and didn't mind using their own longevity blood to amplify their summons. Alas, it was still useless. Impossible. This spectacle left everyone speechless. Their lake's weapons were being controlled by an outsider. However, how could they possibly know that these weapons were personally created by Wuxia, who then handed them down to the forefathers of the Hong, Zhang, Su, and Lin clans? Who in this world could understand these weapons more than their own creator? The four weapons of the Indomitable Battalion belong to everyone, they're not the personal properties of you fools. Wuxia coldly uttered, "Your foolishness has ruined your ancestors' prestige and glory. Today, on their behalf, I sentence you to death." While issuing large explosions, the four weapons immediately attacked the four virtuous ancestors. All of them were aghast. They took out their own strongest weapons in order to resist the assault. Boom! Another loud blast resounded. The four ancestors were forced to take several steps back. They were indeed powerful and stopped one attack from these ancient weapons. Wuxia shouted, "Where are my generals of the Indomitable Battalion?" At this time, the crow on the back of the seat suddenly came back to life. It spread its wings and covered Wuxia completely while flying above him. This was initially a carved image of a crow, but it suddenly came back to life. It poured down one holy, untouchable law after another. Splash! The part of the lake that faced the chamber had bubbles and waves everywhere. Four sturdy figures emerged from the lake. These four came into the chamber. They were made from the lake water, so they were sparkling and translucent. The crowd became astonished the moment they saw the faces of these figures made from water. One person glanced at the portraits along the wall and screamed, "Ancestors!" Though there were many portraits on the walls, the paintings of these four were bigger than the others. Without a doubt, their status was much higher as well. At this time, the members here found four particular portraits that matched these figures. They were the first forefathers of the Lin, Zhang, Su, and Hong clans. Our ancestors' spirits. Hong Tianzhu shouted while recalling what Wuxia had said before. He quickly prostrated on the ground, bowing his head. This scene was too shocking. Their oldest forefathers suddenly appeared in spiritual form. All the ancestors and lower-ranking members were scared out of their minds. They never thought that such a day would come. Ancestors, after seeing Tianzhu kneeling on the ground, the other elders and protectors quickly followed suit. Unfilial bastards! The four men made of water released a shout that shook the mountains and rivers. They were existences that had once swept through the world. All the ancestors here shivered in the face of the pressure they let off. The four virtuous ancestors turned pale and turned to flee. They had abandoned the Iron Creeds and the Union. This was a clear violation of the ancestral teachings. They had a guilty conscience, so the appearance of these spirits made their souls fly away and scatter from fear. All they wanted to do was to get the hell out of this place. However, these water figures wouldn't let them escape so easily. They casually reached out and the four weapons fell into their hands. This heralded the coming of four godly generals. Boom! The weapons mercilessly suppressed this entire area and set off a monstrous battle aura. No, the four virtuous ancestors had already lost their will to fight and couldn't react in time. All four were swiftly suppressed by these weapons. The water figures threw these suppressed ancestors down before Wuxia. Wuxia stared and coldly uttered at the four virtuous ancestors on the ground, the Dongting Lake of today and the Indomitable Battalion of past, what is the judgment in accordance to the iron creeds? The 4 water figures mercilessly replied, death. At the same time, all the portals on the walls lit up. Every single one of them exuded an invincible battle aura. Ruthless laws emerged from these paintings, the symbols of their honest and incorruptible creeds within a martial order. Kneel. Li Qia's eyes turned cold. The crow above his head exuded a supreme divine aura. It seemed like an eternal existence was coming back to life. This crow proceeded to glare at everyone present. At this time, Li Qia's words represented an untouchable will. Bang! The 4 water figures kicked the ancestors, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Kneel. Li Qia shifted his attention towards the other ancestors from the great clans. At this time, all the elders and protectors were already prostrating while these ancestors were trembling with fear. After seeing his cold glare and the iron creeds within the portraits, they didn't dare to resist and immediately kneeled on the ground. Li Qia declared, abandoning the iron creeds, shattering the union, violating the ancestral teachings, what should the punishment be? Clank. 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 Metallic reverberations came about. The iron creeds within the portraits intertwined to form a tiger tally with the word death on top of it. The word was full of blood and instilled fear into all the spectators. Chapter 1274, Suppression. Everyone present trembled before the iron creeds. At this time, they understood the real meaning behind the creed. This was a real entity meant for rewards and punishments, it wasn't just a concept. Kill. Li Qia mercilessly declared the fate of the 4 virtuous ancestors. 4 water swords protruded from the water figures' hands. They raised these swords and cut down at the same time. Pluff. The virtuous ancestors' heads fell to the ground. Blood rushed out from their necks and dyed the chamber red. All the ancestors here trembled when they saw the rolling heads. Their arrogance from earlier disappeared right away. Even their virtuous ancestors were killed, and they were not much in comparison. Li Qia sat back in his high chair and coldly swept through everyone with his piercing eyes. Everyone was now kneeling while feeling a fearful chill, Hong Tianzhu included. They finally understood what a supreme authority was. This was the true suppression of the 9 heavens. The moment the dark crow spread its wings, the entire world would be blotted out. Billions of existences would begin to tremble. Li Qia questioned them, before your forefathers and the iron creeds, do you confess your sins or do their spirits have to force you? The 4 water figures came forth emotionlessly. Even before their descendants, they were as cold and ruthless as ever. Each took over a corner with their sword raised. Even though these blades were made out of water, they were still flashing with bloodthirst. These were god-slaying weapons. The ancestors here were aghast when the spirits of their ancestors blocked the 4 directions. They understood that if they tried to escape, these spirits would show no mercy in striking them down. I confess my sins. A Hong ancestor realized that the situation was no longer salvageable. Struggling any further would be futile and suicidal, so he dropped flat to the ground and said, I am guilty and willing to accept the punishment of the Iron Creed. I confess as well. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the ancestors eventually bowed on the ground, no longer daring to resist. People all valued their lives. In their eyes, a clean and honorable death was no match for a borrowed life. Very well, the capital punishment can be forgiven, but judgment must be delivered. Li Qia coldly uttered, in accordance to the Iron Creeds, they shall be punished for their gravest sin. Their sentence shall be banishment to the detention precipice. Their lives shall be spared so that they can serve the lake in the future. Clank, clank, clank. Iron laws flew out from the portraits and instantly nailed themselves into the bodies of these ancestors. They then dragged these ancestors away without meeting any resistance. The Iron Creeds were the vows of their forefathers and all the brothers in the indomitable battalion. These laws contained their unbendable will and heroism. To resist these iron laws was tantamount to resisting the entire battalion. In the past, these newer ancestors chose to abandon the creeds. Not only did they stop passing down its teachings, they made decisions in secret instead of debating using this chamber. In the end, they didn't have the ability to destroy the creeds themselves. The lower-tier members were continuously shivering while watching their ancestors being dragged away. Even Hong Tianzhu was startled. They had heard about the Iron Creeds in the past despite their ancestors' unwillingness to talk about this subject. However, they thought that the creeds were only a written set of rules like the ancestral teachings. They didn't expect it to have such power. They finally realized why the virtuous ancestors chose to abandon the creeds and stop debating in this grand chamber. So it turned out that these four were afraid of the creeds. It all became clear now. If everything was carried out in accordance with the creeds, the clans could only carry out their own responsibilities without taking advantage of the lake. There was no way of imposing their will on the laws and direction of the lake. Wuxia coldly declared, "I don't care how many resources and docks your clans have occupied. From today on, the Iron Creeds are in effect again. I will give you 1 year to complete this process. The violators shall be at the mercy of the creeds." Hong Tianzhu was the first to agree to the re-implementation of their old legacy. He prostrated on the ground and quickly declared, "I shall obey the Iron Creeds." "We also agree." The others quickly did the same and stated their willingness. In their eyes, even the ancestors were powerless to stop this, let alone them. Wuxia flatly said, "Very well, I am here today to represent your forefathers in order to clean up this mess, but ultimately, the authority of the lake still belongs to all of you. The fate of the lake is within your grasp." The crow floating above him returned to the chair while the portraits on the wall turned still once more after the Iron Creeds slowly went back inside them. The 4 water figures also returned to the lake. "We respectfully bid farewell to the ancestors." Hong Tianzhu thought about a legend after seeing the features of these figures that were completely identical to the portraits on the wall. He bowed his head once more to the spirits. "Farewell, venerable ancestors." The others did the same. They understood that the spirits of their ancestors had always been within the lake. "I come bearing news." After the 4 water figures left, a disciple hastily rushed in. When he saw the scene within the chamber, he was at a loss for words. While still in his chair, Wuxia spoke in an aloof manner, "What's the matter? Speak." A stranger sitting in the main seat of the chamber was a very strange event. However, this disciple uncontrollably answered, "Wyvern and the Bloodshark village have declared war. They demand an answer within 45 minutes or else they'll begin the siege." They didn't know whether the lake could withstand this looming disaster. Many great powers and cultivators from all over the seas eagerly watched. Some just wanted to have some fun while others aimed to take advantage of the situation. Xiaofan rose to the sky and declared, 45 minutes have passed. Elders, if you don't give us a reply, don't blame us for attacking your lake. I'll give you a response right now." A dismissive voice came about. Someone was floating above the lake sky with Hong Tianzhu's group right behind them. Wuxia. Xiaofan immediately became aggressive. Her eyes turned red upon seeing her enemy again. "It's Wuxia." The others watching from the horizon were surprised to see Hong Tianzhu together with Wuxia. Xiaofan angrily blurted, "Li, you actually dared to linger here?" Wuxia only smiled in response, "Why not? You think you are a threat to me? You're just a loser who lost to me before." "You." Fian had no retort to this nonchalant statement. Meanwhile, the others exchanged glances. Even though some thought that she lost due to her own carelessness, this was an irrefutable truth. She took a deep breath and said, "Li, someone else will take care of you. I am talking to the lake right now. With that, she shifted her gaze towards Hong Tianzhu and coldly said, Hong Tianzhu, where are your ancestors? They have agreed to hand Wuxia over, this is the condition for surrender. So it turned out that the ancestors from the lake had already finished negotiating with Fian on the conditions of surrender the moment she gathered her troops here. Chapter 1275, Bloodshark Sovereign Hong Tianzhu was unperturbed while standing behind Wuxia. He flatly replied, Miss Shangwan, young noble Li is our lake's plenipotentiary. If you wish to talk, you can talk with him. A plenipotentiary? Not only were the spectators surprised, even the guarding disciples of the lake were caught off guard. Such a large lineage like the lake actually gave complete authority to someone this suddenly. Moreover, it was under duress. How could people not be shocked by this development? The disciples from the lake didn't even know who Wuxia was, let alone understand him. Fian's expression changed after hearing this as well. She didn't expect this reversal. She coldly uttered, Tianzhu, you should think twice. This is an existential crisis for your Dongting Lake. Wuxia smiled in response before Tianzhu could answer, there's no need to waste time. Didn't you want to talk? Go ahead, I am a very open-minded person. Say what you want. Judging from the lack of response from Tianzhu and the other elders, Fian knew that the lake was on Wuxia's side. In spite of this, she still thought that she had a strong card up her sleeve, so she was full of confidence. Wuxia, if you want to save the lake, first kneel and confess your sins, I will be the judge. Second, the lake must hand over 50 female disciples with excellent bloodlines to become our incubators. Third, Wyvern and the Bloodshark village will station troops at the lake. Only when these three conditions are satisfied will we withdraw our troops. A disciple blurted out, bullshit. No one with a sliver of pride would ever accept such conditions. This was a great humiliation to their lake. If they were to agree to these demands, they would never be able to lift their heads up again. This was an indelible shame. The cultivators nearby secretly shook their heads. These conditions were too outrageous. No lineage would agree to them. And if we refuse? Wuxia didn't become angry. Instead, he gently smiled. Fian's eyes turned serious, just like her tone. If you refuse, well, it won't be up to you. We'll capture you and flay your skin before ripping out your tendons. As for the lake, we will trample it, kill all the men and enslave the women. This remark definitely didn't win over the disciples from the lake. They became even more furious. A disciple angrily shouted, we'll fight to the end. Yes. Fight to the end. Many echoed the sentiment with blaring roars towards Fian. Wuxia remained calm and faintly smiled, do you want to hear my opinion? It is very simple, you will be the one to kneel and present your head as an apology. Second, all the disciples from Wyvern and the Bloodshark village must surrender to my whim. If you can agree to this, then I will only kill your ancestors and elders while sparing the others. If not, then it will be even simpler. I shall massacre Wyvern in the village and trample through your ancestral grounds, turning everything to ashes. Your lineages shall be no more in the Dragon-Demon Sea from tomorrow onward. Such outrageous words shocked everyone present. One person among the spectators commented, that's an incredible response. Gongsun Meiyu's death had shown everyone that Wuxia was strong, but it was a bit ridiculous to declare the destruction of two great powers. Senior sister, give the order, let us kill this little animal. The disciples from Wyvern were enraged and primed to fight. Fian's expression was as cold as ice as she replied, you'll defeat us with just your empty words? Why not? Wuxia dismissively said, a loser like you isn't qualified to negotiate with me. This repetitive retort left her face red. It was too great of a blow to her, the only way she could erase this disgrace was to kill him. Ha ha ha, such blustering. I have traveled across the 4 seas, yet I still haven't heard of someone declare that they would destroy my blood shark village. While Fian had yet to respond, a gloomy voice came about instead. In this great army of 100,000 soldiers, an old man was being carried out. He was seated on a great throne and had an imperious temperament. People finally noticed his great stature when he slowly stood up. They felt much smaller after seeing his full size. However, his physical prowess was not the only reason why others felt insignificant before him. He exuded a divine aura that made him seem as if he was untouchable, like a god overlooking all creation. An old paragon recognized his identity and shouted, "Blood Shark Sovereign! Blood Shark Sovereign!" Even the younger ones who had never seen him before had heard of his fame. They became quite frightened due to his notoriety. Hong Tianzhu's group took a step back in astonishment. He is a heaven-defying expert that had the chance to become a sea god back then. Older paragons stared at him in awe. This was a preeminent character during the last generation, someone accepted by the Trident. His fame was at an all-time high during that period because everyone in heaven's spirit assumed that he would be the next sea god. However, for some reason, the Trident left him later on and accepted a different sea demon as its master. That sea demon later became the Lithotides sea god. Despite being abandoned, the sovereign still reached the top to become one of the most powerful demons of his time. Today, his personal arrival left everyone gasping. They understood now that Wyvern and the village had no intentions of peacefully resolving the issue with the lake. Its destruction was their primary goal. Some sea demons became quite excited and muttered, "I'm afraid the lake will become ashes the moment the sovereign takes action." Fian is quite influential, to actually be able to tempt even the sovereign. Some now realized why Fian was this confident. With a hidden card like the sovereign, victory was certain. The atmosphere turned tense to the extreme. The lake's disciples went pale after seeing the famous sovereign. Despair reared its ugly head in their hearts since their lake was facing probable destruction. Outside of the battlefield on the distant horizon, many powerful charming spirit ancestors watched everything play out. In this region, charming spirits didn't want to mingle with sea demons, especially those at the ancestor level. This ancestor from an ancient lineage with astral eyes murmured, "That devil blood shark wants to take action, I wonder if the lake's real power is still there or not." A disciple next to him curiously asked, "What do you mean?" In the eyes of many youths and even the previous generation cultivators, Dongting Lake could be considered a great power, but it couldn't compare to actual first-rate sections. "It is an ancient legend that I have only heard of." The ancestor explained, "The tales speak of the lake's incredible ancestors that once contributed to an invincible legion. Our own ancestors have said that their ancestors left behind an incomparable protection for their descendants." This was the first time this junior had heard of this legend, so he skeptically replied, "Really?" "Most likely." The ancestor continued, "The lake is a coveted treasure ground. If they didn't have this protection, others would have destroyed it already, there wouldn't be any need to wait till today." Back on the battlefield, the atmosphere was quite solemn. The disciples from the lake all felt a cold chill and thought that they wouldn't be able to escape this disaster. It seems like disappearing for a single generation has made the youths much more arrogant. The sovereign coldly stared at Wuxia. "You must be tired of living to bluster about destroying my village when I am still around." No one found his words unreasonable due to his established prestige. Chapter 1276, Indomitable Battalion. The fearful crowd didn't dare to oppose the burly bloodshark sovereign. Even though he failed to become a sea god, he was still frightening all the same. "Just a fake god, yet you still dare to spout your nonsense here?" Wuxia nonchalantly cast a glance at the sovereign, "Not to mention a pretender like you, even if a true god came, I would still nail him to death." Everyone was stunned after hearing this. God-slaying was what came out of Wuxia's mouth. Perhaps in the entire world, no one would be able to do this, let alone someone from the younger generation. The blood shark sovereign's expression soured. As a very powerful sea demon, the world had always been respectful to him even before he came out. But now, when his true body was here, a junior showing such public disdain left him without any face. Naive fool. He turned scarily stern while a murderous bloodthirst surged from his glare like two great rivers of stars. It made the whole region tremble. Living beings shuddered before his current mood. His chilling voice echoed across the world, "Today, I shall cut you down and crush this lake. From today on, Dongting Lake will be no more." Boom! A boundless vitality gushed out of his body. It engulfed the entire dragon demon sea. What truly made others shiver was that an endless sea of blood appeared behind him. A terrifyingly gigantic shark was swimming in this sea. It created waves that towered for 10,000 miles and its enormous jaws seemed capable of swallowing the lake whole. So powerful, this is the blood shark village's totem. Many people trembled after seeing this. A powerful lineage was about to be swallowed by this gigantic blood shark. Fian revealed a sinister smile after seeing the sovereign's might. She sneered, "Wuxia, doomsday is here for you. Even if you were a true monarch or a bestowed monarch, you are powerless. Ignorant child, kneel and accept your death, or do I have to personally refine you?" The sovereign looked down on the world and its inhabitants. He carried a style as if he could annihilate this world. I think only a god-king's actual presence would be able to stop him. An old paragon felt dread and said, "Wuxia needs to be much stronger than a bestowed monarch. Just a fake god, yet you dare to bark in front of me?" Wuxia snorted, "There's no need for me to personally slay an ant. Today, you shall open your dog eyes wide, and the same goes for all the sea demons here. Those who dare to act presumptuously before Dongting Lake shall be killed mercilessly." Everyone was astounded after hearing this. Many sea demons angrily glared at him for this verbal provocation. Even the humans in the distance felt that he was being too arrogant. This was akin to challenging all the sea demons in the region, a very unwise decision. At this time, he shouted, "Banner, heed my call." With a crashing sound, the banner that had been hanging in the middle of the lake's chamber immediately rushed into the sky. Clank! It pinned itself into the sky, using the heaven and earth as its pole. Nothing could shake it. Whoosh! The banner swept through the world. While fluttering in the wind, the silver fox embroidery came back to life. The fox's tail seemed to come out as it entrenched itself in the physical realm. The gods all quaked with its coming. It was a silver fox with ferocious bloodthirst. Its appearance instilled shivers in everyone, no matter if they were gods or deities. Wuxia chanted, "Where is my indomitable battalion?" The banner continued to dance with his call. Roars resounded. This was the resonating horn of war. Splash! The lake water suddenly turned into a tsunami. It assaulted the sky and caused the stars to shake. When this tsunami disappeared, a battalion appeared in the sky. It was arranged in a rectangular formation with 4 cavalries stationed in each corner. Each cavalry had one commanding general. The whole world was enveloped in a harsh and somber aura. Every soldier in this battalion was formed from water. Nevertheless, people could still smell the stench of blood wafting from them. It was as if each warrior from this regiment had bathed in blood. They had arrived after walking through the bones of their enemies and had experienced countless battlefields. These battle-hardened troops were full of death, blood, and ruthlessness. Their motto was a single word, indomitable. The indomitable battalion of the Silver Fox Legion has finally come out. Jian Longwei, watching from afar, was dazed. Wuxia stood under the banner while belittling the world. He coldly glared at the crowd and said, "All existences in the Dragon Demon Sea, open your eyes. From today on, those who dare to provoke Dongting Lake will only meet death. The sovereign shouted, "Junior, I'll kill you first." His bloody tide engulfed the sky while the giant shark swam forward. Such an attack could shatter millions of miles of land and crush any helpless cultivator into a pulp. However, with the fluttering of the banner and the protection of the silver fox, his attack was stopped completely. It was unable to harm Wuxia. Wuxia glared at the sovereign and commanded, slay them all. Kill." The war horn blared again. The 4 generals led their troops and instantly attacked without any hesitation. They rushed with great speed towards the grand army from Wyvern and the village. Fian shouted her order, "Face them." In formation. The great army frenziedly screamed in unison, "Kill them." In the blink of an eye, they shifted their position to form 2 great formations. One turned into a gigantic dragon and the other a shark covered in blood. The dragon was thousands of miles long while the shark could devour the heavens. It was a frightening spectacle. This army had the absolute advantage when it came to numbers. The dragon-shaped formation immediately coiled around the attacking cavalries in order to take advantage of their numbers. Meanwhile, the blood shark opened its mouth in order to take a bite out of the approaching enemies. However, these battle formations were useless before the indomitable battalion. This elite force quickly shattered their formations. Both the dragon and shark instantly disappeared. The regular army was again exposed before the cavalries. Rumble. The indomitable battalion mounted their offense like a raging storm and trampled over the opposing army. Screams continuously sounded left and right. The indomitable battalion harvested skulls as if they were harvesting wheat. Heads went flying as enemies fell to the ground with blood gushing from their corpses. The rain of red painted over the sky. In almost no time at all, the 100,000-strong army was sent into disarray. Even though the battalion was few in number, they were no different from a flood of steel. The other army wanted to counterattack, but their defense and momentum had been shattered upon impact in the face of the hooves of the battalion. These cavalries had experienced countless wars, so they were practically unstoppable. An army of this level was simply no match for them. Only imperial legions were worthy of being their opponents, not babies like these. The screaming continued without pause during this massacre. Eventually, the army collapsed completely. Many disciples wanted to run, but they didn't get far before being met with the scythes of these gods of death. Their heads rolled on the ground while they watched blood spurt from their severed necks. The disparity in strength was enormous. It was not an even battle at all. During this slaughter, some soldiers in the army didn't even realize that they had lost before being decapitated. Mournful cries resounded through the heaven and earth. The king of Wyvern was killed by a general. This general raised Wyvern's king's body up high with his lance. Blood slowly dripped down from the corpse. Fian saw her father being crucified up high and let out a sharp howl, "No." Chapter 1277, Imitation Trident. An army of 100,000 was slaughtered in the blink of an eye. The indomitable cavalries swept through them like the wind blowing around autumn leaves without the slightest signs of stagnation. The difference in power was far too great. Everyone was shocked after this scene and couldn't regain their sanity. The battle just now was too cruel and terrorizing. This was the scariest army they had ever witnessed, completely ruthless and invincible. Among the 4 legions of the Dark Crow, the Tiger Legion is the most ferocious while the Silver Fox is the most crafty. Jian Longwei exclaimed after the quick massacre, "This indomitable battalion is famous for being quite ruthless in the Silver Fox Legion as well as being the top elites." Zhang, Hong, Su, and Lin, these 4 great generals had killed the generals under an immortal emperor before. How could this meager army be a match for them? "Ancestor, have you seen the Silver Fox Legion before?" Jian Xiaotia's hair was standing on end. This was the first time he saw such a scary regiment, the first time he witnessed such a sweeping victory. No. Jian Longwei shook his head in response. I heard it from our progenitor. Legend states that the Silver Fox Legion is very mysterious and has followed His Excellency for a very long time. No one knows where they are, but when His Excellency requires their service, they will suddenly appear behind the enemies and destroy them within the shortest amount of time possible. Jian Xiaotai murmured, so this is the hidden power of Dongting Lake. Longwei nodded, that's right. According to the rumors, after the Indomitable Battalion retired and died from old age, they buried their bodies and refined their true fates into heroic spirits. They prepared a supreme formation under the lake where these spirits have been sleeping ever since. They required the nourishment from this treasure land in order to maintain their form as a spectral army. Just think about it, Dongting Lake is part of the Dragon Mountain Range. In addition to getting the consent of the Dragon Kingdom, the important part is that they have the power to protect themselves. Longwei gently sighed. If they didn't have this powerful protection, how could their current disciples possibly guard the lake? These sea demons are only a bunch of fools who think that they can take over the lake. They have forgotten about another problem. Who would dare to try and divide parts of the Dragon Mountain Range's ancestral ground without permission from the Dragon God? Xiaotai remained quiet. Their grandfather was named Jian Longwei not at birth, but rather through a process of bestowment. This name represented a supreme glory. Jian Longwei was just like his name, he was the guardian of the giant Dragon Kingdom. After a very long time, some big shots from the previous generation finally calmed down. The legend is true, it's not a baseless assertion. A paragon, aghast, took several steps back and murmured, they are the mythical spirits of the saints that have always been protecting Dongting Lake. For a very long time, rumors have been circulating in this sea, stating that Dongting Lake was protected by the saints of this world. However, many snorted at this claim, especially skeptical due to the decline of the lake. They believed that this was only a false rumor, that these spirits were intangible and baseless. However, everyone today saw these spirits in person, the real power of Dongting Lake that had been keeping watch over them. How impudent! With reddened eyes, the blood shark sovereign crazily roared. He initially wanted to break the banner in the sky in order to kill Wuxia. However, everything happened too quickly. His army was massacred so fast that it caused his eyes to flush red. Under a blinding rage, he wanted to kill the Indomitable Battalion. Leave your dog life with me. Wuxia interjected while the sovereign was lunging for the battalion. Little animal. The sovereign instantly turned around and stared at Wuxia in a frenzy. Wuxia slightly raised his right hand and slowly enunciated, "Trident, come." His words turned into mantras and the mantras turned into laws. Splash. Splash. Crash. The water in the lake crazily churned as if it was boiling. A boundless divine light came from within. This light illuminated the world. A gigantic formation with countless engraved runes emerged from the lake. This great and ancient array was connected to the veins of the lake. At this time, the lake seemed to be a living entity, as if a dragon heart was beating within its earth. People could hear a powerful and resonating thump. Buzz. The light sprayed everywhere as if gods were descending to this world. Within this light, a great spear emerged. It was simple and natural. There were 3 sharp prongs at its tip. It looked like an ordinary decorative artifact, but such an ancient style resembled the opening of a world. It was clearly formed by the water in the lake, but it gave the sensation that it weighed billions of pounds. It seemed that outside of sea gods, no one could handle this great trident. He was once accepted by the trident, so he had it under his control during his youth. It was the most glorious time of his life. Back then, his cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. Many of his talented peers lost to him, including the young Lithodity sea god. This quick jump in power placed him among the top echelons. Later on, the trident abandoned him for some reason and chose lithodity instead, allowing him to become a true sea god. Losing the trident cut off his path to becoming a deity. From then on, his life fell into a trough. Even though he continued to cultivate and made progress, he couldn't regain the surging years of yore and his old invincibility. Later on, since he wasn't willing to give up, he also tried to create an imitation of the trident. However, the only result was failure. These fake tridents didn't have the same unstoppable power. Ultimately, they were only scrap metal. It wasn't until many years of experimentation that he realized that he couldn't understand the profundities of the true trident. Creating a replica was simply impossible. In fact, many sea demons had tried to do so for millions of years now. Even for those who were successful in copying the trident, the end result was a weapon much weaker than the real deal. His mind quivered as he looked at the trident before him. Due to his past, he was very familiar with its power. Even though this was only an imitation, it had the unstoppable might of the real trident. Trident, he was both scared and shocked. He didn't expect to see such an imitation, his lifelong pursuit. However, he was also frightened because he knew the power that he was about to face. Chapter 1278, No Mercy. The trident was an eternal legend. Sea gods relied on this weapon to contend against immortal emperors. It was the reason why the two entities were considered even. The trident was something unique to the sea demons. Its power even exceeded that of immortal emperor true treasures. Even though the one ahead was only an imitation, the force exuding from it still deterred the sovereign's very soul. It was something that belonged only to the real trident. This imitation was no match for the real thing, but it still emitted a force capable of causing any sea demon to tremble. This can't be real, the pale sovereign couldn't believe his own eyes. Why did a human succeed in creating a copy of the trident even though so many sea demons had failed? This was completely inconceivable to him. He quickly gathered his wits and shifted his body in order to cross through the void to escape. He had no desire to fight against this trident. Buzz! The great formation under the lake lit up. An infinite amount of power burst out like a volcanic eruption. In a short period of time, it pushed the trident flying as if a gigantic hand had just thrown it. Boom! The void collapsed and a black hole emerged. Even though the sovereign had fled quite far, the trident caught up to him in an instant. Activate! The sovereign was frightened by this pursuit, but he had no way out. He shouted and summoned his most powerful weapon while channeling his strongest defensive technique in order to stop the trident. Bang! The trident penetrated his weapon and barrier, then continued to fly towards him with an unstoppable momentum. No! His mournful cry echoed across the ocean. Drops of blood fell into the sea and dyed it red. The sovereign was crucified to death just like that. His eyes were still wide open in disbelief. This was not the result he envisioned at all, thus he died with many regrets. The entire world turned gloomy. All the sea demons who saw this were aghast as a cold tingle went down their spines. The older sea demons questioned in a daze, how can this be? The trident had ended the sovereign's future once by abandoning him, and ultimately, an imitation ended his life. It seemed that this was all part of karma. The sovereign couldn't escape his connection to the weapon. He owed it both glory and death. It was as if the heavens was playing a cruel joke on him. That's the hidden power of Dongting Lake. The lake was now viewed as an object of fear. Everyone understood that the lake had an imitation trident on top of the spectral army. A charming spirit ancestor solemnly spoke, so many years have passed, but the lake is still like before with its invincible power. After seeing its power today, who would dare to have any ideas about it in the future? Even the disciples from the lake were slack-jawed. They had never imagined that things would play out this way. Hong Tianzhu, the other elders and the protectors were astonished as well. They never knew that the invincible ancestors had always been protecting them. Just recalling how they had abandoned everything from their ancestors for their own benefits left them ashamed. How could they stand and face their ancestors later on? For many, many years, the lake had never worshipped the ancestors with ceremonies. They had all but forgotten about the traditions, yet the ancestors still continued to protect their unfilial children and the lake. Their hearts were full of shame and regret. Meanwhile, the crowd was still deterred while watching the four cavalries in the sky. This spectral army could truly sweep through all enemies. Li Qiye's cold voice resounded, "Don't think about leaving when you're already here." It was chilling to the bones. Fian woke up from her stupor and sorrow. She wanted to escape as fast as possible. In her mind, as long as the verdant hills remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. However, she didn't get far before Li Qiye blocked her path. Her pretty face became twisted after seeing him. Moreover, it was blanched from both fear and fury with a touch of despair. This was the enemy who had killed both her father and little brother. She wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. However, reason told her that as long as she stayed alive, everything would be possible in the future, including killing this enemy to avenge her family. She didn't want to die, for everything would turn to ashes afterward. Her sect was the Roaring Conch. As long as she could go back, she would have the opportunity for vengeance. These were the thoughts that occupied her mind. She stood there and didn't dare to act rashly. Meanwhile, Li Qiye fixated his gaze on her. All the spectators watched with bated breaths. Prior to this, many people were bullish about Fian because she had a strong backing. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed completely. Fian, who should have won for sure, became a dog with a dead owner. Li Qiye flatly asked while looking at her, "Don't you want to kill me?" While locking their eyes, Fian gritted her teeth, her smoldering fury evident in her gaze. She cried out his name, "Li Qiye." He leisurely replied, "I understand your hatred. I want to peel your skin, drink your blood, and taste your flesh." She shouted, "I swear to never live under the same sky with my father's murderer." "So what?" Li Qiye nonchalantly responded, "I am a ruthless person, not to mention that I have given you ample warnings, yet you still dared to oppose me. Therefore, you must experience the massacre." She was livid. Her sworn enemy was standing in front of her, but there was nothing she could do. He continued on, "I'll borrow your words. Kneel and accept death, or do I have to kill you myself?" She understood that there was no chance for survival, so she cried out, "Li, either you or I have to die. I would rather die if you exist in this world." He insipidly replied, "Very well, at least you have some courage. Still better than your little brother, not begging before death. Li, do you dare to fight me? If I lose, I will have no complaints. Otherwise, I will haunt you as a scornful ghost." She made a clear decision since she knew there was no escaping. What she was worried about was the spectral army and the trident from the lake. Li Qiye laughed in response, "I'm not even afraid of gods, let alone mere ghosts." She restrained her anger and continued with her plan of fighting him one-on-one. Even if she had to pay with her life to kill him, she would consider avenging her dead family a good end. "However, since you are so eager for revenge, I'll satisfy your wish." He smiled, "You think you actually have an opportunity, so I shall grant it to you. I like shattering someone's self-esteem and confidence so that they can have a taste of despair." She found a glimmer of hope in this desperate strait and immediately shouted, "Good, Li, this is your choice. We will fight one-on-one, a gentleman's words cannot be taken back." Li Qiye was amused and answered her coldly, "Don't gauge a gentleman's heart by using one's own wretched scale. Don't worry, I, Li Qiye, will always keep my word. Killing you won't require any external help. Very well, we'll fight to the death." Fian felt jubilated after gaining a chance for revenge. Wuxia looked at her with one eye and said, "Go, die in despair, a fate reserved for my enemies." At this moment, everyone held their breaths while watching this scene. Even though sea demons felt sympathy for Fian and wanted to help, none of them dared to try and rescue her. Chapter 1279, Divinity Banner. This marine region was drowned in a state of quietude. No one dared to breathe loudly as they watched the confrontation between Wuxia and Shengguan Fian play out. Summon. Fian took out a banner and held the pole with one hand. An oceanic atmosphere assaulted the spectators. It was as if this flag was gestating a god. The sea demons here quivered before this banner. They felt an urge to kneel and worship due to an instinctive sense of respect that came from nowhere. The Divinity Banner, a weapon left behind by a sea god from the roaring conch. Someone immediately shouted after seeing the banner. Even if she could win this fight, she wouldn't be able to live much longer due to her withered lifespan. Aiming for mutual destruction, even victory won't let her stay alive. Everyone knew that it was over for her. Boom! After the refinement, the banner became much more brilliant and poured down gigantic universal laws. These pillar-like laws plunged into the vast sea. Splash! Tidal waves of endless height assaulted the sky. All of these pillars of water intertwined with the laws to turn into a stout figure. At this time, the banner coiled around this aquatic figure, turning it into a deity. It was as if a sea god had returned to life. This figure turned and opened his eyes. Boom! The world quaked with his coming. His celestial flames engulfed the entire region. The grand aura emanating from this sea god spread across the dragon demon sea as if a real sea god was here in person. Your Excellency! Many sea demons were stirred and prostrated on the water. Some even broke into tears. An astonished human asked in horror, "Is that a resurrected sea god?" "No." An older human gently shook his head and explained, "This is a tribute. She used all of her longevity blood in order to bring about one invincible strike from a sea god. All of the forces from the weapon have been gathered into this blow. Victory or defeat will depend on it. Can Wuxia withstand a blow from a sea god?" Miss Lin's group was quite worried after seeing the gigantic figure. Chapter 1280, Public Execution. An invincible attack from a sea god would take everyone's breath away. Countless beings quivered in fear before this oppressive aura. Clank! The saber sang again and became exceedingly bright. The blade itself disappeared to turn into the world's most brilliant light. It illuminated the 10 continents and imprisoned everything with its resplendence. It was the combination of an imperial aura and an unstoppable saber intent that culminated within Wuxia. This saber intent rose above the heaven and earth before suppressing the yin and yang. Up in the sky, Wuxia was the saber and the saber was him. A peerless blade, there was no better word to describe this current saber intent. It was omnipresent and engulfed the entire world, there was no escaping it. At this second, everyone could feel themselves being immersed in its intent instead of the sunlight. It was as if the benevolent saber had replaced the sun over yonder. He has not only been accepted by the weapon, he has also mastered an invincible Tao of the saber. With the blade in his hand, he can combat an endless horde of foes. Even god monarchs felt chills while looking at Wuxia becoming one with his weapon. Die! There was no other way for Fian. She let out a cry after offering everything she had. This moment would either end in the death of her or Wuxia. She wouldn't mind mutual destruction either. Her only choice was to face him directly. Death was certain whether she tried to flee or fight, so she might as well go all out. Rumble. As her battle intent surged, the sea god made out of water stepped towards the sky. Each of his steps shattered the void as if it was made from porcelain. This was a magnificent scene. Moreover, the laws of the Grand Tao were screaming. They couldn't contend against this sea god. Bang! The figure finally attacked with a hand that stretched across the world in the form of a mudra. Ancient aquatic runes erupted like a volcano. Each rune resembled a tiny star. These stars then came together to crush everything in its path to ashes. People's souls left their bodies the moment this sea god's mudra emerged. Its power of suppression sank deep to the soul, everyone was completely powerless under its might. They were currently helpless kittens and as insignificant as specks of dust, not enough to reach the apex. Wuxia made his move against this mudra. His blade traveled through the sky and illuminated myriad eras. It severed the yin and yang and extinguished the karmic cycle. Clank! One saber to alarm countless realms. This light lit up every single corner of the world, even hell itself was no exception. The gods and devils had nowhere to hide. This was the first of the 3 benevolent slashes. Nothing in this world could hide from its brilliance. Everything became straightforward and clear. Dark and light, yin and yang, life and death, everything lost their abstruseness in the face of this slash. It was no longer just a saber technique but a type of righteous will that belonged to immortal Emperor Minran. He wished to save all sentient beings. Everyone would feel inadequate and ashamed when met with this attack. Evil had no place to hide, it would turn into smoke from this illumination. Sea gods and devils seemed especially insignificant in the face of this attack. Boom! This slash didn't waste time as it severed the sea god's mudra and the divine creature itself. Splash! The water returned to the ocean like waterfalls as the gigantic figure slowly disappeared. The banner was left in the sky, but a corner of it had been cut off by the benevolent saber. Buzz! The damaged banner howled and quickly fled to the horizon. No, the one to scream was not Shengwan Fian, but rather a few of the spectating sea demons. It was too great of a blow for them. A sea god was killed, their supreme had been defeated. A sea demon sect master murmured in a daze, "That's not a real sea god anyway, it was just a battle intent of the weapon." Even though he was correct, it didn't hide the sadness in his mind. Slaughtering a god, the human cultivators, on the other hand, felt their blood boiling. Keep in mind that in the current dragon demon sea demons reigned supreme. Sea gods were untouchable existences and were considered to be invincible in this race's minds. But today, the benevolent saber came out and immediately killed the sea god in addition to severing a piece of the banner. This was a blow to the confidence and morale of the sea demons. The humans were elated by this event. This would go down as a glorious part of their race's history. A human couldn't hide his pride and resoundingly exclaimed, "Our immortal emperors are invincible, regardless of the era." Jian Longwei witnessed this scene and emotionally spoke, "The benevolent 3 slashes are said to be the emperor's proudest saber techniques. Some even say that he placed it even higher in his heart than his heavens will secret law. A rumor states that this technique combined with the saber is completely unstoppable unless the opponent has the heaven's will." Fian was petrified like a statue. The thing she relied on the most had flown away after being defeated. Her only hope has been shattered, so she stood there in a daze. Kneel and accept death. Li Qia emotionlessly stared at her with his blade pointing straight at her. Fian's mind returned. She immediately tumbled backward with no color in her complexion. She shouted, "Never." Even at this moment of defeat, she still held her head up proudly. With the shining blade in his hand and a surging saber intent, Li Qia coldly uttered like a supreme emperor, "It is not up to you to decide." The imperial aura continued to assault the world. His order was completely irresistible. These auras absolutely trampled over her pride. With a bang, her knees gave in to the pressure. No! Even before death, she still stubbornly derived laws in order to turn into a phoenix and soar to the sky. In her mind, she would rather commit suicide than be killed while kneeling. Bang! However, her transformation was quickly put down by the saber intent. Her struggle only weakened her. She prostrated on the ground with her kneecaps shattered. Her resistance could have been stronger. Unfortunately, she had offered all of her longevity blood to the Divinity banner, so she no longer had the same strength as before. Wuxia slowly raised his blade and declared, "In this world, I don't care about those who oppose me. Even a defeated enemy can be allowed a dignified death. However, those who think that my human race has become weak and tiny enough to become slaves or incubators, mere objects for sex, I shall destroy their entire race and devoid them of a dignified death. I am not the guardian of the human race or the savior of this world. However, sea demons and treants, listen to me well, I am a human, so if you wish to enslave my people, think carefully about the consequences." Each of his words was resounding and sonorous with determination. They pierced straight into everyone's minds. Pluff! The blade chopped down and Fian's head flew up. It eventually rolled on the ground as her blood gushed and stained the sky red before dripping down into the sea. A beloved daughter of the heavens, a genius of the sea demons, a young god monarch was beheaded while kneeling. This scene shook the heart. This was especially true for the suffocated sea demon spectators. Our race might be weak, but we will never become slaves. A human cultivator had tears in his eyes while he tightly clenched his fists. In the heaven spirit world, the human race was quite weak. Cultivators from the exquisite valley were better off, but as for vagabonds or smaller sects, they suffered bullying and repression from the sea demons everywhere. Today, Wuxia's actions made the crowd jubilant with pride. As for the sea demons, they stayed silent before this blatant provocation in the form of an execution. They knew that without sufficient strength, opposing Wuxia was suicidal. Wuxia put away the benevolent saber and returned to the banner. He gazed at the horizon and commanded without mercy, "Indomitable Legion, heed my order. Destroy Wyvern and the Blood Shark village. When the sun rises tomorrow, they must be no more." Bang! The battalion answered with action. The expedition had begun as the troops separated into two groups. One headed straight for Wyvern while the other aimed for the village. This invincible regiment instantaneously crossed through space. Someone without any knowledge of its origin murmured in a daze, This spectral army is too invincible." An old charming spirit ancestor watching from the distance murmured, "A legion from the legends. Even an imperial legion suffered continuous defeats. Even if they have died and turned into ghosts, they are still invincible. A truly unstoppable force." Chapter 1281, There was no suspense to the Indomitable Battalion's expedition. Remember that they once bested an Imperial Legion time after time on the battlefield with a matchless momentum. Today, it didn't matter how strong Wyvern and the Blood Shark village were, they were simply no match. Rumble. On this day, this sea region was sent into turmoil with tsunamis everywhere as if the ocean itself was howling. Kill. The echoes of war resounded in both Wyvern and the Blood Shark village. Alarms rang everywhere as defensive barriers were erected in their ancestral grounds. Alas, despite mustering all of their strength with elites rushing to the battlefield alongside their ancestors, they couldn't change their fate against the iron hooves of the Indomitable Battalion. Kill them. Eventually, the war cries grew weaker. The lucky survivors stopped being so lucky on the battlefield. Their blood dyed the ocean red while their corpses floated on its surface. Boom! Eventually, the regiment shattered the ancestral grounds of the two sections. In just one night, two great powers had been erased from the Dragon Demon Sea. The disciples who managed to survive basically lost everything with the loss of their ancestral grounds. One day prior, the army of 100,000 was very confident in their conquest of the lake. The troops were full of morale. In their eyes, On top of winning their resources, they could also enslave the lake's women and use the excellent bloodlines of the human race to reproduce. They were extremely excited for their triumphant return. Then, it would be time to drown in the debaucherous feasts and pleasures. However, they never thought that this would be their last expedition. It turned into a sect-destroying disaster. Not only did they fail to destroy the lake's spectral army destroyed all of them instead. The demise of these two sects caused ripples across the entire sea demon race. Even though these two were far weaker than sea god lineages, they were plenty strong and could be listed among the top 10 in this sea region. However, they were annihilated as if they were nothing. In the end, the indomitable battalion returned to the banner. They were still as emotionless and cold as before. No matter the time, they seemed to be drowned in a sea of blood. Countless people felt a stinging shiver deep in their hearts in the face of this spectral army. This was a true machine of war. While hovering under the banner, Wuxia coldly uttered, "Those who covet Dongting Lake, I hope all of you have gotten a good look." People felt suffocated when they heard his words. The sea demons who wanted to take advantage of the situation were breaking out in cold sweat. They praised their own fortune for not going forward earlier. Otherwise, they would have suffered the same fate as the two great powers. Splash! The lake water gushed as the battalion sank into the lake, disappearing completely. They became one with the lake. As long as the lake continued to exist, so would they. Buzz! The supreme formation of the lake opened only to close after the trident flew in. A lot of sea demons stared at it with envy. Even experts from sea god lineages were quite jealous because many sea gods had tried to copy the trident to no avail. Everyone knew that this weapon before them was only an imitation, but it was still extremely strong. Envy and jealousy were one thing, but no one dared to have any ideas about it. They weren't tired of living just yet. This is the foundation of the lake. An old paragon murmured, "No wonder why no one tried to do anything against the lake in the past. It would be too reckless." The disciples of the lake stared at this scene with astonishment. They never thought their lake had something this powerful up its sleeves. In the end, the silver fox disappeared. The war banner flew back into the chamber and hung itself on the wall once more. Serenity came with the end of this battle. Many people assumed that the lake was about to be destroyed. No one expected Wyvern and the village to perish instead. Wuxia gave one last glance at everyone before returning to the lake. Hong Tianzhu's group immediately followed him back. The crowd was relieved to see him gone. An old man murmured, "That guy is too heaven-defying. With him here in heaven spirit, it looks like the humans will have an immortal emperor." Way to state the obvious. The human cultivators were naturally feeling very proud right now. He is a tree controller, the master of Dongting Lake and also a prince of an imperial lineage. Who can become the immortal emperor of this generation other than him? Of course, these humans didn't know Wuxia's identity and were only blurting out their thoughts. In their eyes, as long as Wuxia became an immortal emperor, it would be the glory of the human race. No amount of praise would be sufficient for him at this moment. The sea demons were quiet with ugly expressions. After all, Wuxia had dealt too many blows to their race recently. His dispatch of the teeming fish and utilization of the spectral army to deal with two great powers destroyed the sea demons' morale and left them breathless. Our sea demons also have some supreme geniuses. A sea demon felt like retorting because Wuxia's fame was at an all-time high. Yes, our supreme geniuses have yet to take action. Another sea demon echoed the sentiment, "We still have the Sea Shield Prince and 7 Martial Goddess. Rumor has it that if the prince has a grand completion immortal physique, he could assail an immortal emperor. If he could become a sea god, he'll be even more formidable with the trident." That's right, there's no need to raise the enemy's prestige while lowering our morale. An older sea demon rallied his people, "The goddess is incredible too. She is a peerless prodigy that has learned the 7 grand styles, so who can actually stop her in the present? As long as she uses her techniques, even a god king will have to make way. Another sea demon replied, yes. The 7 grand styles of the martial pavilion are unstoppable. Even the secret laws of immortal emperors cannot compare to them. Just remember that back then, the sea god from the pavilion used the 7 styles to fight against an emperor. Who in this world could withstand all 7 styles? The moment the 7 styles appear, its user will be unbeatable. Whether the sea demons were getting nervous or just wanted to raise their morale, the praise went on. I'm afraid even immortal emperors can't stop all 7 styles. There's no way that a junior can do it. The styles of the 7 martial pavilion were indeed legendary. These praises weren't mere exaggerations. In the heaven spirit world, some people believed that anyone who could learn all 7 would be able to assail an immortal emperor even without becoming a sea god. This was the greatest martial technique in the world. In fact, the sea demons who were desperately praising the 7 styles had never seen them before or knew what the stances were. This was because these styles were rarely used. Another believer stated that there was no one alive who had witnessed all 7 because no one could withstand the entire barrage. A human was tired of the boasting and coldly uttered, immortal physique? 7 grand styles? So what, we have Wuxia. Well, Wuxia won't be invincible to the very end. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere in heaven spirit. Not to mention us sea demons, the Jade Sea has countless descendants of tree fathers and bearers of the finest of bloodlines. And over at the Abyss Sea, charming spirits are the favorite children of the heavens, they are destined to be great. Another sea demon retorted, yes, you humans shouldn't forget about the charming spirits. There are countless powerful spirits that don't care about fame or fortune. Not to mention the profound monarch. Rumor has it that the pure sun Taoist of the ancient spirit island has reached grand completion in the indestructible diamond physique. Some people might not be well known, but it is only because they are low-key. Not everyone likes to show off all the time. The real masters rarely show themselves. It was really a bad day for the sea demons. Their arrogance had been completely snuffed out by Wuxia and they were unable to oppose him, so boasting was the only thing they could do. The smart humans didn't reply after hearing this answer from the sea demons with regards to real masters. A retort would only be offending the Treants and the charming spirits. There would be nowhere to go if they were to be found out. Of course, those who knew the truth like Jian Longwei didn't care enough to mince their words. This is a case of using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. In this generation, for both sea demons and charming spirits, if they still think their race is invincible, a second massacre like the one just now might repeat itself. Chapter 1282, Turning over a new page inside the chamber of the lake, Wuxia returned to the master chair with a natural and nonchalant demeanor, yet he still gave off a stately and imposing aura. He was supreme in his throne and capable of deterring emperors and gods. No one would dare to disobey his orders. The elders, protectors and supervisors of the lake all participated in this gathering. They quietly sat in their positions while respectfully gazing at Wuxia. The walls were still decorated with the portraits and a banner in the center. In the past, even the disciples of the lake didn't care about these portraits. But today, everyone from the lake felt an instinctive reverence towards these decorations without exception. Before entering the chamber, they would tidy their clothes and posture without showing the slightest sign of disrespect. It was because this place represented the glory of their ancestors and the highest authority of the lake. The 4 virtuous ancestors had been killed while the other ancestors were imprisoned. This caused a great stir in the lake and a monumental change to its current power structure. Wuxia coldly looked at everyone present. The high-ranking members here felt a chill run down their spines from his glare. After today, everyone should understand the glory of the lake as well as your own responsibilities. Li Qie flatly said, I have returned the glory of past to all of you once more as well as control of the lake and its future direction. In the future, whether Dongting Lake shall deter the world and illuminate the 9 continents or continue to fall like a group of stray dogs vying for bones and power will be up to each and every one of you. Li Qie went on, its future is in your hands now. The younger generation will be the ones to hold the reins, not those old geezers blinded by power. With that, he shifted his eyes over to the outstanding disciples like Hong Yujiao. In the past, not even the elders could show up in these deliberations. The majority of the grand events were secretly decided upon by the ancestors. Now, even the youngest disciple was allowed to participate. Your ancestors have laid a solid foundation for everyone, a magnificent starting point. Li Qie stated, I have restored this foundation. With such an ace, I won't get involved again regardless of the lake's fate if all of you can't amount to anything. Young noble, rest assured. From today on, we will not dishonor the glory of our ancestors or disgrace them in any way. Our generation shall obey the iron creeds and inherit the union. We swear on this with our true fates and definitely won't let you down. Hong Tianzhu prostrated on the ground and resoundingly swore with his true fate. In his eyes, this was the best time to change the lake. If they were to miss this moment, it would be prohibitively difficult to try again later on. The other members glanced at each other and read the situation very well. They quickly prostrated just like Hong Tianzhu and swore with their true fates as well, our lake shall obey the iron creeds and inherit the union once more without regret. Li Qie slowly nodded approvingly, very good. It is for the best that everyone has this much determination. Do not bring dishonor to your ancestors' glorious bloodline. These high elders and those of lower rankings had all the authority in the lake right now and had sworn with their true fates to obey the ancestral teachings once more. From today on, the lake would turn over a new page. Dongting Lake was created together by the Su, Lin, Hong, and Zhang clans. As their descendants, remember this, your lake also includes the Zhang clan. Li Qie flatly said, I don't care how your ancestors divided the docks in the past, just remember that from today on, the 18 docks belong to the lake and not any individual clan. It is time to hand over these resources in a sensible manner. Zhang Baitu was also present. Li Qie's words left Hong Tianzhu's group and those of the previous generation embarrassed. The Zhang clan was squeezed out of the lake completely while the other clans divided up their docks. Hong Tianzhu hurriedly said, Young noble, the Hong clan shall hand our 7 docks back to the lake. We will distribute the heavenly grottos and roads as well in accordance with the iron creeds. In fact, the Hong clan was very powerful right now since they had 7 out of the 18 docks. Nevertheless, Hong Tianzhu was the first to give these resources back to the lake. Our Lin clan is also willing to return our 5 docks. The others came forward and willingly gave back their territories. Li Qie nodded, this is for the best. The lake's future will be in your hands. Remember, your clans must unite with great solidarity just like your ancestors. Competing for petty authority and power will only lead the lake down a path of destruction. Your internal conflicts will destroy you before your enemies can even make a move. Some elders felt their faces burn after hearing this. It wasn't that the lake wasn't strong or lacked resources. Unfortunately, ever since those virtuous ancestors focused on gaining more power, outsiders started to think that the lake was easy to bully. Ultimately, even lineages like the Bloodshark village and Wyvern threatened them with military expeditions. The 4 regiments have returned to their positions. The iron creeds shall take effect once more. Li Qie looked at them and said, From today on, a new page shall be turned for Dongting Lake. This is all I will do to help, the future will be up to you all. With that, he got up from his chair and took one last glimpse at the banner and portraits before leaving the chamber. The members present were quiet. They lowered their heads with countless emotions running through their minds. Li Qie was an outsider, yet he could control their lake's spectral army and the trident. Moreover, his own power could suppress everyone here. However, he didn't even take a single glance at this great force before him. He had no love for the authority here, nor did he demand their resources. As for themselves, the lake clearly belonged to everyone, but they selfishly killed and marginalized each other, resulting in great disunity. As the descendants of the clans, they never treated the lake as their own home, only a feast to be divided. No matter how they looked at it, it was a very shameful matter. They had let down their ancestors. While drowning in this shame, many elders and protectors clenched their fists. If they didn't cherish and protect their own home, why would others respect them? The lake was the home of every disciple and descendant, it didn't belong to an individual. Wuxia didn't leave the lake right away. He stayed for several days to bask in the atmosphere of this place while fully enjoying the scenic waters. This might be his last chance to stay at the lake. In the future, he might never come back, so he wanted to rest and make some new memories. He sighed while looking at the sparkling water. Countless heroic souls were buried at the bottom of the lake. In their final moments, they decided to refine their souls and turned into spectral soldiers that permanently rested in this place. In the eyes of others, such actions prevented them from entering the reincarnation cycle. To be reincarnated was a source of hope for many cultivators, so they would never be willing to do such a thing. However, this once invincible battalion ultimately chose to do so. It was because of their great love and attachment to this land. Even in death, they chose to protect this land and their descendants. Wuxia sentimentally reflected, perhaps this is the best place for home. In the long years, everyone had their own path. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Wuxia focused his mind and lightly spoke, "Come in." Chapter 1283, Be a Maid? Hong Tianzhu walked in and bowed after seeing Wuxia. "Greetings, young noble." Wuxia nodded in response, "Keep at it. As long as you try your best, the lake's future will be just fine." Hong Tianzhu indeed had the will and ambition to change and strengthen the lake. Alas, his ability was still lacking. "Thank you. Without young noble, the lake would not be like this today. We shall remember your kindness for generations to come." Tianzhu bowed once more. Tianzhu thought that without Wuxia, even if he wanted to make a change, it would have been useless. Even if the talented young disciples were on his side, he still wouldn't be able to do anything to the ancestors, let alone the four virtuous ancestors. "No need to thank me." Wuxia sat there while looking at the lake and answered, "I did it because of your determination. This is also the blessing of your ancestors, so if you want to thank someone, thank your ancestors. They are the ones who are lying in the ground, dead for millions of years, yet they are still worried about their children. I know your abilities are limited." Wuxia looked at him. "From now on, go ask Jian Longwei for help. This will be good for both your cultivation and ability to make allies. Can I do it?" He wasn't completely confident and scratched his head in response. Even though he was the current master of Dongting Lake, Jian Longwei was the Jian grandfather, a supreme character. Hong Tianzhu would be reaching above his post. "Don't worry, I'll let them know." Wuxia flatly replied, "The truth is that the lake and the Jian clan had a deep friendship. Unfortunately, due to your clan's failures, the Jian clan decided to ignore you later on. Of course, they cannot be blamed for this." "I understand." Tianzhu lowered his head in shame. In the past, the lake had many allies and even strong ties with the exquisite valley. Unfortunately, when the four virtuous ancestors abandoned the Iron Creeds, they destroyed their own future. Wuxia continued while looking upon the lake, "Even now, I do not agree with humans staying in the heaven spirit world. Your ancestors had opportunities to settle down in the other places of the 9 worlds. However, they had too much love and attachment to this land, so they ultimately decided to stay here. Tianzhu quietly listened since he knew very little about his ancestors' past. Li Qie shook his head forlornly and looked at Tianzhu. No matter what, the lake is deeply related to the giant Dragon Mountain range. Your ancestors prepared this land very well, so it is up to you now. If you fail to correct yourselves, the existence above the clouds will stop caring about your lake. As long as you keep on trying, your lake will be able to stand strong in the future. Li Qie rarely said such thoughtful words, but he did so this time out of consideration for the lake's ancestors. He reminded Tianzhu, remember, with their spirits protecting you, even in difficult times of monumental change, there will always be a chance to overcome the disasters. You must protect this land just like they did, or you would be unfilial and completely unworthy of their love. Tianzhu carefully took in every single word. Even though he didn't fully understand the true implications behind them, he still firmly memorized them. He bowed once more. I'll engrave your golden advice in my heart. Li Qie nodded and quietly stared back at the lake. One day, a disaster shall befall the heaven spirit world. Everything would change at that point. In the end, he chose not to think about it. He would no longer be in heaven spirit when that day comes. Their fate is in their own hands. Is there something else? His mind returned and he noticed that Tianzhu was still standing there respectfully. Well, Tianzhu wryly coughed with an awkward posture. He didn't know how to phrase his question. Li Qie lightly urged, go ahead. After thinking for half a day, Tianzhu still didn't know what to say. Eventually, he decided to directly ask, young noble, what do you think about my daughter? Li Qie chuckled in response. She is not a bad lady, full of potential. Her temperament might be a bit too fiery, but she is still quite sensible. Ah! Young noble, you are too kind. Tianzhu smiled. He mused a bit before gritting his teeth to ask, young noble, if you think it is possible, how about she go along with you? After saying what was on his mind, he felt relieved, as if he had carried out his responsibility. Li Qie only smiled without replying, so Tianzhu quickly added, young noble, don't misunderstand. You are a true dragon from the 9 heavens, so my daughter can't climb up that high. What I mean is, she can run errands for you and do whatever she can to help. This will broaden her horizons and train her insight. Tianzhu knew full well that Li Qie would one day soar to the sky. He could even become an immortal emperor one day, and his daughter naturally couldn't become the imperial queen. He only wanted her to follow him for the experience. Even by being a maid, she would still gain a lifetime of benefits. Li Qie gently shook his head, your daughter is a good girl, but unfortunately, I can't keep her around. Tianzhu didn't give up, he wanted a good future for his daughter. Staying at the lake would only limit her life's experience. As for him, his responsibility dictated that he would die here. It was not the same for her, he wanted her to see the vast world. Without a doubt, Li Qie was the best person to entrust her to. It is not that I dislike her. Li Qie gently stated, but she cannot follow my path. Tianzhu held his tongue after not knowing what to say while feeling disappointed. Father, I have my own life, so I will go down my own path. Yujiao rushed in from outside. She was a little red and looked a bit annoyed. She had clearly heard Li Qie earlier. Sister, don't go in. Another girl was startled by her sudden intrusion and was trying to pull her back. It was Miss Lin. She couldn't stop Yujiao at all. Tianzhu quickly scolded, why did you come in? Father, I am not a child, I don't need you to arrange everything for me. Yujiao stomped her foot after saying this, both anger and embarrassment evident in her expression. Tianzhu hastily reprimanded, don't spout nonsense or be rude in front of young noble. Yujiao felt that she couldn't stay here any longer due to shame, so she angrily stormed away. Young noble, my daughter was impolite just now. I'll go talk to her. Tianzhu bowed and apologized to Li Qia before chasing after her. Li Qia only smiled and didn't care too much about Yu Jiao's little tantrum. With those two gone, only Li Qia and Miss Lin were left in the room. She tensed up and didn't even know where to rest her hands as she was simply too nervous. Senior sister is a good person, she was just a little bit angry earlier, that's all. She spoke soft words to defend Yu Jiao. Li Qia couldn't help but smile while looking at this girl as gentle as an orchid. He eventually asked, "What is your name?" Her heart fluttered as she was stunned like a fawn and began to stammer, My name is Lin Miao." She raised her head to look at Li Qia only to blush before immediately lowering her face. She was normally not such a timid person. She could greet guests and communicate freely and gracefully. However, she was especially tense in front of Li Qia. The holy and wonderful bloodline of the Lin clan. He looked at her and nodded. The nervous girl nodded multiple times in response, yes, but senior sister's bloodline is even better than mine. My holy bloodline can't compare to hers. Her cheeks were flushed pink. Chapter 1284, Lin Miao looking at the girl lowering her finely sculpted forehead, Li Qia gently shook his head. There are no good or bad bloodlines, no one is born destined to be noble or wretched. Really? She secretly stole glances at him before nervously retracting them right after. Li Qia insisted in a serious manner, I don't need to lie to you. My words are true and come from the heart. I didn't mean to question your words. Lin Miao thought that he was offended and almost started crying. Li Qia wryly smiled at this tense girl and said, Sit down, we'll have a talk about bloodlines. She hesitated for a moment before finally sitting down next to him. Her fair complexion was heating up, but she felt a bit happy inside. Li Qia looked at her and earnestly spoke, There are no noble or lowly bloodlines, at least, not in my eyes. For the rest of the world, many people believe they have noble bloodlines, but how many of them were ultimately stomped on by those with lowly bloodlines? Is that so? Sitting next to him left her with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. His soft and charismatic voice was sweet music to her ears. Yes. Li Qia continued, For ages, how many immortal emperors have been viewed by others as ones who possessed weak bloodlines? Not all of them had a noble upbringing. Even imperial children might lose to the common man. As long as you have a noble Tao heart, you will be the one with the noble bloodline. He elaborated, many peerless existences were proud not because of their bloodline, but because of their Tao heart. Be righteous, confident, and determined, these traits are more precious than anything else. I heard that young noble, you have an imperial bloodline. In my eyes, you are nobler than anyone else. Her eyes darted at him again. After saying this, she felt quite hot and bothered. Li Qia chuckled in amusement and gently shook his head, It doesn't matter whether I have an imperial bloodline or not. All I need is my firm Tao heart. With it, the entire world will be within my grasp. When I fail, I can still lift my head and break through all setbacks, becoming stronger than before. And even in success, I will not forget who I am. An indestructible Tao heart will grant you eternality. He earnestly told her, maintain a strong Tao heart to be in control of everything. Well, of course, young noble, you are the true dragon of the 9 heavens, victory will always be on your side. She couldn't help but praise him. In her eyes, Li Qia was perfect. Embarrassment got the best of her again after her momentary lapse of emotions. She lowered her head once more. Li Qia explained, You can also become a phoenix that soars in the distant horizon as long as you are determined enough. Even someone like me? Lin Miao's mind trembled as if she had been struck by thunder. Becoming a phoenix was something she never dreamed about. His words swept through her mind like lightning, as if he was showing her the most beautiful light in this world. Why not? Li Qie chuckled, no one is born blessed or doomed. If your intentions are righteous, then you are noble. Countless people have risen against the heavens to change their fate. In the long river of time, some with humble beginnings left behind indelible marks. He gave an example, for instance, Empress Hong Tian. She was only an ordinary girl born in an era full of geniuses, she couldn't be any more ordinary. He paused for a bit before continuing, but this ordinary girl surpassed countless difficulties. She laughed and cried but she never faltered. In the end, she trampled numerous geniuses and slew plenty of imperial princes. Her firm Tao heart paved a path towards invincibility. Lin Miao listened while looking at Li Qie. She was fascinated by his ordinary features. This common appearance was incredibly attractive, as if it was a spell. She could look at him forever without tiring. The same was true for his pleasant words, they were full of wisdom and charisma. The Empress' motto was this: how can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan? She kept this in mind all her life, so she was named Hong Tian. Li Qie told Lin Miao, you can also do this instead of thinking you are inferior to others just because of your bloodline. She secretly stole glances at Li Qie several more times after calming down before quietly responding, I don't dream about becoming invincible like the ancestors. I just want to live a comfortable and happy life. She was worried about what he would think of her answer and nervously lowered her head again. As long as you keep on walking with great persistence and a goal, then all is fine. Whether you become invincible or not, leave that up to your fortune. He continued, but you must try to protect the lake. If you young ones don't protect your own home, who will? Yes. She busily nodded, true to her thoughts. Right now, she felt that everything Li Qie said was incredibly reasonable and wise. Stick to it. Work hard and protect what you hold dear so that your lake can have a better future. He showed a rare gentleness, I will leave the lake to your generation, can do you it? In the end, Li Qie still wanted the best for the lake. Hong Tianzhu's group was too old, so it was up to Lin Miao and her peers to take care of the lake in the future. The shy girl felt warmth and happiness. Li Qie just said he wanted to entrust the lake to her. Just how much trust and hope was this? She eventually met his gaze and mustered courage out of nowhere to decisively answer, I'll listen to you. Chapter 1285, Departure. While looking at her firm gaze, Li Qie nodded and smiled, I know you can definitely do it. These words were spoken with credence. They gave her power like an immortal nectar and made her feel as if her body was floating among the clouds. Such simple words carried great influence and impact. They were more pleasant than anything else Lin Miao had heard before. Very shortly, she was overwhelmed with joy and felt something sweet like never before. You are about to drool. Li Qie chuckled after seeing her dazed state. She regained her wits with a blush that spread to her neck, making her feel quite hot. Nevertheless, she was in a great mood due to the long-lasting aftertaste. He smiled and concluded, go. One day, you shall soar through this world like a phoenix. Her heart fluttered with jubilation. Even her steps felt lighter as she walked outside. Before leaving, she turned back and asked, Will I see you again? Li Qie lamented in his mind after seeing her expression. This was an unfortunate feeling, but he still showed a smile and nodded, if it is meant to be. If I am not in this world in the future, you can find me above the 9 heavens. I got it. She looked deeply at him, letting go of her shyness as if she wanted to carve his face and appearance deep in her mind to never forget them. After she left, he finally sighed and looked at the lake to say, emotions come and go, having no emotions is easier than otherwise. But how many could actually reach a true state of emotionlessness? With that, he closed his eyes to enter a state of Zen, no longer caring about external affairs. Several days later, Jian Longwei came to pick him up. Even if he didn't, Li Qie would leave the lake anyway. Jian Longwei asked after seeing him, "Your Excellency, the divine dragon has sent word. The preparations are complete, will you leave right now?" "I should go today." Li Qie softly answered while looking at the lake through a window. Longwei asked, "You do not wish to stay a bit longer?" In fact, he was hoping that Li Qie could stay at the Jian clan for a short while. Li Qie turned to look at him and smiled, "You have grown up to be quite excellent, I have nothing to teach you. As for your descendants, those who are capable will be personally taught by the old geezer. I won't steal his thunder." He went on, "I have met your ancestors and said my goodbyes. Lingering any further would only exacerbate my frustration." The ancestors he mentioned were Jian Wendi and Jian Wenqin. Jian Longwei nodded silently. He didn't know much about the past, but he had heard something about Li Qie and their ancestral aunt. Longwei found this topic quite interesting. Empress Hong Tian's generation had geniuses coming out in droves. It could be considered a magnificent era. Immortal's legacy, these words were used to describe the lunar grasp fairy. One could easily imagine just how incredible her talents were from this title. Their talents were indeed peerless during that era. Li Qie nodded in agreement and continued, "Even though there were as many geniuses as there were stars in the sky back then, they were still as dazzling as ever. However, South Emperor and the fairy were very different people. South Emperor was an elegant hermit while the fairy was an unyielding warrior." Longwei was taken aback by this statement. Generally speaking, men were more prone to be considered warriors, but Li Qie described the fairy as one. This made him wonder just how domineering she used to be. Eventually, Li Qie smiled and shook his head, "Let's go, it is now time." He left the room afterward. Longwei busily kept up right behind him. Before his departure, Hong Tianzhu's group showed up to bid farewell. They saw him all the way out of the lake. Li Qie told the group, "Go back, even if you see a friend off for 1,000 miles, you will still have to part in the end." Hong Tianzhu and the others respectfully kneeled and worshipped him, "Young noble, take care. May we meet again." Li Qie smiled and took one last good look at the green Dongting Lake before flying to the sky with Jian Longwei. As he was leaving, Lin Miao mustered courage out of nowhere and shouted in his direction, "Young noble, take care." Li Qie looked back at her and revealed a faint smile before leaving with a nod. Lin Miao watched his departing figure in a trance. She eventually smiled, firmly engraving his image in the deepest part of her heart. After a long time, Tianzhu told Lin Miao, "Child, let's go back." As a senior, how could he not see it? He could only gently shake his head because Lin Miao and Li Qie were people of different worlds. It might be too difficult for them to meet again in the future. Chapter 1286, Giant Dragon Mountain Range. The Giant Dragon Mountain Range was shrouded in mist, so no one could see its true appearance. The word mysterious had always been its defining characteristic. Many wanted to enter in order to understand its nature, but they had always failed. Legend states that there was a kingdom in these mountains. No one knew whether this was true or not because none had visited it. Standing on top of a hill with an aura unique to this mountain range, Li Qie looked over the undulating mountains. Once inside, one would find the area was completely different from its external appearance. Everyone knew that vast continents were rare in heaven spirit. In fact, the only landmass considered to be a real continent was Godhalt. However, if one could enter the mountain range, they would find that the ground they stood on looked like a great continent comparable to Godhalt. Of course, few were privy to this scene. Even those who were qualified to enter would probably not tell outsiders about their experience. Li Qie smiled, "Giant Dragon Kingdom. He found the kingdom a very interesting location. Of course, he didn't plan to visit the Dragon Kingdom this time and had no desire to give those rascals there a beating. He gently shook his head and continued on his way. At this point, he was all by himself since Jian Longwei couldn't follow him. He went quite deep into the mountain range through hills and deserts, after which he was met with a volcano and another ocean. It seemed that this place had formed its own realm as it was full of vast lands. With the absence of humans, a draconic aura permeated every corner of this place. For humans, being exposed to this aura would result in a very strong pressure. After all, dragons were mighty, so weak cultivators couldn't withstand their auras. Wuxia, on the other hand, enjoyed basking in this aura. For him, it was too comfortable. This journey had been a pleasurable trip for him. True dragons, the ultimate transformation of a demon dragon. Cleansing and refining their blood until it becomes the strongest and most precious bloodline in the world. Wuxia emotionally said, "The title of divine dragon is indeed apartment." Outsiders didn't know that every inch of this mountain range was quite precious. It was a treasure land that allowed the future generations to prosper. Wuxia murmured, "This bloodline is quite exquisite." The old geezer's choice was truly wise. Otherwise, they would definitely become feasts for the emperors and gods above the 9 heavens. The old geezer's offspring were powerful because they had inherited his bloodline. Of course, they were far inferior to the old man himself. Nevertheless, a thick bloodline of a true dragon coursed through their veins. In the outside world existed very diluted true dragon bloodlines. If the old geezer's descendants were outside, others would consider them as true dragons. For their race, their precious bloodline was both a blessing and a curse. It was needless to mention the advantages, they were destined to be powerful. The disadvantages were clear as well, because their bloodline was so strong, it was difficult for them to reproduce. It could be said that in Heaven Spirit or even the entire 9 worlds, no other race had such a difficult time reproducing as the dragons. Fortunately, their lifespans were relatively long, or else they would have become extinct long ago. Because of this, the geezer needed the Jian clan because only their imperial bloodline was worthy of their race. Moreover, both sides had a relationship thicker than blood. The old geezer trusted the Jian clan. This played a great part in why the Jian clan was the only lineage in Heaven Spirit that could stay in Rainbow City. In fact, the other 4 clans of Dongting Lake had deep ties with the Dragon Mountain as well. However, this was a matter of long ago. The other issue with their bloodline was that, through cultivation, they could reach atavism and cause their blood to become even purer. This, in turn, made them hesitant to compete against the rest of the world. The reason was that once a member of their race becomes an immortal emperor, they would have to face the world inhabited by gods and emperors. Just imagine, their precious bloodline would become a nutritious feast, a high-level liquid for life prolongment. They would only become prey in such a place. It was very difficult for their tribe to establish a stronghold under such circumstances. This was why the old man's race chose to be reclusive and stay unknown to outsiders. Wuxia eventually reached his destination after a long trek. This was a barren land with only loess in sight. Eventually, he stood before an ordinary-looking hill and heard clanking gallops from a horse. He smiled right away and approached the stone wall. There was an entrance to a cavern at its base. It looked normal, but there was a fence seemingly made from white ivory. A skeletal horse was pacing back and forth in front of this entrance as if it was waiting for something. This was the very horse that appeared in the ocean in the past, the mount of immortal Emperor Wuxia. Who would have thought that it would be here? Of course, it was given permission by the old geezer. Otherwise, even an emperor's mount wouldn't have been able to reach this location. Nay, it roared after seeing Wuxia and aggressively lifted its frontal hooves. This was clearly an antagonistic posture. It couldn't be blamed. Wuxia had transformed into the young emperor in order to trick it. From its perspective, he was an enemy. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. There's no need to be so hostile towards me. Maybe you will ask me for help in just a bit. At that time, it would be too late if you try to suck up to me, right? Nay, despite being mere bones, it still had a great amount of spirituality, so it could understand Wuxia. As a result, it didn't attack him despite its hostile behavior. Wuxia stood before the entrance and took a look before praising. This place is pretty well sealed. Once locked inside, not only can it evade everything, nothing can come out either. There was a great mystery behind this cavern. Just the fence that sealed it was made from heaven-defying dragon bones from the geezer himself. Its power was unimaginable. There was not much in the cave itself outside of a cage inside a pit on the ground that was completely inserted into the earth. The pit itself was filled with an extremely black liquid. There might not be something darker than this liquid in this world. It could absorb all light, including the rays of the sun. There was no escape after being devoured. At a first glance, someone would actually mistake it for a black hole. It was not an inanimate object either. Occasionally, it would slightly creep around. A full range of motion was impossible because it was in the pit. At the very least, it seemed to be alive. Wuxia was all smiles after seeing this liquid as he murmured, that old geezer really risked it back then, to actually lock this thing down here. Who else in this world could actually accomplish this? This Stygian liquid was brought back by the old man from the Bone Sea. It had a frightening origin. The old man sealed it here for his own use, but he never got around to using it. It didn't look particularly conspicuous, but if people knew of its usefulness, they would break heads vying for it. Even immortal emperors would bring treasures here to make a deal with him. His eyes then shifted towards a corner of this cave. There was an object there. To be exact, it was 2 items, a pair of eyes. These eyes seemed to be casually placed in the corner as if they had been abandoned. Chapter 1287, A pair of eyes. These eyes seemed to be quite archaic, as if they were plucked out from a living being and left in this corner long ago. They were well preserved in this place, not at all withered by the passage of time. They suddenly lit up at this very moment. Prior to this, they seemed to be closed, but now, they were opening. The eyes suddenly shifted, not in a tumbling sense, but the gaze seemed to be rotating in a very bizarre manner. Anyone would be frightened by this weird scene. Wuxia couldn't help but grin. He understood something after seeing it and said, "Boo see, you brat. It looks like you hid your eyes in this place. You must have paid a great price to do so." Everyone in the world knew about the collapse and destruction of immortal Emperor Wuxia. Who would have thought that he had left his pair of eyes in this eternally secluded location, capable of evading everything and anything? "Geezer, let's do it." Wuxia touched the fence made from dragon bones and looked to the sky with a smile. Squeak, a heavy sound came about. At this time, the fence slowly rose to the sky and the cavern was made available to Wuxia. Nay, the horse was especially excited to see the seal being removed and lifted its hooves up high. It had been waiting for this moment and quickly rushed for the cavern in order to take the pair of eyes. However, it immediately stopped and slowly retreated to the entrance. Despite being all bones, it could tell that the black liquid inside the cage was quite dreadful. Nay, the horse raised its hooves again and stared helplessly at the eyes in the corner. Wuxia smiled when he saw the horse's appearance and leisurely asked, "Do you need my help now?" The frustrated horse looked back at Wuxia. It still had the same hostility as before. Wuxia noticed this but didn't care too much. He shrugged and continued with a smile, "You can hate me or whatever, I won't mind since I am such a benevolent person. However, what can you do in this situation? Will you continue to act hostile, or will you let it go and ask me for help?" The horse glanced between Wuxia and the eyes in the corner. With another neigh, it seemed to agree with Wuxia. Despite this being the case, there was still a trace of caution in its demeanor. Wuxia chuckled, "Don't look at me like that. If I really wanted to take you down, you wouldn't be standing here right now. Your background might be incredible, but I could have pinned you to the ground long ago." "Nay," the horse roared again as if it found this reply displeasing. Nevertheless, its hostility had been greatly reduced. Wuxia grinned and revealed, "My demand isn't high for helping you get those eyes. I just want to ride you for a bit later on. I believe this is quite fair." The horse tilted its skull while contemplating. It resembled a human more than a skeletal horse. In its eyes, Wuxia was not a nice person at all. Its sentient self remained very cautious towards him. Wuxia laughed and added, "Okay, what other choice do you have if you refuse?" The horse let out another neigh before nodding its head. Without a doubt, it had accepted the condition. "Very well, now that's a good horsey." Wuxia satisfyingly beamed and reached out to pat the horse's head. It still didn't completely accept Wuxia, so it shook its head to get his hand off. Wuxia's smile disappeared as he withdrew his hand and then proceeded to enter the cavern. He went to the corner and picked up the pair of eyes. He didn't immediately give it to the horse and instead carefully inspected it. The eyes met his stare with a curious glance as they darted about like the inquisitive eyes of a baby. After a careful examination, Wuxia couldn't help but smirk. "Immortal Emperor Wuxia, it looks like you still have an opportunity to turn things around. Brat, you are indeed full of schemes, to actually come up with something like this." The eyes didn't understand what Wuxia was saying. They looked like they weren't only curious about Wuxia, they wanted to find out everything about the outside world. "For generations, no one has been successful, but you have actually done it, not bad at all." Wuxia grinned while looking at the eyes. "Fine, I'll lend you a hand. I will help you open your eyes." With that, universal laws formed in his palm and rippled like the surface of a lake. He further derived these laws to expose their boundless potential and pointed at the pair of eyes. "Nay!" The skeletal horse by the entrance grew nervous and loudly howled. It wanted to rush in several times, but the black liquid truly frightened it. It was afraid that Wuxia was doing something unfavorable to the eyes. Buzz, when Wuxia's finger touched the eyes, the boundless laws instantly jumped into them. At this point, a new world seemed to be opening in these eyes. This world was filled with color and swelling water, a magnificent scene. Inside the eyes, a sun rose while a moon fell. A great sky emerged with winds and clouds. Generations changed from one to the next with continuous transformations between prosperity and stagnation. A grand universe was floating up and down within them. The tense horse finally became relieved after seeing this. It had misunderstood Wuxia, he was helping the eyes instead of harming them. Meanwhile, the pair of eyes, full of curiosity, looked at the universe within. Everything seemed to be new and full of surprises. Wuxia then took it out of the cavern and looked at the horse while smiling. "If I wanted to harm them, would I have bothered to make a deal with you?" Having said that, he put the eyes into the horse's eye sockets. "Nay!" the horse excitedly roared. It took several steps backward to slowly adapt to its new eyes. The truth was that this scene was incredibly bizarre. A horse comprised of only bones had gained a pair of human eyes. Anyone would be creeped out after seeing this. Wuxia ignored the horse and entered the cave again. With runes in his palm, he carved them on the cage and then lifted it up, open. Clank! The other half of the cage under the ground was slowly being lifted by Wuxia. Eventually, the whole cage was lifted up. The black liquid in the pit began to stir in the midst of this process. It seemed as if MTI, a weight of trillions of pounds, had been removed from its body. It stretched out a bit and slowly streamed out from the pit. A more accurate description would be that it was crawling out from its imprisonment. "Nay!" The horse was very afraid while watching this. It retreated to maintain a certain distance from this liquid. The liquid cheered after finding out that it was finally free. Even though no sound came out, its shape and form made its jubilation apparent. Just like that, it darted out of the hole like a gust of wind. It was excited to see the sun again. Chapter 1288, Item left behind. Wuxia followed the liquid out of the cave. After seeing the sun, the liquid found itself free and happily soared into the sky. Shortly after, a black ray shot towards the bone sea. Wuxia smiled and patted the horse. Go, follow right behind it. This will make it easier for you to enter the forbidden zones in the bone sea. Nay. The skeletal horse let out a roar and raised its frontal hooves before leaping into the sky. It disappeared in the black liquid's direction. Wuxia murmured after seeing this, "Brat, I hope you can do it. It will definitely be a miracle. But of course, your current self is already a miracle." Wuxia was not in a hurry to chase after the horse and the black liquid. He took his time leaving the mountain range. Jian Longwei was already waiting outside for him with a wooden box in his hands. Jian Longwei looked towards the Bonesia's direction and curiously asked, "Is the Bone Sea about to emerge?" "It'll be lively for some time at the Western Bone Sea. Many people who have been coveting items from there won't be able to sit still." Wuxia smiled while staring at the horizon. Jian Longwei didn't comment. Even though the items there might be precious, he wanted nothing to do with them. Plus, this was a different generation, he didn't want to leave Rainbow City at all. He calmed down and respectfully raised the wooden box towards Wuxia with both hands. "Your Excellency, the progenitor wanted me to give you this. He said that this is something our ancestral aunt left behind, it is related to Empress Hong Tian. The ancestral aunt gave this to the progenitor before passing away, but he didn't know when to give it to you. He said that this might be your last time visiting our Jian clan and perhaps your last meeting, so he ordered me to give it to you." The ancestral aunt was Jian Wenxin. Wuxia accepted the box and opened it to take a look inside. After a while, he gently closed it and sighed. It is all in the past. He put the box away and spoke with a hint of sadness. "I had already let go of this matter back then and didn't blame anyone. Immortality, perhaps I was wrong." Jian Longwei hesitated for a moment before stating, "The progenitor said that before she passed away, she also hoped that you could forget about the issue with Empress Hong Tian. You don't know Empress Hong Tian, and Wenxin didn't either." Wuxia smiled and gently shook his head. "I'm not blaming her for it. She has always been incredibly stubborn, but I don't want her to change. Pride is part of her nature, her stubbornness is actually a little adorable." He recalled the olden days with the stubborn girl and couldn't help but smile. Even though they got into quite a fight and went their separate ways despite their complete trust in each other, Wuxia had never blamed her. Longwei was quiet since he didn't know too much about his predecessors. Sometimes, he heard his progenitor talk about the relationship between the Dark Crow, Empress Hong Tian, and the ancestral aunt. It was too complicated for outsiders to understand. After a long time, Wuxia glanced at Longwei and said, "Your Jian clan can coexist with the Dragon Kingdom, so I'm not worried at all. You are the lord of the clan, but I don't have any good advice for you. Just keep trying your best and continue to pass down your bloodline. It hasn't been easy for the clan to last this long, your progenitor has spent a miraculous amount of effort. This is also the reason why he has been hanging on to dear life all this time. He is too reluctant to leave his descendants for he is full of love. His aspiration is to protect those children forever, to give them a peaceful life. He loves you all and this land wholeheartedly. His reason for living is not something personal, it isn't because he fears death. It's because he can't bear to leave, there are too many things in this world that make him worry." He gently sighed at the end. Jian Wendy's life experience only bolstered his self-perceived responsibility for his children. He didn't want to be like his father who abandoned his own children for a selfish cause. Jian Wendi was willing to do everything for his descendants. He was a good father and a proper ancestor, trying to protect his descendants for generations to come. Your Excellency, I will keep your words deep in my mind. Long Wei bowed with great reverence. I have to go now. Li Qiya looked back at the mountain range with yearning sentiments. Then, he casually pointed forward to open a portal and quickly crossed through many territories. In recent days, there had been sudden changes at the Dragon Demon Sea. A black star came out of nowhere and crossed the sky with great speed like a falling meteor. Because it was too swift, the void shattered and issued bursts of explosions. This meteor was followed by a skeletal horse whose speed was no lesser than the star itself. The horse continued to maintain a certain distance behind this meteor. This bizarre scene attracted the attention of many cultivators in this region. What was even more concerning was that when this meteor crossed the sky, the skeletons in the nearby vicinity would begin to move. Some of them seemed to have been granted life and began to crawl. However, after the meteor disappeared over the horizon, the skeletons would lose their strength and fall apart once more, scattering all over the ground. This was quite a creepy spectacle and frightened all the nearby cultivators. Some experts and even seclusive ancestors had no choice but to pay attention to this event. Many speculations and theories arose. Maybe this is a demon star that will bring about a calamity to the Dragon Demon Sea. After all, only a devilish star such as this would be able to revive the dead. Plenty of big shots were worried. Of course, a few ancestors were ecstatic. Their eyes flashed after seeing the moving skeletons powered by the star, and some even murmured, "This star can revive skeletons. Perhaps there is an immortal item within that will allow people to become eternal." In fact, many ancestors reached this conclusion. For those on the verge of death like them, nothing was more tempting than eternal life. The appearance of this black star gave them hope. In a short period of time, the ancestors of many sea god and imperial lineages came out one after another. They thought about pursuing this black star. Soon, news regarding the location of this star was spread. Someone personally saw it fly into the Bone Sea with a skeletal horse right behind it. Into the Bone Sea? A big character murmured while his eyes sparkled, "Does the Bone Sea really have an item that grants immortality?" Another answered, "Maybe this is the case." After coming up with this possibility, these ancestors became unbelievably excited, like chickens with their heads cut off. They all excitedly stated, "There are so many tempting items in there. It looks like the momentum of the age is about to change, an item that can grant immortality is about to appear. An immortal artifact is coming into being at the Bone Sea." Someone released this news to the entire region. An item that could grant immortality was mouth-watering. Many ancestors would be driven even crazier with such a thing. This news turned into a storm that swept up all the experts nearby. Heaven's spirit itself was affected. The powerful inhabitants of the Abyss and Jade Seas immediately departed for the Dragon Demon Sea and headed straight for the Bone Sea. Even the rare existences that had been buried under the earth since the dawn of time were startled after hearing this news. An ancient existence calmed down and murmured, "Who is the mastermind?" Even though this particular existence didn't know the real mysteries behind the Bone Sea, they had heard stories about it, legends, even. They immediately understood that there was a puppet master behind all of this. However, the exact reason for these events eluded them. This was precisely why these near-death existences didn't want to come into being even after hearing about this immortal artifact. Whether it was real or not, they didn't dare to be involved. Only truly powerful existences like them understood that very few in this world would dare to concoct such a plan. This was a level beyond them, an even more fearsome type of existence that belonged only in legends. Despite being unstoppable for so long, they were unwilling to mess with such an existence because it might bring extinction to their race. Chapter 1289, Rootless Duckweed Wuxia left the Dragon Mountains for the Bone Sea. He wasn't in a hurry, so he opened his portals randomly while crossing through the countries. He stopped multiple times along the way to bask in the beautiful sceneries of the Dragon Demon Sea. After all, these majestic scenes were unique to Heaven Spirit. He had heard about the immortal artifact coming out of the Bone Sea and only smiled in response. Seeing people anxiously running there didn't affect his pace because he knew that the time was not ripe. Only when it was would he finally be able to reach his desired destination. Otherwise, it would all be in vain. Because of this, he relaxed and took his time traveling across this beautiful sea region. However, he would occasionally become absent-minded in front of this beauty. While standing on a cliff and gazing at the vast sea, his mind seemed to drift away. In those distant years, there was a period of time when he had a taste of the happiness of being an ordinary man. During an evening on this very cliff, there was someone who held hands with him while watching the sunset. He continued to look at the sun slowly sinking into the sea in a stupor. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and gave a carefree smile. "Yueli, I'll let you know that someone named Wuxia is back. I don't mind even if you kill me. All debts must be repaid before I go to the final world." With that, he laughed with an open mind before coolly leaving. Sometimes he would fly or ride the waves. Among the billowing clouds were a few mountains and old pavilions. This scene looked just like an immortal paradise. Among these hidden mountains were lush, ancient pines and gurgling streams. In the pavilions were cultivators absorbing and releasing the elements as if they were immortals. When standing in these clouds, one would often see other cultivators traveling. When they met, it was a time to be cheerful and enthusiastic. Honorifics were thrown and greetings were exchanged. They would explore the arts of the elements. These scenes looked particularly beautiful, but the truth was far from this. Behind these dreamlike images was an unimaginable cruelty. These cultivators hiding in the clouds belonged to the human race. Moreover, their situation was one of helplessness. In the Heaven Spirit world, continents were far and few between, most landmasses already had masters. Cultivators didn't mind being in oceans. At a certain level, there was virtually no difference between land and water. However, humans were land creatures. More often than not, they weren't suited for the sea, unlike the sea tribes who had a love for the oceans and were born there. Some human cultivators had no territory, so they had to stay in the sky and hide in the clouds. These mountains and pavilions weren't personally refined by them but instead were left behind by their ancestors. Of course, the lucky ones could come across places without an owner. The abandoned mountains and pavilions were often lineages that failed to be passed down. Their final generation must have died from old age. Thus, the structures could only float in the clouds across the vast firmament. The lucky ones could then claim these as their own. When human cultivators reached a certain power level and didn't have a landmass, they would dig out mud and soil from the ocean or move a mountain in order to refine them. This process would eventually turn into these artificial creations floating among the clouds in the sky. The truth was that it wasn't their choice. Who would want to drift endlessly in the sky if they had their own land? For some people, this style of life was very interesting and fun at the start. However, as time passed, they would come to find that they were not the masters of their own destiny. Given the choice between having a home and this, no one would want to be rootless duckweed. Moreover, it was dangerous to drift around like this. Once they met an enemy who was more powerful than themselves, they could be destroyed at any time. This dreamy life was the result of a lack of choice. In this kind of rootless drifting, one wouldn't have any way of establishing an ancestral ground, mining resources, or planting precious elixirs and plants. Being poor was a fatal disadvantage for cultivators. A wealth of resources was crucial for cultivators and sects to grow stronger. However, having an abundance of these resources relied on having one's own territory in order to keep them safe. It was often meaningless to have too many resources while participating in this vagabond lifestyle. Having a pavilion in the air was simply a fool's dream. Li Qiye gently shook his head while looking at a few of the cultivators visiting and talking to each other among these mountains and pavilions in the middle of this sea of clouds. In this helpless situation, these humans could only rely on each other for support. Otherwise, they would be easily washed away by the flood. This simply cannot be a place for humans to live. This was Li Qiye's only comment. How many could be lucky enough to have their own landmass like the exquisite valley or Dongting Lake? Very few could enjoy being born into such a great background. To be able to join those sects was also a type of fortune. Nevertheless, he didn't feel too sad about it. In his eyes, everyone had their own path. Even a savior couldn't save everyone. He went on his way, riding the ocean waves without a care. "Young noble, where are you going? Do you want my company?" A pleasant voice rang with a hint of allurement that could stir the heart. Li Qiye glanced over and saw Lu Ruyan standing on a boat. She was basking in the breeze with her slender figure like a willow leaf, making others truly get a sense for the fluttering wind. She was riding a gigantic ship with the symbol of the void imperfection 3 schools on it. In heaven spirit, everyone would show some respect for this symbol. Li Qiye smiled and got on the ship instead of refusing. She showed warm hospitality by moving a table over before proceeding to light some sandalwood scents. Next, she boiled tea and personally handed it to him. He didn't seem to mind the gesture and casually lied down by the table, looking quite comfortable. She smiled and handed him a teacup while saying, "Young noble, my craft is not as good as my sister's, please don't laugh." Though her face was hidden behind a thin veil, each of her frowns and smiles exuded a special and comforting charm. Gongsun Meiyu was also an enchanting person, but her charm was different. Meiyu had the mature allure of a married woman. Her charm relied on her beauty and her beauty relied on a sense of lust. Meanwhile, Ruyan's charm was much more refined. It seeped into the heart with a touch of elegance and youthfulness. Such a woman was to be adored by all men. He accepted the tea and slowly took a sip while staring at her without saying anything. "Young noble, are you going to the Bone Sea?" She showed a smile that would make hearts flutter. "I'm also going to the Bone Sea, may I accompany you?" He responded while faintly grinning, "You are well informed." She frankly said, "Young noble, you are a dragon among men, a supreme prodigy. Many eyes are on you regardless of the time or place as you're just like a swan among a flock of chickens. Your location can easily be found by asking around a bit. Little beauty, I don't care what your plan is, but don't provoke me or I might just avail myself of your charm." Li Qiye was in a particularly good mood while looking at this attractive woman. "Do you actually dare?" Ruyan responded with a teasing chuckle, "There's no need for you to do so. If you want, I am more than willing to join you in bed. Of course, if you have some unusual tastes, I can also entertain you in that manner." Such words truly pulled on one's heartstrings and made blood boil, especially when they came from someone as devilishly lovely as Lu Ruyan. "Well said." Li Qiye's eyes widened as he suddenly pulled her closer in an overbearing manner. She couldn't respond in time for he was too fast in taking her into his embrace. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" A series of slaps resounded. Lu Ruyan cried out in surprise as Li Qiye slapped her sweet buttocks repeatedly. He showed no sign of mercy for the fairer sex and used great force on her soft and pretty behind. She was definitely feeling a burning pain. Chapter 1290, Martial Sisters, U. Lu Ruyan resembled a cat that had its tail stepped on, instantly jumping back. She glared at Li Qiye with both fear and embarrassment. Even though her speech was bold, innocence was still part of her nature. What frustrated her even more was that Li Qiye showed no mercy at all. Her butt was burning with pain, especially if she sat down. Li Qiye sat back and glanced at the girl to say, I'm not someone you can tease as you please. I'll even strip you for a public display, what do you say about that? She gave him a fierce look and angrily replied, do you not know how to be a gentleman at all? As the evil devourer schoolmaster, she enjoyed a high position in the heaven spirit world. Moreover, she herself was enchantingly beautiful, enough so to sway the soul of any man. It could be said that she was a demoness at the level of a calamity, a moon surrounded by the stars in the eyes of men. No man had ever been this rude to her, but today, Li Qiye was both rude and unmerciful. Gentlemen? He smiled, revealing his perfectly white teeth. Of course I know how to be a gentleman, but that depends on who I'm dealing with. Despite her frustration, there was nothing she could do about it. She was aware of his notoriety from having killed beauties like Gongsun Meiyu and Shengguan Fian without any mercy at all. It was no longer surprising for this fierce man to do whatever he wished. She sat back down but felt a stinging pain, causing her to frown. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after seeing her expression. It looks like I was a bit too rough. The remark sounded quite sarcastic. It's good that you are aware. She glared at him again without losing any of her charm. He seemed to be enjoying her presence, evident by his smile. This, in turn, made her embarrassed as shown by her giving him the side eye. Li Qiye ignored her stare and took his time enjoying the tea before speaking. This tea from your evil devourer school is quite good, but to be honest, your charming demeanor is even better than this tea. Who knows if this remark was meant as praise or mockery. Meanwhile, she elegantly poured a full cup of tea for him, rendering a very pleasurable scene. She sat there quietly as he drank the tea. Although she was still, she exuded a different style of attractiveness. After finishing the cup, he looked at her and cheerfully asked, "What do you want?" She poured another cup for him in a very comforting style and revealed a smile that would cause the body to go soft. "To steal my senior sister's man, is that all right? All the elders in the sect want her to bear your child in order to spread your bloodline. All because of the imperial bloodline?" He couldn't help but chuckle. She playfully smirked and blinked her eyes. "I heard that outside of our progenitor, no one else from our school was able to become a true whale rider. If your bloodline is passed down, we might gain a new rider." Li Qiye chuckled in response. He understood this very well since their schools didn't only want an imperial bloodline, these ancestors sought another whale rider. After a while, Li Qiye changed the topic. "I heard your sister had married." She replied, "I am different from her. She always placed the school first to the point of sacrificing herself. However, she is also the ideal wife in the minds of men. Elegant, noble, sensible, understanding, wise but not overbearing. Which man wouldn't like her?" Li Qiye teased, "Aren't you jealous?" She chuckled in response, "Why would I be? She has her path and I have mine. Instead of being a virtuous wife like her, I prefer to be rebellious. The path of the Grand Tao is arduous. It isn't easy being a cultivator, so why should anyone burden themselves with so many responsibilities? Be free and true to your desires, that's how it should be." He was amused by her answer as he looked at her. She felt no apprehension under his stare and instead met it directly. "Be free and true to your desires, well said." Li Qiye nodded approvingly. "I might not be a proper schoolmaster, but I'm definitely a proper cultivator." She smiled. "Of course, you can reconsider." She playfully winked. "I heard some men have a particular penchant for married women. The more powerful they are, the more unimaginable their tastes are. Even though my sister was a married woman, she is still a virgin and absolutely suitable for you. I'm fully aware of what kind of woman is suitable for me." He smiled in response. "Your so-called competing against your sister is only a facade for you to help her. Is that so?" She winked once more and provocatively smiled while lightheartedly saying, "Not necessarily, a man like you is very attractive, enough to fascinate young girls. It isn't strange for me to compete against her. Oh. He leisurely replied, if the old men from your schools want something from me, fine, I'll fulfill their wish. If both your sister and yourself warm my bed, I will consider it. Wow, young noble, you have quite an appetite, wanting to hit 2 swans with 1 arrow. Holding beauties from both sides to fully enjoy the pleasure of men. She smiled, that's quite an ambition you have there. Wuxia faintly smiled, I said I'm only reconsidering. The one losing out in this deal is me. She took another glance at this nonchalant man ahead of her and sentimentally sighed, a confident man is so attractive, you're truly swaying my heart. Alright little beauty, there's no need to goad me. Wuxia said, let your senior sister come out, your tricks aren't fooling anyone. Sure enough, Zhuo Jianshi emerged from within the boat. She bowed before him and sincerely said, excuse us again. If we have done anything foolish, please punish us. Her attitude was very sincere as she maintained a very low posture. Nevertheless, she was still incredibly elegant and had a hint of sexiness. It was quite difficult to not like someone such as her, especially when her soft and silky voice entered one's ears, they would feel quite comfortable upon hearing her voice. Well, I'm not from your school, so there's no need for this type of formality and punishment. He gently waved his sleeve. Young noble, you are discerning with matchless wisdom, nothing can elude you. Lu Ruiyan smiled, but this isn't my sister's fault. It was my idea, so if you want to blame someone, blame me. Wuxia only looked at the two of them since he didn't really mind, even your 3 schools do not make exceptions for you too? Zhuo Jianshi was hesitant to respond as she was unsure how to phrase it. In the end, she chose to stay silent. Lu Ruiyan movingly smiled instead, it can't be helped. At times, cultivators are unable to escape their responsibilities. If you don't mind, how about leaving your bloodline with us? It will be a meritorious deed. Wuxia looked at the two and smiled, who will be waiting first? Or will both of you come together? Such directness left Jianshi feeling hot. Even though the upper echelons of the schools wished for this, she was still a girl, so she inevitably became embarrassed when faced with this problem. Ruiyan fared better as she was still smiling, it is okay if you want to have both of us. Wuxia lightly laughed before answering, forget it, there's no need to talk about this matter. Go back and tell the old geezers to give up on this idea. I won't casually have children or leave behind my bloodline for your schools. With that, he stood up, intending to leave. Jianshi softly sighed after hearing this response. What could she do about it? She understood that a man like Wuxia wasn't so easily tempted by women. If you are going to the Bone Sea, why don't we go together? Ruiyan chuckled, or are you afraid of being seduced by our charm so you don't dare to be close to us? Really now? He looked at her and actually sat back down, fine, I want to see just what kind of charm the two of you possess. He naturally knew that this was her way of goading him, but he still stayed in the end. She boldly told Jianshi, big sis, since young noble is staying, shouldn't we be offering our services like giving him a massage? Jianshi instantly turned red. Even though she had agreed with the ancestors in the sect and was prepared to sacrifice herself, this was still her first time serving a man. Chapter 1291, Two Beauties in Waiting. Wuxia was pleasantly occupied while staring at the elegant and bashful Jianshi. He leisurely said, okay, come give me a shoulder massage. She hesitated for a moment before moving behind him to give him a massage. This was a first for her, so her actions were quite jerky. Nevertheless, a touch as gentle as water still left room for enjoyment. Ruiyan smiled and poured more tea for Wuxia with a smooth, flowing style that was quite beautiful. Wuxia looked at the gentle Jianshi and then the seductive Ruiyan before commenting with emotion, to tell the truth, I'm a bit envious of your void imperfection schools. No matter the situation, it is always of the same heart. Despite being divided into 3 schools, the disciples have unusual solidarity. This is definitely a rare matter. Young noble, your remark is mistaken. Ruyan chuckled, even though I'm helping her right now, discord and competition plagued our youth. He faintly smiled, is that so? In fact, the school wanted Jianshi to keep Wuxia back. Even though she was the main actor and Ruyan was the assistant, the two of them still had a great relationship. Even though they had conflicting views at times and competed against each other, they were still martial sisters who loved each other. Minor things like arguing and fighting didn't affect their true relationship. For instance, right now, Jianshi was a wise and elegant woman, but she was still very inexperienced and lacked the boldness overflowing in Ruyan. The latter was the one who could help her keep Wuxia back. Competition is a good thing. A sect without competition will stagnate. Competition on top of great camaraderie, nothing is more precious than this. Wuxia enjoyed the massage and commented, your ancestors did a good job of passing down such a big lineage. It would be difficult for a sect with these characteristics to not last for a long time. Regardless of the era, your sect has always been an enviable existence. He was only stating the truth. Among the powerful lineages in the heaven spirit world, the 3 schools rarely showed themselves. However, they didn't weaken, their strength remained a deterrence against the rest of the lineages. Jianshi softly spoke while massaging Wuxia, young noble, if you will it, the Void Imperfection School will be yours. Her words were gentle like water, making others want to drown in them. Are you really willing? He looked up to meet her countenance only inches away and smiled. I wouldn't deceive you. She hesitated for a moment, then met his gaze with her limpid autumn water eyes. In the past, I really didn't want to marry you, but after interacting with you more, this marriage wouldn't be insulting to me at all. In fact, I would be the one reaching above my post. People from the Void Imperfection School are indeed wise. Wuxia smiled but shook his head. Void imperfection has its own fate while I have mine. If your ancestor was still in this world, I'm afraid she wouldn't want to see it tied to my war chariot, so forget about this matter. Anyone else would be excited to no end after hearing about the possibility of grasping this great authority. At that point, beauties and power would come too easily. Who wouldn't desire these things? However, Wuxia didn't care for it since it wasn't what he desired, even though void imperfection would give him plenty. Plus, he didn't want to involve the school in his personal goals. Even though immortal Emperor Wu Go wasn't his student, the emperor still respected him. Because of this, he was even more hesitant to break the school's serenity. Plus, even if I knew the truth, I wouldn't necessarily let you know. She coquettishly responded, I'm only asking casually, why do you have to be so cautious? Wuxia chuckled, for the two of you, the Bone Sea is still worth the trip. If you are lucky, you might be able to find your Void Imperfection School's wind chase break. What? Both of them cried out loud. Ruyan's hands that were holding the teapot were trembling, tea almost spilled out of the pot. Jianshi also stopped her massage and opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Jianshi excitedly stated, are you saying that our wind chase break was lost at the Bone Sea? Although others once claimed that their 3 schools had the most immortal physique laws, they had lost one of the most important things, an immortal physique strike. The wind chase break was the attack created by immortal Emperor Wu Go. It was considered the strongest attack of their school. However, they lost it later on. Juniors like the 2 girls didn't know how it went missing. Whenever their disciples toured the world, they would keep an eye out for clues about this attack. Nevertheless, nothing had ever turned up. Thus, Wuxia's revelation was a pleasant surprise to the 2 of them. Is our wind chase break really there in the Bone Sea? Ruyan's eyes flared up as she stared at Wuxia in astonishment. Wuxia only smiled and didn't answer. Ruyan calmed down and actually brought the cup next to Wuxia's lips this time instead of just handing him the cup. Meanwhile, Jianshi gently began to massage his shoulders again. Chapter 1292, Lithodity Overlord Wuxia looked at the two and gleefully said, "It is indeed possible that your windchase break has fallen into the Bone Sea. How likely is it?" Even Jianshi, who has always been dignified and graceful, couldn't contain herself. Wuxia took another sip of tea. He cleared his throat then smiled, "There's no need to be so anxious, little beauty. Since I have said so, it means that the possibility is very high. If it isn't 100%, it would at least be 80 or 90%. Wuxia abruptly stopped at this point. His eyes flashed while looking outside. Lu Ruyan and Zhuo Jianshi were startled a bit, but they quickly regained their wits. Both were true experts, so they exchanged a glance before looking outside as well. Ruyan coldly glared at the bottom of the boat and declared, "Roll out here, whoever is hiding below." Jianshi also realized that someone was hiding under the boat, so she became much more cautious. With that, a figure climbed up from the boat's hull. He slightly wobbled forward after getting on. It was an old man dressed in gray. He was not especially tall, but his arms were very muscular and powerful. They looked like they would be a match for dragon claws. Anyone would be convinced that these arms had the power to move mountains and flip seas with their infinite might. But there was something even more eye-catching than his arms. He had a wooden coffin on his shoulders. It looked ordinary, but countless runes were engraved on it. His powerful arms were holding onto it for dear life, as if it was a supreme treasure. At the same time, he was stained with blood and wounds from a multitude of weapons. Some arrows were still stuck in his body. It was a human, so after seeing his own kin, he was glad and stumbled forward. His legs turned weak as he kneeled on the deck. "Young noble, please save me." He was panting heavily after shouting his request as if the words had used up all of his strength. An old man covered in wounds came out of nowhere with a wooden coffin. No logical person would take him in. Ruyan and Jianshi glanced at each other before looking at this old man. Wuxia was also staring at him. To be exact, he was looking at the wooden coffin. His eyes were attracted to it as if there was a supreme treasure or beauty inside. He didn't look away for a very long time. Their boat slowly stopped. Both girls slightly frowned and knew that something was about to happen. Ruyan grimaced and asked, "Why have we stopped?" "Schoolmaster, the Lithodity Overlord's battleship is in front of us. He wishes to board." The disciple controlling the boat reported with haste. Lithodity Overlord. This name made Jianshi furrow her brows as she spoke. His notoriety can't be overstated. With that, she glanced at the kneeling old man. His body froze and was even shivering after hearing this title. Even though he tried his best to control his emotions, he couldn't fool the two girls. They didn't make a decision and instead turned towards Wuxia. Without a doubt, they were waiting for him to decide. After a while, Wuxia withdrew his gaze and returned to his chair before lazily saying, "Let him board." After hearing Wuxia's approval, Ruyan immediately ordered the disciples, "Let him up." The old man anxiously shouted, "Young noble, please save me since we are both kindred spirits. Save both the old and young." He was quite frightened. Wuxia only smiled without promising or refusing the old man. He quietly sat there and stared at the old man with great interest. A short moment later, a person boarded the ship. Before he even arrived, a huge shadow was cast on the deck. In the blink of an eye, a burly man appeared in sight. He had the aura of a tyrannical king that could look down on the entire world. He wore a tight robe, showing off the details of his muscles. His body was surging with power, especially when he clenched his fists. Lightning seemed to run through his entire being. He resembled a mad dragon that could destroy the world anytime. His forehead was covered with markings, making him look like a giant crab. Although they made him uglier, they also added to his vicious yet regal aura. The Lithodity Overlord was a famous ruler at the Dragon Demon Sea from the Regal Valley. This was a lineage everyone knew in this region. It was created by the Lithodides sea god, someone who lived during the generation of immortal Emperor Yin Long, the most recent sea god in history. His notoriety was not only built on his ancestor's shadow. He himself was quite powerful and stood out even in the vast dragon demon sea. Of course, the reason for his infamy was not his strength, but rather his ruthlessness. He would massacre someone's entire race for opposing him. Furthermore, he also enjoyed hunting famous people and young talents with great potential even if they didn't provoke him. In fact, he had a penchant for hunting rare races as well. He enjoyed certain abnormal acts such as taking their heads or other precious things as trophies. He had hunted enemies more powerful than himself and even poisonous and ferocious creatures. More often than not, it wouldn't be through a head-on confrontation since he was a man of subterfuge. Traps and outnumbering his quarry were some of the methods he would employ in his hunt. Moreover, he himself greatly enjoyed the process. Because of this, he was notorious. Few would dare to provoke him since the Regal Valley was mighty as well. So it is Schoolmaster Zhua and Schoolmaster Lu. Excuse my sudden visit. He cupped his fist after seeing the two girls. Despite his polite gesture, his eyes showed flashes of desire after seeing the two beauties. Of course, he hid it quite well. Ruyan sat right next to Wuxia while Jiancher was still giving his back a massage. Lithodides Overlord, long time no see. Ruyan gently nodded without moving. Even though he was a wicked tyrant, in terms of strength, status, and influence, he was no match for Ruyan and Jiancher. The Regal Valley was inferior to the Void Imperfection 3 schools as well. His eyes fell upon Wuxia, but he didn't recognize the youth, so he turned towards the kneeling old man. He immediately asked the two girls, "Schoolmasters, this person is a traitor to our Regal Valley. He stole our supreme treasure and fled. We have chased him all the way here, so I hope schoolmasters will hand this traitor over to us. We shall give him a fair and just trial." "Schoolmasters, I am not a traitor to the Regal Valley and I definitely didn't steal any treasure from them since I'm a vagabond. Schoolmasters, young noble, you must believe me." The old man grew nervous after hearing the overlord, so he quickly defended himself. "Schoolmasters, don't listen to his lies, he is adept at deceiving others." The overlord replied, "If you don't believe me, you can go to our Regal Valley to verify, he'll stay." At this time, Wuxia casually told the overlord, "You can leave now." The overlord's expression turned stiff after hearing this response. However, he put on a smile and cupped his fist towards Wuxia. "May I know your name?" With characters like the two women serving the youth, the overlord didn't dare to show contempt. He thought that this might be an ancestor of the 3 schools. Wuxia. Wuxia casually stated his name. His eyes were on the coffin, he seemed to be particularly interested in the runes. "So it is young noble Li, your prestige has spread quite far. I have been your admirer for a long time." The overlord inwardly quivered after hearing this name. He finally knew just what kind of person he had encountered. Recently, Wuxia's fierce fame soared like a dragon to let him become the #1 among the younger generation of the humans. His fame had even caught up with the Sea Shield Prince, the martial goddess, and the profound monarch. Wuxia only casually acknowledged the compliments with a hum. He didn't even bother to look at the overlord. "Young noble Li, this man is a traitor to our valley and is holding our supreme treasure." The overlord was quite dissatisfied with Wuxia's arrogant attitude, but he managed to endure his annoyance. Chapter 1293, Xiong Qianbei. Wuxia interrupted him and dismissively said, "People from the Xiong clan have never been disciples of the Regal Valley. Don't play tricks in front of me." The overlord was taken aback after hearing this while the old man echoed, "Young noble, you are right, I've never been their valley's disciple, he is trying to frame me." The overlord's expression turned a bit ugly, but he quickly restored his smile. "Young noble Li, your words are a bit too arbitrary. I've always been an arbitrary person." Li Qie interrupted him and flatly asserted, "This person is now under my protection, leave." The overlord's expression dimmed as a fierce flash streaked across his eyes, but he still maintained his friendly demeanor. "I have always respected the heroes of all races, and the same goes for your prestige. If young noble Li and the schoolmasters wish to protect this traitor, then I will give you some face and no longer pursue this matter." This reply was quite generous and sensible. Anyone else would feel their days brighten up. To be given such respect was a kind of honor. However, Li Qie was still as cold as before. From start to finish, he didn't even give the overlord a single glance. Nevertheless, the overlord didn't become angry. He bid his farewell with a smile. "Young noble Li, schoolmasters, this is goodbye for now. However, with the world as small as it is, I hope that everyone will come visit my regal valley one day. I will surely show you my greatest hospitality." "Valley Lord, you are too polite." Ruyan and Jianshi were still courteous. As lords of their sects, they naturally had to act gracefully. Li Qie, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. His attitude would make others think that he was overbearingly arrogant. The overlord smiled and left in a cool manner. Ruyan chuckled after he left. "Young noble, you are now on that guy's list, and he will never let go of his prey. He's a brute famous for wanting to hunt people stronger than him. You are the rising rookie of the human race, and since you have opposed him, you are now the prime candidate on his list. Then let him come and die." Li Qie simply didn't give a damn about the overlord's pretentious and friendly act. He had seen countless people ranging from immortal emperors to nobodies. What kind of character had he not met? How could the overlord's little play elude his eyes? The old man felt that he found a path to survival after hearing Li Qie's nonchalant and confidence-filled statement. He quickly prostrated on the ground to say, "Young noble, thank you for saving my life. This lowly one will never forget your kindness. Thank you, schoolmasters, for being on the side of righteousness." He bowed to the two girls as well. Ruyan responded with a faint smile, "You sure know how to talk, putting the hat of being your saviors on our head. It looks like it will be difficult for us not to save you." The old man coughed, but he still shamelessly bowed before them. Ruyan chuckled in response, "You want to get rich from this? Don't forget who saved your life. Can you try to become rich when you are dead?" Qianbei became embarrassed after hearing this. He stood there awkwardly with a forced smile, not knowing what to do. Li Qie leisurely said, "If I take action, regardless of how strong you are or what aces you have hidden, you will still lose the coffin." Qianbei's expression drastically changed again while he stumbled back even more, distancing himself further from Li Qie. He awkwardly smiled, "This lowly one knows that you won't rob me. I am indeed very grateful since you saved my life. It is just that I have some predicaments, I hope you can understand. I only saved your life because it was a convenient way to get this wooden coffin. Don't worry about that, I won't blackmail you just because of this favor." Li Qie waved his sleeve dismissively. "I am ashamed before your noble bearing. If I can offer my service to you another day, I will do everything possible." Qianbei relaxed after hearing this and quickly bowed again. "What do you want?" Li Qie coldly looked at him and asked, "What kinds of things will make you willingly hand over this coffin?" This question left Qianbei pondering. He looked at Li Qie then the two girls while trying to find the right words. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.